Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Ginkgo's face instantly turned red, and she quickly retracted the grilled fish she had extended. I knew that. I just forgot. Originally, Ginkgo hadn't planned on cooking, as she was somewhat self-aware of her own skills. If a door opens, another must close. However, the reason she prepared these two grilled fish was entirely because of something Hakuto had said by the river earlier. Somehow, by the time Ginkgo came back to her senses, the two fish were already on the grill. There was no turning back now, so Ginkgo proceeded with her cooking without hesitation. As for descaling the fish and removing the guts, Ginkgo actually knew about those steps. She had just forgotten. It's fine. Leave the rest to me. Hearing this, Ginkgo, her face still flushed, nodded in agreement with Hakuto's words. Seeing her nod, Hakuto eagerly disposed of the two glittering grilled fish. Then he turned and placed the freshly prepared fish onto the grill. This is my area of expertise, Hakuto muttered confidently to himself. With over 10 years of experience taking care of customers, his cooking skills had reached a masterful level. Even with the simplest ingredients, Hakuto could make them taste extraordinary with his techniques. For more details, please consult a certain golden-haired loser. While Hakuto was grilling the fish, Ginkgo crouched beside him, quietly watching, as if she wanted to learn his technique. No one knew how much time had passed when Hakuto picked up one of the grilled fish from the rack and handed it to Ginkgo beside him. It's done. Try it? Already? Ginkgo, you were spacing out. Before Hakuto could finish speaking, Ginkgo smacked him on the head with her folding fan before taking the grilled fish from his hand. Hakuto didn't mind the hit. It didn't hurt, and besides, he was already used to it. He took a bottle of seasoning from his bag and placed it in front of Ginkgo. Do you want some sauce? Though I've already used a lot of seasoning, so it's pretty flavorful. Ginkgo's taste preferences were ridiculously strong. Her seasoning usage was often measured by the bottle. I've told you before, haven't I? If it's your cooking, then that kind of thing isn't necessary. Saying that, Ginkgo took a bite of the grilled fish. Come to think of it, this is my first time eating grilled fish made by you. Is it good? If you ever want more, I can always make some for you. Hakuto himself didn't particularly like seafood, and his home pantry was devoid of it. So despite how skilled he seemed at grilling fish, it was all purely experience-based. If he didn't count his past life, this was actually his first time grilling fish. Hearing his words, Ginkgo opened her folding fan with one hand, covering half of her face so that Hakuto wouldn't see her expression. Is there anything else Ginkgo wants to eat? You decide. Alright. And just like that, Hakuto fed Ginkgo at a leisurely pace, almost as if he were feeding a pet. By this time, the sky had gradually darkened. In the deep mountains, visibility was already low, and now it had become almost non-existent. Fortunately, the bonfire Hakuto had built was large enough to illuminate the area around them. After some time, once they had finished their meal, the two sat around the fire. Ginkgo, do you think there are bears on this mountain? Upon hearing this, Ginkgo thought for a moment and was just about to share her opinion when a beastly roar interrupted her. Hearing the roar, Ginkgo instinctively became alert, scanning the surroundings cautiously and unconsciously moving a little closer to Hakuto. Oh, looks like there is one. Hakuto wasn't scared by the roar. On the contrary, he was a bit excited. After all, he had never seen any kind of wild beast up close before, and he was curious about such unknown creatures. Of course, this curiosity was backed by his supercomputing ability. He had no intention of becoming some animal's dinner. At that moment, Ginkgo suddenly spoke. Hakuto. You'll come to my match next week, right? How could I possibly miss such an important match? I'll be waiting to see you shine, Ginkgo. Hakuto's tone was full of confidence in Ginkgo's match next week, as if victory was already assured. Though Hakuto had faith in Ginkgo, she herself frowned slightly. Noticing this, Hakuto gently smoothed out her furrowed brow with his hand and asked softly. What's wrong? Is something on your mind? Ginkgo sighed. Hakuto, do you remember what I told you about professional shogi players? Of course. Shogi professionals are divided into 9 ranks. Players ranked 4th Dan and above are considered professionals, while those from 1st to 4th Dan are part of the Apprentice League. Hearing his response, Ginkgo nodded and continued. In the history of shogi, no woman has ever become a professional player. I know. You've told me that before. So you're worried about your match next week, Ginkgo? Ginkgo smiled dryly. It would be a lie to say she wasn't worried. While she was considered the strongest among female players, that title was only within the women's league. If she were placed in the broader world of shogi, her ranking would drop significantly. But that was just the reality of it. Men had a natural advantage in this field. Shogi was, at its core, a game of calculation. The best players could foresee hundreds or even thousands of moves ahead. Ginkgo knew she couldn't do that. So while she had confidence in herself, she also felt anxious. Ginkgo, are you afraid of losing? That's not like you. Even when playing against me, you always go in with a mindset of certain victory. The number of matches Hakuto and Ginkgo had played against each other could already be counted in the tens of thousands. But among them, Ginkgo's win rate was extremely low, almost reaching single digits. Even so, Hakuto had only ever seen the expression of certain victory on Ginkgo's face. It's different. Ginkgo shook her head. In her eyes, Hakuto was different. Special. Don't worry. If you lose, Ginkgo, I'll join the Apprentice League and use my talent to open a back door for you. I don't need a back door. It was just a metaphor. What I mean is, I'll always have your back. As he spoke, Hakuto extended his right hand toward Ginkgo. Certain victory? Seeing this, Ginkgo smiled and placed her hand on his, responding. Certain victory. Chapter 94, The Thief Shiratori Hakuto at Nao's camp. Nishimori Yusa was eating the grilled fish in her hand when she slowly raised her head and asked Nao. I want to take a bath. Hearing this, Nao immediately retorted, huh? You can't even hold out for a day? Yusa scratched her head awkwardly and gave a sheepish smile in response. However, Jojiro was not happy about this. As a die-hard fan of Nishimori Yusa, he couldn't just sit back and watch in this situation. What are you talking about? Yuzurin is a top idol. Of course, she needs to maintain her hygiene. Nao waved her hand dismissively. I asked her, not you. Also, maybe wipe the blush off your face before speaking. Jojiro, completely exposed by Nao, showed no shame at all. Instead, he excitedly rubbed his nose. This is what a starstruck fan looks like? So gross. Nao threw out a snide remark before turning to Yusa, putting down the grilled fish in her hand. Don't worry, I already made preparations. Follow me. Boys are not allowed to come. No. Disgusting. Nao kicked Jojiro away and then led Yusa to the place she had prepared. Before long, they arrived at the river bank. Nao pointed her sharp chin toward a large rock by the river and said to Yusa, who stood beside her. There, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on that crazy fanboy. Huh? Although confused, Yusa still walked behind the large rock. But the moment she stepped in, she slowly backed out again. What's wrong? I know it's a bit of a makeshift, but just make do with it. Yusa shook her head. It's not that. There's nothing here. That's impossible. Saying that, Nao walked over to Yusa's side. I put it here today. Where's my metal bucket? Nao stared at the now empty spot, eyes widening in shock. Earlier that day, she had scavenged a discarded metal bucket to heat water for bathing. Before dinner, she had placed it here to heat the water. According to her calculations, by the time they finished eating, it would be just right for a bath. But now, forget about the bath. There wasn't even a bucket left. How were they supposed to wash up? Someone actually stole this? Nao crouched down to examine the scene for any clues. Since no one lived on this mountain, the number of possible suspects was limited. Jojiro, Hakuto, and the guy with flight ability. But Jojiro didn't have time to commit the crime, so he could be ruled out. The one with flight ability wanted to stay as far away from Nao as possible, so he could also be mostly ruled out. Which meant there was only one suspect left. That bastard, Shiratori Hakuto. Huh? Did Nao just say Shiratori's name? He's the one who caught the grilled fish eating. Nao stood up and turned toward Hakuto's camp. Daring to take my things. Without hesitation, she stormed across the narrow bridge toward the other side of the river. Huh? Where are you going? Yusa still hadn't figured out what was going on. She originally wanted to follow, but after glancing at the narrow bridge, she gave up. So annoying. The next second, Kurobe Misa suddenly took over. Possessing Yusa's body, she immediately followed Nao. Meanwhile, Hakuto remained completely unaware that he had been labeled as a thief by Nao. He was still locked in a battle of wills with Ginkgo. Ginkgo. When I said must win. This isn't what I meant. Hakuto looked at the shogi board that Ginkgo had somehow produced, his face filled with helplessness. Sometimes, he seriously suspected that Ginkgo had a four-dimensional pocket just like him. The only difference was that his pocket contained notebooks, while hers contained shogi boards. Either way, you don't have a better solution. Ginkgo sat across the board, casually playing with her folding fan as she motioned for Hakuto to sit down. Seeing this, Hakuto tried to resist one last time. But the uncompromising look on Ginkgo's face made it clear that his struggles were futile. The reason they were suddenly playing shogi was simple. Hakuto had casually mentioned that there was only one tent, so he could sleep on a tree branch. Originally, he had just wanted to see what Ginkgo thought about it, but her reaction was extreme. She immediately pulled out a shogi board and declared that they would settle this with a match. If Ginkgo won, Hakuto had to sleep in the tent with her. If Hakuto won, then he could do as he pleased and sleep wherever he wanted. The moment he heard this proposal, Hakuto's expression froze. He had only said it offhandedly. He hadn't expected Ginkgo to take it so seriously. Is winning here a good thing or a bad thing? The ultimate dilemma for any shogi player. If they played a serious one-on-one match, Hakuto was guaranteed to win. But that would mean losing something else. On the other hand, if he deliberately lost, wouldn't that reveal another truth? Damn. Hakuto felt like he was about to be completely devoured. So what should he do? Winning wasn't an option, but losing wasn't either. Hurry up. Hearing Ginkgo urge him on, Hakuto sighed helplessly and sat down across from her. Looking at Ginkgo, he wondered how he could lose in the most natural way possible. After all, that was his only acceptable option. So he humbly asked Ginkgo, "Do you want to go first? Let's decide randomly." Hearing Ginkgo's reply, Hakuto maintained his smile as he slowly picked up a piece, preparing to determine the first move by flipping it. He didn't plan to cheat. It wasn't his style. In the end, Ginkgo got the first move. However, even with this advantage, she quickly fell behind. Hakuto looked at the board, nearly on the verge of tears. He really didn't want to win. He wanted to lose naturally. But there was no helping it. The skill gap was just too big. No matter how much he tried to hold back, it wasn't enough. And throwing the game too obviously wasn't an option either. Watching Ginkgo hesitate over her next move, Hakuto shook his head and sighed. Forget it, I'm feeling sleepy. Chapter 95, Tamari Nao, the debt collector Ginkgo, it's just a matter of where I sleep. Do you really have to be this persistent? And I was just saying it as a joke. It's not like I actually want to sleep in a tree. Enough with the nonsense. Take this seriously. Seriously? Seriously hold back? Hakuto looked at Ginkgo, who was falling behind in the match, and swore that he was already going easy on her. At first, he didn't care about the outcome, but since Ginkgo insisted on challenging him, the situation changed. Now, Hakuto was in a dilemma. In the end, to accommodate his client's feelings, he decided to take a loss. Whether he was holding back or being misunderstood, Hakuto didn't mind. After all, in his book, the client always comes first. But judging by how things were unfolding, it seemed that everything was not going as he had expected. What else could he do? He couldn't just surrender outright, could he? Or should he hold back even more? But then, wouldn't that be no different from giving up? Besides, it might even hurt his client's pride. Ginkgo, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. How about we take a bath and go to bed? Are you that eager to go sleep in a tree? If you allow it, I'd much rather sleep in a tent. Hakuto never really cared about these things. It was just that his opponent was too serious about it. Since Plan A, losing naturally, was no longer an option, he had to resort to Plan B. Finding an excuse to back down. Hearing Hakuto's words, Ginkgo paused with her piece in hand. She then silently looked up at Hakuto sitting across from her. Are you really that tired? To emphasize his point, Hakuto even let out a yawn, looking genuinely sleepy. Seeing him like this, Ginkgo put down her piece, thought for a moment, and then spoke. I'm only stopping because you're too tired. Definitely not for any other reason. Watching her act all tsundere, Hakuto nodded. With that, he had successfully backed out of the match. In that case, let's go take a bath. Saying this, Hakuto packed up the board and stored it in his luggage. A bath? Ginkgo glanced around. They were in the middle of the wilderness. There wasn't even a light, let alone hot water. Are we supposed to bathe in cold water? Don't worry. I've already prepared for this. Come with me. Hakuto took Ginkgo's hand and led her to the river bank. There, by the river, a large iron tub filled with steaming hot water sat before Ginkgo's eyes. A bonfire burned beneath it, keeping the water warm. It's a bit makeshift, but at least it's hot water. Where did you even get this? When I was washing vegetables here earlier, I happened to spot it on the other side of the river. Looks like someone abandoned it. Hakuto casually waved his hand, completely unaware that he had just stolen from a certain silver-haired girl. "You can use this, Ginkgo. I'll go bathe over there with cold water. Don't worry, I won't peek." After placing some toiletries on the ground, Hakuto left without looking back before Ginkgo could protest. After all, he was exhausted from the match and didn't want to get dragged into another debate. Left alone, Ginkgo watched Hakuto disappear into the distance. Then, she slowly undressed and sank into the iron tub. Ah! As she soaked in the bath, Ginkgo occasionally glanced in the direction Hakuto had gone, as if expecting something to happen. Meanwhile, Hakuto had chosen a perfect spot. A place where he could quickly rush over if anything happened to Ginkgo, yet not close enough for anyone to accuse him of peeping. After finding the ideal location, Hakuto removed his shirt and stepped into the stream. Good thing it's summer, so it's not too cold. He shivered slightly at the water's touch but soon adjusted. Just then, a faint splash caught his attention. Hakuto froze and listened carefully. But after waiting for a while without hearing anything else, he muttered to himself, "Am I just being paranoid?" Shaking his head, he picked up his towel and prepared to wash himself. But the sound came again. This time, he was certain. It wasn't caused by him. Acting cautiously, Hakuto stopped what he was doing and straightened up, scanning his surroundings. From experience, if I can't find the culprit, it's time to use a special method. With that thought, Hakuto activated his ability. Instantly, the darkness around him became transparent. And at that moment, he spotted a vague human silhouette not far behind him to the right. His advanced computation confirmed it. There was a girl leaning against a tree in the shadows by the riverbank, watching him. Having identified the culprit, Hakuto sighed and deactivated his ability. As his vision returned to normal, he still had a rough idea of who the person was. Tamori Naao. He wasn't sure what she was up to, but she clearly had a purpose for being here. Just as Naao prepared to use her ability for a sneak attack, she suddenly realized something. Hakuto's eyes were locked onto her. "Can he see me?" Naao quickly checked herself. Her ability was still active. Refusing to believe it, she shifted slightly to the right. Yet Hakuto's gaze followed her movement. Hakuto couldn't actually see Naao, but he could see the ripples in the water. He wasn't blind. "Did you really come all the way from the other side of the river just to mess with me?" Realizing she had been exposed, Naao cancelled her ability and revealed herself in the water. "You again. Nice trick. Using stolen goods to gain favor." Before Hakuto could question her, Naao immediately turned the tables on him. "Is this your new way of striking up a conversation? Do you have any idea how much effort it took to haul that iron tub up the mountain? Huh? That thing is yours? Of course it's mine. Well, you left it in such a random place. I thought the wind just blew it over here." Turns out it was Naao wind instead. Naao really wanted to kick Hakuto's smug face at that moment. "So is that why Kurobane followed you here?" Hakuto pointed toward the shadows where Nishimori Yusa was lurking. "Huh? You recognize that it was Kurobane? Nishimori wouldn't have followed you here for something like this." Chapter 96, Voluntarily Working Overtime. "You? So what about the fact that you took my stuff? I'll give it back. How was I supposed to know you'd go out of your way to buy such an old iron bucket? Don't look at me like that. I have no money, and I'm not giving you my life either." Hearing this, Naao sighed and shook her head helplessly. "Honestly, whether I take a bath or not doesn't matter, but the person behind you." "Huh?" Hakuto instinctively turned around upon hearing Nao's words, only to find that Nishimori Yusa. No, it should be Kurobane Miisa, who had somehow silently crept up behind him. Her white stockings were soaked in the stream, and in her hand, a scorching flame flickered into existence as she glared at Hakuto with hostility. "I've been meaning to ask, isn't it uncomfortable for you two to step into the water without taking off your stockings? And whose fault do you think that is?" With that, Miisa Kurobane directly hurled the fireball in her hand at Hakuto. "Wait, seriously? You're actually throwing it?" Hakuto tilted his head to dodge the incoming fireball, staring at her in disbelief. "So you can actually throw that fire?" Another flame appeared in Misa's palm. "Not only can I throw it, but it also hurts a lot when it hits." Just as she was about to make her next move, Naao spoke up to stop her. "Alright, don't show off your abilities here. If that flying ability user sees us, everything will be for nothing." Hakuto immediately chimed in, Yeah. We can just reheat the bucket, there's still time." Hakuto nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Seeing Naao say this, Miisa had no choice but to retract her ability, though she still glared fiercely at Hakuto. The two of them stepped onto the shore. Hakuto dried himself off and put his clothes back on. Since they had been in a hurry earlier, neither had removed their stockings before stepping into the water. Now, their stockings were completely soaked. To avoid any health issues, Both Nao and Misa took off their wet stockings. Hakuto held an elastic hair tie in his pocket, preparing to tie up his hair. As he watched the scene before him, he muttered to himself, "An idol's worn stockings." Nao placed her removed stockings to the side, standing barefoot on the grass. "What are you mumbling about over there?" Hakuto answered truthfully. "I was just wondering, if Nishimori's worn stockings were put up for sale online, would those crazy fans bid a sky-high price for them?" "Huh? Are you a pervert? This is just a normal business transaction. Some people would love for this kind of trade to exist." As Hakuto and Nao spoke, a crumpled-up white stocking suddenly came flying at Hakuto, who was in the middle of tying his hair. Relying on muscle memory, he instinctively dodged it. "I was just joking. I wasn't actually asking for your worn stockings. I think you're asking to be roasted." Misa conjured another flame in her palm. The golden glow of the fire illuminated their faces, making them stand out in the darkness. "Didn't we just agree not to show off our abilities? President, aren't you going to stop her?" Hakuto instinctively looked to Nao for help. He disliked conflict, so if he could choose a peaceful resolution, he would. But to his surprise, after hearing his plea, Nao gave him a dismissive look. "I don't think that flying ability user would be wandering around in the middle of the night." "Huh? Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking?" With Nao's approval, Misa seemed to descend into madness. "Hey! You wanted Yusa's stockings, right? Let me roast them a little with my flames, and then they're yours. How about it?" "Wait, I was just joking. And besides, that's not something you have the right to decide, is it?" Hakuto didn't think this deal was worth it. Sure, Nishimori Yusa's worn stockings could probably sell for a high price, but he had no interest in making money that way, even though he loved money. If it were a certain teleporting someone next door, they would probably agree to the trade without hesitation. "If you're really feeling itchy to use your powers, why don't you go find Takajo? He'd probably agree to this deal." Misa didn't say anything, but the flames in her hand burned brighter, illuminating everything around them. Seeing this, Hakuto instinctively glanced in Ginkgo's direction. He wasn't too afraid of the flames themselves. He was more worried about attracting Ginkgo's attention while she was bathing in the distance. If she noticed what was happening, it would be hard to explain. So, he turned to Nao, who was watching the commotion. "If you don't stop her, I'm going to have to step in. Isn't this exactly what you wanted?" Despite her words, Nao still intervened, stopping Misa. Misa retracted her flames, though not because she was particularly obedient to Nao. She had only wanted to scare Hakuto a little, and since she had an excuse to stop now, she took it. "You have all this firepower, why not dry the wet stockings instead?" Hakuto teased. But then, something occurred to him, and he turned to Nao. "By the way, let me see that newspaper again." "Sure. But I don't have it on me right now." "Alright, I'll come find you later. I'll bring the bucket back too." "What are you planning? Using your ability to track that person? But I thought you couldn't calculate locations just from a photo?" Hearing this, Hakuto turned to Nao and flashed a bright smile. "I lied to you." "Huh? Say that again?" "I lied to you." "You actually repeated it?" Even barefoot, Nao instinctively lifted her leg high and kicked at Hakuto's head. Hakuto dodged again, causing her kick to hit empty air. "Alright, I'll come find you later. It's hard to believe someone like you would voluntarily work overtime." "I never work overtime voluntarily. That's a matter of principle. I just happened to take your bucket, so consider this compensation." Chapter 97, Ginkgo passed out in the bath after receiving Hakuto's promise. Nao left the area with Misa. It's worth mentioning that before leaving, Kurobane Misa returned control of the body to Nishimori Yusa. Now back in control, Yusa looked around in confusion, muttering to herself that she must have had another episode. Hakuto found it hard to understand because, whenever Misa took control, Yusa would fall into a deep sleep. However, when Yusa regained control, Misa could still perceive the external world. Moreover, the ability to summon spirits should have originally belonged to Yusa, yet the dominant control was in Misa's hands. This confused Hakuto. To him, summoning spirits seemed more like Misa's ability, while igniting flames was Yusa's. But if summoning spirits was truly Misa's power, then it wouldn't be called summoning. It would be called possession. Regardless, this wasn't something Hakuto needed to worry about. What he cared about more was the point of conflict between his ability and Tosakayu's. Although he had a rough guess, it was still better to ask Nao directly. "By the way, is Ginkgo done washing up?" Since he didn't know whether Ginkgo was finished bathing, Hakuto could only wait here. If he barged in to check, it would be fine if she was already done, but if she wasn't, that would be a disaster. Still, this is taking way too long. Hakuto knew that girls usually took longer to bathe, but this was excessive. It had already been over 50 minutes. A few more minutes passed, yet Ginkgo still hadn't come looking for him, and he couldn't hear any movement from her either. With no other choice, and out of concern for her safety, Hakuto decided to check on Ginkgo. The place where Ginkgo was soaking was shrouded in mist, resembling an ethereal paradise. The occasional splashes of water echoed like a mountain spring. Hakuto peered through the steam to check on Ginkgo's condition. Wait. She passed out? In his view, Ginkgo was lying in the tub with dazed eyes, her cheeks flushed a lovely shade of pink, reminiscent of the early morning sun. But Hakuto had no time to admire the sight. He quickly stepped forward, crouching beside her and patting her cheek. Ginkgo? Ginkgo? Ginkgo didn't respond, only gazing at him with her unfocused eyes. How did she even pass out from this? Hakuto scratched his head helplessly. Given her current state, she definitely couldn't stay in the bath any longer. Otherwise, she might end up all swollen. I should have told Naoto to stick around. With no other options, Hakuto clasped his hands together in a brief prayer before reaching into the tub to pick Ginkgo up. See no evil, see no evil. But really, was a mere phrase enough to block out the scene in front of him? The moment he lifted Ginkgo and hadn't yet wrapped her in a towel, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. Her blue hair cascaded down her shoulders, droplets of water clinging to the strands and sliding down her snow-white skin before landing on Hakuto's hands. Holding her legs and back, he used the most effective posture to support her weight. Even though they had been childhood friends, and had shared the same bed many times when they were little, things were obviously different now. Even though Ginkgo was still a blossoming young girl, she was already showing signs of maturity. No wonder she has the heart of a mature woman. Her figure is almost there too. Perhaps feeling the movement, a bit of clarity returned to Ginkgo's hazy eyes. She looked at Hakuto, then buried her face into his chest, speaking in a voice that sounded like she was pouting. Hakuto. You're here. Hearing Ginkgo's soft voice snapped Hakuto back to reality. He quickly wrapped a bath towel around her. I have sinned. He nearly slapped himself. How could he be so easily captivated? What kind of person was he? After saying that, Ginkgo closed her eyes and completely passed out. Hakuto held her securely with one arm while picking up her clothes with the other, heading back toward their campsite. Fortunately, he was used to fighting and had plenty of stamina, and Ginkgo was fairly petite. Otherwise, carrying her all this way might have been too much. Once inside the tent, Hakuto laid the towel-wrapped Ginkgo on the bed. Damn it. He had to remove the towel, otherwise, she could catch a cold. As for dressing her, he didn't have the courage for that. Instead, he grabbed a clean towel from the luggage and carefully dried her wet hair. Ginkgo. I'm going to take off your towel now, or else you might get sick. If you don't agree, just shake your head. If you don't move, I'll take it as permission. Of course, Ginkgo was sound asleep and couldn't respond. Hakuto knew she wouldn't react, but he was really just trying to console himself. I'll take that as a yes. Just don't kick me tomorrow, okay? With that, he placed his hands on the towel and slowly pulled. The white towel slid down effortlessly like melting chocolate, revealing Ginkgo's flawless figure once more. Under the gentle glow of the lantern, she lay there quietly, like a perfect, unblemished piece of jade. Her skin was smooth and delicate, reminiscent of the finest porcelain, exuding a soft radiance. There wasn't a single flaw on her body, as if she had been sculpted with meticulous care by nature itself. Her chest rose and fell lightly, reflecting a serene and peaceful rhythm. The elegant curve of her neck, the soft velvet-like skin, shimmered under the light, radiating an irresistible allure. She lay on her side, her entire form on display before Hakuto, resembling a docile kitten inviting him to play. After what felt like an eternity, Hakuto finally slapped himself, forcing himself to snap out of it. Shiratori Hakuto. Are you even human? With that, he quickly pulled the blanket over Ginkgo and quietly stepped out of the tent. The soft moonlight illuminated his face, filling him with a sense of calm. So this is what they call a childhood friend's awakening, huh? Hakuto ruffled his hair, trying to shake off the lingering thoughts. He hadn't forgotten about his agreement with Nao, but he wasn't sure if he'd be back before Ginkgo woke up. How did she even pass out from this? He re-entered the tent and gently poked Ginkgo's soft cheek. Leaving her alone here wasn't ideal. Although they were deep in the mountains with little human activity, there were still safety concerns. I really hope I don't pass out from exhaustion tomorrow. Hakuto silently prayed. To avoid falling into the same mental state as before, he activated his computational ability, clearing his mind of distractions. Then, he took a fresh set of clothes from the luggage and dressed Ginkgo. After finishing everything, Hakuto jogged a few laps around the campsite, using his ability to eliminate all possible risks. Only then did he feel at ease enough to deactivate his power. Chapter 98, Why do I even have to pay to look at a map? So? You're going out to find him in the middle of the night? Huh? Didn't you already calculate his whereabouts? About half an hour after Hakuto put Ginkgo back in the tent, he carried the metal bucket and arrived at Nao's camp. After handing the bucket to Yusa for her bath, he picked up the newspaper Nao had given him and activated his super calculation ability. However, just as he deactivated his ability, he heard Nao issue an order to set out immediately. If we startle him and he flies away, then what? I can't fly. Oh, wait, technically, I can. But only in theory. Huh? You can actually fly? Yeah, sure, but it just happens to use my life as fuel. Hakuto wasn't lying. He really could fly. At the cost of his own life force. In theory, his super calculation ability allowed him to stop time while moving freely. This was because his brain had enhanced every part of his body. So, theoretically, if he strengthened himself enough, he could really fly. After considering this, Hakuto glanced at Jojiro, pondered for a moment, and added, Dakajo's teleportation can allow for brief moments of flight, right? We can let him go up. Jojiro didn't refuse when he heard Hakuto's suggestion. Instead, he adjusted his glasses and said, I can. But last time, I ended up falling into a lake. Not sure if I'll be that lucky again this time. You're risking your life over a 100,000 yen paycheck. Hakuto rubbed his temples. He had underestimated how determined these two were to find an ability user. A few minutes later, he looked at Nao again and seriously asked, Are you really going? Doesn't your ability stop time when you activate it? Why don't you just use it, find him, and capture him? Hakuto was stunned. He thought he had misheard her. Are you even speaking human language? Oh, right. Your ability must have a major side effect, though I don't know what it is. At this moment, Hakuto was speechless to the extreme. In the beginning, he just didn't want people to know his weaknesses. But now, it seemed like he had outsmarted himself. Can I kick you twice? I'm begging you. I'll even pay for it. Sure. Seeing Nao nod, Hakuto immediately ran up to her, cutting off whatever she was about to say. Alright. How much? I'll transfer it right now. Your entire savings. Do I look like an idiot? Nao ignored Hakuto and continued, If you agree, I'll squat down right now and let you kick me twice. I promise I won't fight back. Hakuto rolled his eyes. If 2 kicks are worth that much money, you might as well just kick me to death. He shook his head, walked to the side, and squatted down. Right now, he didn't want to see Nao's face. During this time, he glanced at the newspaper again. The ability user in the attached photo occupied only a small portion of the image. Even if Hakuto activated his charm ability, he couldn't extract any useful information from it. However, calculating the target's location was still easy. Of course, he couldn't pinpoint it from a newspaper alone. He had to consider the surrounding environment as well. The mountain wasn't that big. The ability user had to be somewhere in it. And thanks to his super calculation ability, Hakuto's senses had become incredibly sharp. By analyzing slight disturbances in the wind and foliage, he could roughly determine the target's location. Thinking of this, Hakuto instinctively turned his head. Only to find that at some point, Nao had already snuck up behind him, leaning over to watch him. As the student council president, are you really abusing your ability like this? Strange. How did you know I was using my ability? If you weren't using it, do you think you could sneak up behind me without me noticing? Hakuto pushed Nao's face away and called out to Jojiro in the distance. Dakajo. Get me a detailed map. Jojiro nodded and went into the tent, returning with a map. Hakuto took the map and spread it out on his lap. Nao immediately swatted away the hand that had been pushing her face aside and crouched next to him. Did you calculate the ability user's location? I got a rough estimate. Hakuto carefully unfolded the map. Only to be dumbfounded. The map was of Tokyo, and the mountain was merely a small marked section with barely any details. Huh? Didn't I ask for a detailed map? This is the most detailed one available. Even the assistants use this kind of map. This is just a wilderness, not a tourist spot. It's normal that there aren't detailed maps. Hakuto was starting to feel that Hoshino-umi was unreliable. However, he didn't complain. Instead, he took out his phone and checked the map app. Let's hope there's signal here. Muttering to himself, Hakuto opened the app and turned on GPS. After a moment, his current location appeared on the screen. Oh, there really is a signal. Hurry, zoom in. You don't have to tell me. As he spoke, Hakuto pinched the screen, preparing to zoom in on the map. But just as he was about to get a detailed view of the mountain, a pop-up suddenly appeared on his phone screen. Please recharge. Hakuto instinctively closed the pop-up and tried zooming in again. The next second, the pop-up appeared once more. This time with a line of small text, If you want more detailed location information, please recharge. Are you serious? Hakuto nearly smashed his phone on the ground. He wasn't a cheapskate. He spent money when necessary, but he refused to waste money on pointless things. And this was clearly a pointless expense. What kind of dumb map app was this, demanding money just to zoom in? Ridiculous. The queen of the shogi world, a best-selling novelist, a renowned gin artist, a private high school student council president, the daughter of a famous hospital director, an evil eye wielder. Has any of them ever gotten a single cent from him? Now, just because a few black letters flashed on his screen, this app expected him to hand over his money. For what reason? Just as Hakuto was fuming with disdain, Naao suddenly patted his shoulder. Alright. Payment complete. Huh? You seriously paid for it? Chapter 99, no. Are you actually flying? Hakuto never expected Naao to actually spend money on that dumb map app. He looked at the phone she handed him, internally complaining about how casually rich people spend money, then took it with slight annoyance. This should be about the spot. Hakuto marked a point on the map and handed the phone back to Naao. Naao took the phone, glanced at the marked location, furrowed her brows at first, then widened her eyes. Shiratori, are you sure you marked the right place? Yeah, what's wrong? Hearing Hakuto's confident reply, Naao frowned even deeper. The location is 32 meters away from you? Saying that, she threw her phone forcefully to the ground. It's just 32 meters. What the hell do you even need a map for? Just take me there to grab the guy. SHHH, keep it down. It's only 32 meters. If he hears us, it'll be bad. I don't care. You're paying me back for that VIP subscription. I didn't want to buy that VIP. How was I supposed to know you'd act so fast? Hakuto was telling the truth. He only wanted the map to help Naao and Jojiro, who didn't know the location. The moment he saw that the map app required payment, he was ready to give up on the idea. Who could have guessed Naao was so decisive? She had topped up the money in just half a minute. If there were a ranking for speed, Naao would definitely have a place on it. Bullet train. Supersonic. Light speed. While Naao and Hakuto were bickering, Jojiro glanced at the map on her phone, then subtly shifted his gaze to a spot on the right. An idea began to form in his mind. It's just 32 meters. With his high-speed movement, he could reach it in an instant. But it was too dark, and the target was hiding in the shadows. He couldn't see them, and if he miscalculated and missed, he'd startle them. That would be a disaster. 32 meters wasn't too far, but it wasn't exactly close either. He could see the target's movements but definitely wouldn't be able to hear them. That's why Hakuto was so casual after pinpointing the location. Right now, in the ability user's eyes, the three of them probably looked like they were just arguing over something trivial. And the reason the flying ability user was observing from such a close distance was that he wanted to keep an eye on them. He had came to this mountain to train his ability. Naturally, he didn't want anyone disturbing him. But Hakuto and the others' arrival had disrupted the environment, so he was keeping a close watch. At that moment, Hakuto placed a hand on Jojiro's shoulder and whispered, "Use your ability to take me there." Jojiro adjusted his glasses. "My ability can cause injuries if I'm not careful. I've never tried carrying someone before." "Relax, my ability is superior to yours." Hakuto shot him a confident look. But it barely lasted a second before Naao started pinching his waist. "Oh fuck. Stop eating pickled radish. What the hell are you mumbling about? Quit messing around. We're in the middle of something." Hakuto pried Nao's hand off. Since he was about to move at high speed, he didn't want to risk accidentally hurting her. Seeing Hakuto's confidence, Jojiro hesitated no longer. He adjusted his glasses again and prepared to activate his ability. Turn 90 degrees left, then charge straight ahead. He's hiding behind a tree. Shouldn't be a problem for you. I might get hurt, but that's fine. I'm used to it. I'll call an ambulance for you. The moment Hakuto finished speaking, Jojiro made a sharp left turn and activated his ability. Like arrows released from a bowstring, the two of them shot forward, crashing straight toward their target. A massive cloud of dust erupted in their wake, accompanied by a deafening noise. Whoa! What just happened? Meanwhile, freshly out of the shower, Yusa was utterly startled by the scene before her. She quickly covered her ears and crouched down. Naao remained in place, waving the dust away from her face. Cough, cough. Looks like we can head back to school early. Huh? Huh? Before Yusa could even process what Naao meant, she saw her walking straight into the thick dust cloud. Wait for me. At that moment, a figure shot out of the cloud at high speed, soaring into the sky. Did they miss? No, wait. Naao squinted and saw Hakuto hanging on to the flying ability user, barely keeping his grip. You idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You guys were gonna take me to a lab. What the hell do I care about staying alive? Damn it. Why are you so stubborn? Can't you be a little more spineless, like Osaka-yu? A few minutes later, as the dust settled, Jojiro was lying on the ground with blood trickling from his forehead, while Hakuto sat covered in dirt, his clothes tattered. But beneath him was another boy, around the same age, pinned firmly to the ground. Cough, cough. Takajo, you're a real man. Remember to call the ambulance. Hakuto gave Jojiro a thumbs up. Even though he had been prepared for high-speed movement, he still got banged up. He couldn't believe Jojiro had resigned himself to getting hospitalized every time he used his ability. Meanwhile, the boy beneath Hakuto struggled desperately, trying to break free. Who are you? My name is Shiratori Hakuto. What the hell do you want? Why are you pinning me down? Don't play dumb. You're one of the few people in the world who can fly. Of course, I want to capture you for research. The moment Hakuto finished speaking, the boy beneath him suddenly convulsed violently, his body trembling in sheer madness. I'd suggest you cooperate. Otherwise. Having dealt with Osaka-yu before, Hakuto had developed a habit of intimidating people right away. But this time, he might have underestimated his opponent's temper. You better let me go right now, or you're seriously gonna regret it. Chapter 100, huh? I suggest you fly down right now, or you won't like what happens next. If you've got the guts, fly down yourself. You damn. Seeing that this guy was completely unmoved, Hakuto had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. I'll visit you and Takajo in the hospital. The moment he finished speaking, he activated his supercomputing ability. In his eyes, the world fell silent once again. He looked at the flying ability user below him, sighed, and then completely detached himself, hovering midair. Hakuto wasn't actually flying. In reality, he was slowly descending. But so slowly that he wouldn't touch the ground even by next June. For a normal person, falling from 300 meters would take about 7 to 8 seconds. But in Hakuto's perspective, those 7 to 8 seconds stretched into 7 to 8 years. Floating in midair, Hakuto took a deep breath as he looked at the ability user still maintaining a diving posture in flight. This is my first time fighting in the air. The moment he finished speaking, he twisted his body into an extremely awkward position and aimed his heel straight at the flying ability user's neck. However, just as his strike was about to land, Hakuto immediately deactivated his supercomputing ability. The world around him resumed its normal flow, and his foot slammed into the opponent's neck. Ah! With a miserable scream, the flying ability user rolled his eyes and lost control, plummeting from the sky. At the same time, Hakuto also began to descend under the pull of gravity after deactivating his ability. Hakuto couldn't carry someone while using his ability at full power. The only reason he himself could still move in that state was that his brain controlled his body with enhanced precision. If he moved at his full speed while carrying another person, they'd probably die the moment he deactivated his ability. That was exactly why he chose to knock out the flying ability user instead. So he couldn't struggle. It was also why he deactivated his ability the moment his kick landed. Because if anything went wrong in this process, the consequences would be far worse than just passing out. Alright, explanation over. Hakuto needed to activate his ability again. Because he was about to hit the ground. Supercomputing. Ahem. As soon as Hakuto spoke, the world once again fell silent. In his eyes, the unconscious flying ability user was frozen in midair, mere centimeters from smashing into the ground. Fortunately, Hakuto reactivated his ability in time. He moved like a fish diving into water, slowly landing on the ground. He then walked over to the flying ability user, placed a hand under his chest, and deactivated his ability once more. Oh, smooth landing. Hakuto casually dropped the unconscious ability user onto the ground, dusted off his hands, and wiped away some imaginary sweat from his forehead. At that moment, Nao arrived at the scene, holding a camera. She looked at Hakuto, who was already covered in bruises, shook her head, and sighed in disappointment. I really thought you were dead. Sorry to disappoint you. Do you need me to call an ambulance? Takajo probably needs it more than I do. As for that guy, he'll wake up soon. You can try convincing him to join the academy. Though Hakuto had suggested sending the flying ability user to the hospital, he had actually been careful not to inflict serious injuries. Nishimori already took Takajo to the hospital, so you don't have to worry. If that's the case, he's probably grinning even in his hospital bed. Hakuto had no doubt about Jojiro's obsessive devotion to his idol. Practically one step away from being a full-blown stalker. At that moment, Hakuto finally asked the question he had been meaning to ask. Nao. What is it? You said my ability conflicts with Osaka-yu's. Do you know what exactly the conflict is? Upon hearing this, Nao pointed at the camera in her hand and glanced at Hakuto with a hint of disdain. I thought you would have figured it out already. Supercomputing isn't fortune-telling. I can't just use it whenever I want. Hakuto had some guesses, but he wanted to hear the correct answer from her directly. Naao slowly lowered the camera, smirked, and pulled a chocolate bar from her pocket. Do you know what I saw just now when you were fighting that flying ability user? What else? From your perspective, I must have looked like I was teleporting. Takajo's ability is also called teleportation, but I can still see him move with my naked eye. But you. She picked up the camera again and showed Hakuto the footage on the screen. I slowed this down 5 times, and I still can't see you. 5 times? Hakuto was surprised. Just 5 times wasn't nearly enough. Yeah, 5 times. This camera records at about 25 frames per second, meaning it can only slow things down by a maximum of 8 times. But Naao pulled out her phone and showed him another video. This was taken using the most advanced equipment available at our school. In the video, Hakuto snapped his fingers and then vanished into thin air, appearing in another location the next instant. Hakuto didn't react much to this video since it was something Naao had asked him to record in the first place. So? Did you see my movements? No. We slowed it down nearly 100 times and even had an ability user with enhanced dynamic vision watch it, but they still couldn't see what you did. You've been rambling on forever. What are you trying to say? Hakuto. If you ever accidentally run into someone while using your ability, that person would probably shatter into pieces instantly. I know. Hakuto was well aware of this problem, which was why he always avoided physical contact with others while using his ability. Whenever he needed to touch someone, he would deliberately limit himself. After all, he had no intention of killing anyone. I should take you somewhere. There's someone who wants to meet you? So after all that rambling, you still don't know what the conflict is? Huh? When did I ever say I knew? You. Please, just let me punch you once. Chapter 101, P. Pervert. Please, just let me punch you. I told you, everything is saved up. You're such a damn idiot. Huh? What did you just say? Was that Chinese? It didn't sound very nice. I'm complimenting your looks? Are you serious? While Hakuto and Naao were arguing, the flying ability user lying on the ground slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. You're the idiot. Idiot. Naao didn't know what Hakuto meant by idiot, but if it was something bad, then that was all she needed to know. Seeing her reaction, Hakuto rolled his eyes and covered her mouth with his hand. Stop talking. The guy behind you just woke up. Hearing this, Naao instinctively turned her head and found that the ability user behind her had already stood up at some point. The person clutched his head in pain, looking at Hakuto and Naao with a wary expression while slowly retreating. But Hakuto stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and whispered in his ear. I'd advise you not to make any reckless moves. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind kicking you again. What exactly do you people want? Are you here to experiment on me? But you must have special abilities too, right? Hakuto didn't respond. He simply glanced at Naao and shrugged. Naao stepped forward, holding up her camera and pointing it at the flying ability user. A flight-capable ability user, practicing your powers in this forest. I'm not wrong, am I? Who are you people? I'm the student council president of Hoshino-umi High. Our school exists to protect people like you. Those with special abilities. What do you mean? How am I supposed to believe that? Naao sighed at his words. Looks like Hakuto scared you too much. This has nothing to do with me. Hakuto quickly distanced himself from the issue. I'm not talking to you. Naao waved him off. In that case, how about this? As she spoke, she activated her ability and disappeared from sight. The ability user's eyes widened in shock as he mumbled, that's invisibility. Something like that. Naao couldn't be bothered to explain and continued. Actually, your ability is more like an illness. One that only appears during adolescence. Once you grow out of it, your powers will disappear. Our school's purpose is to protect ability users until that day comes. You wouldn't want your power to suddenly vanish while you're flying high in the sky and end up falling to your death, would you? Hearing Nao's words, the ability user showed a painful expression and dropped to his knees. I thought I was special. I even imagined myself starring in Hollywood blockbusters. So this is just an illness. Seeing his anguish, Nao didn't hold back but instead poured cold water on the situation. By the way, that guy holding your shoulder wasn't wrong. If it wasn't us who found you today, it really could have been someone looking to experiment on you. Suppress your powers and join our school. It's the best option you have. After saying that, Nao put away her phone camera. For some reason, she always mentioned the possibility of being experimented on when recruiting ability users. Perhaps she didn't want others to suffer the same fate as her brother. Though she was sharp-tongued and ruthless in action, she was still soft-hearted at her core. The matter is settled. I'm heading off. Seeing everything was done, Hakuto waved at Naao. After all, Ginkgo was still back at the campsite alone. Even though he had used his supercomputing ability to scan for any threats, he still felt uneasy. The sooner he got back, the better. Yeah, just make sure you come to school tomorrow. Sure. Wait, no. Hakuto instinctively responded, but a second later, he realized something was wrong. He turned to Naao, frowning. Are you serious? As a student, shouldn't you come to school? Come on, tomorrow's Saturday. Since when does our school have a no-weekend policy? Huh? The student council doesn't get weekends off. We're on call 24/7, got it? I don't get it. Hakuto knew Naao wasn't wrong. Ability users didn't conveniently only cause trouble from Monday to Friday. But no one could take away his weekend. Not even Ginkgo. That was because of their childhood bond. As for everyone else, no way. Especially not Naao. Hakuto didn't actually care much about weekends. After all, during his 2-year contract with Sayuri, a lot of his weekends were already taken up. But he had too many things stacked up for weekends. Ginkgo was coming over on Saturday, and Sunday was booked with tutoring the 5 sisters. Not to mention, he had also promised Utaha to go out with her this weekend. Damn. How was he supposed to fit all this in? Maybe he should just hang himself with some noodles. And yet, despite spending 5 out of 7 days at school already, excluding emergencies, Naao still wanted more? Why not give someone else the chance instead? Hakuto. Naao. Fine. If you don't come, whatever. I was just messing with you. Hakuto really wanted to punch Naao right now. He had been working for over 10 years, and he had never met such a shameless boss. The next day, Hakuto sat on a boulder atop a cliff, admiring the rising sun. Oh life. Just as he was sighing sentimentally, a scream from Ginkgo inside the tent snapped him out of his thoughts. What happened? What happened? Hakuto rushed into the tent to check on her. Inside, he found Ginkgo kneeling on the ground with her arms wrapped around her chest. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her flushed face was filled with shame and fury as she glared at him. Although Hakuto had refused to dress Ginkgo the night before, his supercomputing mode had no such reservations. So, he had used his ability to put clothes on her, preventing any embarrassing incidents. Morning, Ginkgo. P. Pervert. Chapter 102, The Mind Reading as per Hoshino Umi, Student Council Office Ability. Mind Reading. Hakuto frowned slightly as he watched the back of the assistant walking away. A superpower commonly seen in TV dramas. Reading people's minds, huh? Let me take a look. Huh? What kind of map is this? Hakuto looked at the damp spot on the map on the desk with a puzzled expression. The maps from Japan were pretty bad. Probably because the place was too small, so they didn't bother putting much effort into making them accurate. The damp spot on the map was in an unnamed alleyway. Speaking of which, do people really understand how to read maps? Move aside. Naao directly pushed Hakuto's face away with her hand and then examined the map on her own. An alleyway, huh? Let's go. Wait. How did you even understand that map? About half an hour later, Hakuto and the others arrived at the alleyway marked on the map. And in this nameless alley, there was no one else except for a little girl wearing a knit hat. Huh? This girl looks about 12 years old. Hakuto said as he looked at the little girl squatting on the stairs in the alley. 12 years old is already adolescence, isn't it? Well, that's true. But how do we confirm it? Should I just go up and ask, hey, can you read minds? Originally, Hakuto was just complaining, but to his surprise, Naao took it seriously. She clapped her hands together and said excitedly, great idea. Are you serious? What? You think it won't work? Then why don't you use your ability to see what happened to her a few hours ago? I'll just go ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Hakuto walked toward the little girl. At the same time, he silently offered his condolences to Otosakayu and the others. Even though they were all espers, the latter had suffered through stalking, psychological and physical intimidation, and who knows how much torment. Yet, the little girl in front of him clearly didn't have to endure such torment. This surprised Hakuto. Had Naao, the violent maniac, actually turned over a new leaf? But just as Hakuto was lost in thought, Naao suddenly lifted her leg and kicked him hard in the side. What the hell? The sudden attack caught Hakuto completely off guard, and he took the hit directly to his side. Even with his strong physical constitution, this was too much. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Ha. Are you crazy? If you wanted revenge, couldn't you at least pick a better time? Gasping for breath, Hakuto turned to Naao, questioning her angrily. He really hadn't expected her to strike so suddenly, leaving him no time to dodge. Naao slowly lowered her leg and said, "Who are you calling a violent woman? Huh? Are you hallucinating?" Sometimes, Hakuto seriously thought that this crazy white-haired girl in front of him had some serious issues. Major ones. But just then, Yusa raised her hand timidly and said, Just now, I really did hear Shiratori say that Naao was a violent woman. I heard it too." Jojiro adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement. "This is insane. Insane. Completely nuts." Hearing Yusa and Jojiro's words, Hakuto felt like the whole world had gone mad. He had indeed been thinking that Naao was a violent woman, but that was just in his head. He hadn't said it out loud. But at that moment, a voice in Nao's tone rang in everyone's ears. "If I'm a violent woman, then what are you? An idiot delinquent? Idiot? Delinquent?" Hakuto was stunned when he heard those words, then turned his gaze to Nao with an unfriendly expression, as if he was about to tear her apart. Hey. Did you all hear that?" Nao instinctively looked at Yusa, trying to confirm. "I heard Nao say that Shiratori was an idiot delinquent." Yusa confirmed. Nao was surprised but quickly grasped what was happening. "Hey. Does idiot really suit someone like me, the top student of our grade? And delinquent? I'm not even a delinquent. Huh? Did I say anything wrong? Shit. Tamari. Do you know how long I've been putting up with you? My last name is Tamari. What? You wanna fight? Come on. I'll even let you use both hands. If anyone uses their ability, they're a dog." Watching the two about to fight, Yusa quickly stepped in to stop them. "Don't fight. Aren't we all friends? Hakuto, go away, air-headed girl, air-headed girl?" Hearing those words, Yusa looked devastated, as if her soul had been sucked out of her body. Seeing his idol being bullied, Jojiro couldn't stay silent. He stepped forward immediately. "That was a bit much. Nao, musclehead, you go away too." Hearing Nao's inner voice, Jojiro's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything. However, he definitely had thoughts of his own. Musclehead. If I'm a musclehead, then what are you? A Zien idiot? Always going on about Zien. Hearing Jojiro insult her favorite band, Nao couldn't take it anymore. She completely abandoned her fight with Hakuto and shifted her attention to Jojiro. What's wrong with Zien? Nao's gaze was dangerously sharp, as if she was about to kill him with just her eyes. And nothing. But just then, the little girl squatting on the stairs in the alley suddenly turned toward them. As I thought. As long as I'm around, people always argue and fight. I should just disappear. Hearing the girl's anguished cry, Hakuto finally calmed down. He quickly grabbed the hands of the other three and led them away from the alley. "Can you still hear my thoughts?" he asked. "No." Hearing Yusa's confirmation, Hakuto nodded and voiced his conclusion. "I think I get it. It's not just simple mind reading. It's more like granting everyone within a certain range the ability to read minds." Chapter 103, Best? No. The worst combination. Nao nodded in agreement. That's probably the case. And judging by that little girl's condition, she must have gone through something really terrible. But her serious demeanor didn't last even 2 seconds before she grabbed Jojiro by the collar and questioned him. "And what about Zien? Do you have a problem with him? Cut it out. You're still thinking about that in this situation? Who's the real student council president here, you or me?" Hakuto stepped in between their arguments. Right now, the bigger picture was more important. Petty quarrels could wait. "Huh? You delinquent idiot, we still have unfinished business. Violent girl, are you looking for a fight? Weren't you just saying you'd put the little squabbles behind you? Why are you arguing again?" After a long while, the situation finally got back on track. Nao looked at the little girl sitting on the stairs, clutching her head, and shared her thoughts. Having this kind of ability must be tough on her. A person's outward appearance and their inner thoughts can be completely different. Many so-called gentlemen, warm and refined on the outside, are actually disgustingly filthy inside. And from the way she looked just now, she's obviously struggling with the burden of her ability. So, what do you plan to do? Be a kind, big sister and comfort her? Stay by her side? Something like that. But we can't have too many people around her. We don't want what just happened to repeat itself. Saying this, Nao glanced at Jojiro. Receiving her gaze, Jojiro quickly responded, "I'm great at comforting people." "Huh. I really don't want to hear your filthy thoughts." Then, Nao turned to Yusa. "Nishimori. You should probably sit this one out." "Yeah, I was thinking the same." As a popular idol, Yusa clearly wasn't suited for this task. Wherever she went, fans would gather in droves. And if the media ever caught wind of Yusa's inner thoughts, that would be a massive scandal. "So that means you're going alone? Alright, Everyone, dismissed. Go home. Hakuto said excitedly. If he didn't have to be part of this mission, it was practically like getting a day off. And he loved days off. But Nao quickly threw cold water on his excitement. You're coming with me. You're joking, right? Hearing Nao's words, Hakuto thought he must have misheard. After all, the two of them were born incompatible, destined to clash no matter the situation. What? If something unusual happens, I won't be able to handle it alone. Besides, this is a great opportunity to strengthen our friendship, don't you think? Strengthen? Friendship? Here, take my middle fingers. Nao launched a flying kick at Hakuto, but this time, he dodged it perfectly. As if. The only reason he got hit last time was that he was completely off guard. Now that he was prepared, there was no way he'd get kicked again. If he did, he might as well go stand on the street like a fool. Despite his complaints, Hakuto still obediently followed Nao to meet the mind-reading girl. After all, he was getting paid. Nao and Hakuto approached the little girl, exchanged a glance, and then sat down on either side of her. Hey there, mind if we get to know each other? My name is Shiratori Hakuto, and she's Tamari Nao. The next second, Hakuto heard Nao's inner monologue. What a lame way to start a conversation, can you control your thoughts for once? Huh? You think this is something I can just turn on and off? While they were bickering in their minds, the girl in the knitted hat responded to Hakuto's words. My name is Ori. What a cute name. Well, now that we've exchanged names, we're officially friends. As expected from a professional, shut up, I'm keeping quiet, see? Hearing the word friend, Ori suddenly started shaking her head vigorously, clutching her head as if recalling something unpleasant. No. Everyone around me always ends up arguing. Just like you two did earlier. That's not true. We were just playfully teasing each other. We're actually really good friends. As she spoke, Nao patted Hakuto on the shoulder. Right? Ha 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 yeah. Don't break, don't wither away. Hakuto tried his best to suppress his urge to retort, distracting himself by humming a catchy tune in his head. Ori hesitated, then asked, really? Nao confidently patted her chest. Of course. Yeah, right. Hakuto finally lost control of his thoughts. Naturally, Nao caught onto this slip. The next second, she took action in her own way. Ada. Again? Of course, Nao's method was a physical one, but this time, Hakuto blocked her punch perfectly. See? You two are fighting again. Hearing Ori's words, Nao withdrew her hand and shook her head dismissively. No, this is just friendly banter between friends. Saying that, she threw a glance at Hakuto. Nao, say anything weird, and you're dead. Hakuto, hey. Your thoughts are showing, Nao, so what? Just some friendly communication between friends. Hakuto, walking alone through the dark alley, seeing that Hakuto didn't mess up, Nao turned back to Ori with a smile. See? We're really good friends. We wouldn't argue over something like this. Hakuto, loving you for standing tall, but that brother over there is still singing. Oh, don't mind him. It's just a little hobby of his. Yeah, just a small hobby. Hakuto quickly agreed. At this point, just singing wasn't enough to suppress his urge to roast everything. He needed something else to do. Chapter 104, a pair of natural enemies. Alright, just sitting here isn't getting us anywhere. Let's find something to do. God knows how many times Hakuto would keep replaying those brainwashing songs in his head if he stayed here any longer. With that, he slowly got up from the ground. Just then, the rumbling sound from Mori's stomach caught his attention. I'm feeling a little hungry. Want to grab a meal together? As he spoke, Hakuto extended his hand toward Ori, who was still on the ground. Out of habit, Hakuto never liked putting girls in awkward situations. So whenever something like this happened, he would always use himself as the excuse to help meet their needs. Of course. Except for Nao, that damn bee. Ori hesitated for a moment as she looked at Hakuto's outstretched hand before gently placing her small hand in his. If you two really won't argue, then I'll come along with you, big brother and big sister. How cute. Hakuto couldn't resist patting Ori on the head. Seriously, only in the 2D world could a little girl randomly be this adorable. Just looking at her was enough to heal the soul. I is dead. Hakuto is a chibi-con, I'm the reverse butterfly. After thinking that to himself, Hakuto immediately sensed the concerned gaze Ori was giving him. Don't worry, just a joke among friends. But as soon as he said that, Nao couldn't hold back. PFFT, trademark. So even you think that was nonsense? About 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at a restaurant. Hakuto sat next to Nao, while Ori sat across from them. Originally, Hakuto had refused to sit like this, but he couldn't withstand Nao's repeated taunts. Hakuto is a chibi-con. As soon as the food arrived, Ori started eating her pasta like she hadn't had a meal in 2 days. If you don't mind me asking, when was the last time you ate? Probably 2 nights ago. So you ran away from home? Well, I figured as much. Tamarine, did Mom ask you to come find me? I don't know your mother, but hurry up and eat. We have a lot to do today. A lot to do? While they were talking, Hakuto was devouring his food like a starving ghost, shoveling it into his mouth non-stop. MD. I'm going to eat them broke, following the principle of if you can't fight, just eat. Hakuto never paused for a second. You can't eat them broke. This is school funding. No matter how much you eat, it has nothing to do with me, huh? You could have said that earlier. If you can't keep your inner thoughts in check, you're paying for this meal, just because you say I have to pay, I have to? What about my dignity? 1 girl, 1 little girl, and 1 guy. Who do you think the waiter will bring the bill to? You win. Spinning. Your hand goes through me, Hakuto silently complained about how unfair society was to men. Then, to distract himself, he started mentally singing again. Damn it. Haha. Tamarine and Shiratori, you two have such a good bond. Ori giggled as she watched the interaction between Hakuto and Naao. Oh, you. Playing the intro, gazing at the sky, Hakuto almost burst out with some classic lines but forced himself to stop and continued his inner concert instead. Huh. A good bond? Isn't it? Even though you're always arguing, you two are totally in sync. PFFT, PFFT, hearing Ori's words, Hakuto and Naao simultaneously frowned and made expressions of disdain. But this reaction only excited Ori even more. She waved her fork in the air, getting all worked up. See? You're really in sync. Not at all, trademark. Stop thinking what I'm thinking, huh? Who's thinking like you? Look. Even though you're bickering, neither of you actually looks mad. It's more like a couple's playful banter. At that, Ori seemed to have discovered a key point. Her excitement reached a new level. Could it be? Big brother Shiratori and Tamarine are actually a couple? No. Impossible, no. Impossible, but you're so in sync. Huh. Have we ever done anything that only couples do? Laughable. I'm handsome, top of my grade, undefeated in school fights. The girls lining up to chase me could stretch all the way to China. Who does Naao think she is? My girlfriend? Annoyed by his aggressive words, Naao couldn't resist smacking Hakuto on the head again. But, as always, her attack was ineffective. Hakuto was always prepared whenever he mocked Naao, dodging her hits with precision. Of course, last time when she kicked his kidney. That didn't count. That was an accident. Little Ori, listen to me. Remember this face. Lilicons usually have faces like his. Ori hesitated for a moment at Nao's words before timidly saying, but Shiratori is the most handsome guy I've ever seen. As soon as those words left her mouth, Hakuto couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. No, what I meant was. Remember his eyes. But Shiratori's eyes are handsome too. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Stop laughing. It's so loud, I'll laugh. I'll laugh. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Do you actually think you're that good looking? It's not just what I think, it's what everyone thinks, TSK. Lilicons sure are arrogant, I'm your dad. As their bickering continued, Ori gradually relaxed. Maybe this was the happiest day she had experienced since awakening her powers. After finishing their meal, the three of them headed to an amusement park. No, an arcade. No, an amusement park. No, an arcade. Enough. Where are we actually going? Huh? What's so fun about an arcade? That place is full of delinquents and thugs. Ignoring Nao's comment, Hakuto turned to Ori. Since this outing was mainly for her, she should be the one to decide. Little Ori, where do you want to go? Chapter 105, The Crazy Pachinko Machine. If we go to the arcade, Big Brother will win a plushie for you, no cheating. Persuading normally counts as cheating? Then you shouldn't have told me what attractions the amusement park has in the first place. Ori watched as Hakuto and Nao bickered. Her pretty little face curved into a smile before she tugged at Hakuto's sleeve. Shiratori, let's go to the arcade. Yoshi. A perfect decision. Hearing Ori agree to his suggestion, Hakuto couldn't help but ruffle her hair again. Huh? What's this? A special weapon against Chibis? It's just that my sincerity moved little Ori. Do you even believe that yourself? Ha ha ha, I do, and so what? Ignoring Nao's thoughts, Hakuto picked up Ori and headed toward the arcade. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, let's go. Nao rolled her eyes at Hakuto's smug expression. Though she was reluctant, she still silently followed along. Before long, the three of them arrived at the arcade. Ori's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she took in the dazzling array of machines. After all, she was still a child. It was normal for her to have never been to a place like this. So why did they go to the amusement park first instead of here? As expected of a weekday. So few people. It's practically like having the whole place to ourselves. Could it be that Hakuto is afraid of the giant swinging ride? What nonsense? If I use my ability, it's way more thrilling than some giant swinging ride? How are you even making this expression in your mind? Damn it, aren't you doing it too? Meanwhile, Ori obediently followed the two, using her ability to create a private space for their banter. Of course, Hakuto didn't forget his promise. He took Ori's hand and led her to the claw machines. President, feel free to do whatever you want. As if you actually booked the whole place. Nao twitched at his words. Just as she was about to follow them, a particular game machine caught her attention. Even Nao rarely visited arcades, so it was natural for her to be intrigued by these things. Curious, she exchanged some money for game tokens and sat in front of the machine to give it a try. Meanwhile, Hakuto, relying on his superb skills, successfully won a plushie for Ori. Shiratori, spending 1,000 yen to get this tiny plushie. Was it really worth it? Ori stared at the palm-sized plushie in her hands, looking troubled. It's fine, it's fine. Totally worth it. Even Hakuto himself didn't believe what he just said. What kind of nonsense was this? He practically had to hit the payout guarantee to finally get one. He felt like he was about to go berserk. He was so pissed off that he considered using his computational ability to teach the owner a lesson. Shiratori, you're saying your inner thoughts out loud. It's fine, just venting. Hakuto patted Ori's head. It wasn't that he minded spending the 1,000 yen, he just felt like it wasn't worth it at all. Come to think of it. Isn't someone missing? Only then did Hakuto realize that Nao was nowhere to be seen. No wonder something felt off. Shiratori, didn't you tell Tomorine to do whatever she wanted? Huh? She really took that seriously? Hakuto was incredulous. It was work hours right now, yet Nao had wandered off on her own? Outrageous. She should get a salary deduction. With that thought, Hakuto carried Ori and retraced his steps, searching for Nao. However, before they even found her, they heard her furious shout. Damn it. Are you kidding me? Hakuto turned his head toward the source of the voice. There, Nao was kneeling on the ground in despair, pounding her fists against the floor as if she had made the biggest mistake of her life. Huh? When did you become a shonen protagonist? Hearing Hakuto's thoughts, Nao slowly raised her head. But the moment she did, she saw the mocking expression on his face. What happened? Did the game difficulty break your spirit? And no. That's not it. Let me see what kind of game could make my dear president react like this. Shiratori. It looks like Tomarine was playing a pachinko machine. Oh, so it was just a pachinko machine. Wait, a pachinko machine? Hearing Ori's thoughts, Hakuto shuddered and almost lost his balance. Just as she said, behind Nao stood a brightly lit pachinko machine, playing its cheery tunes as if nothing had happened. How much did you lose? Hearing his question, Nao, who had just gotten up, nearly collapsed again. Why are you so sure I lost money? Come on, you just had that classic shonen protagonist despair face. What else could it be? Pachinko in Japan was utterly ridiculous. Every year, countless people went bankrupt because of it. Men ended up in debt slavery, women had to sell themselves on the streets. Gambling addiction was no joke. And yet, the Japanese government never restricted the spread of pachinko. In fact, more people worked in pachinko-related jobs than in the car manufacturing industry. Of course, the government was fully aware of its dangers. But they couldn't do anything about it. Pachinko generated too much tax revenue, just like the tobacco industry in China. Aren't you only 16? I thought the age limit for pachinko was 21. So, how much did you lose? Not that much. Nao's pride was strong. Even though Hakuto had mind-reading abilities, he still had no idea how much she had actually lost. Alright then, Ori and I will go check out some other games. Wait for what? Aren't you going to try the pachinko machine? It's actually kind of fun. Nope. I don't play gambling games. That'd be ill-gotten gains. It's not ill-gotten, just reclaiming what was lost. Hearing Nao's argument, Hakuto almost burst out laughing. So you want me to win your money back for you? That's exactly what I mean, but I don't feel like moving right now. What should we do about that? Oh dear, what should we do indeed? Nao glared at Hakuto's smug face, itching to tear him apart on the spot. Chapter 106, Hakuto and Nao getting wrecked. Oh no, what should we do now? Huh? What do you mean, what should we do? Beg you? Yes, if you want to get back the money you lost to the pachinko machine. Hakuto's expression at this moment was utterly smug, but also incredibly excited. He had been waiting to see Naao like this for a long time. So long. Naao looked at Hakuto's face and felt utterly defeated. She hesitated for a long time but still couldn't bring herself to say those 3 words. What's wrong? Is it too hard to say? You could also just praise me, you know. Hakuto didn't actually care whether Naao begged him or not. He just wanted to see her struggle. That conflicted and tormented expression. Praise? And how exactly do you want me to praise you? Hearing what Naao was thinking, Hakuto immediately demonstrated. Hakuto-sama is the greatest, most handsome man in the world. That's all you need to say. Naao instinctively rolled her eyes after hearing Hakuto's thoughts, her expression reaching peak exasperation. Hakuto is the greatest in the world. At first, Naao tried to tell herself it was just like getting bitten by a dog. It would pass. But only now did she realize. This dog bite actually hurt. Even if it was just in her mind, she still couldn't accept saying something that went so completely against her conscience. Louder, and get your thoughts straight. Think about your money. Your money was swallowed up by this pachinko machine. Don't you want to get it back? Hakuto spoke with dramatic passion. Hearing that, Naao instinctively let out a sigh. I should never have agreed to come to the arcade. After complaining, Naao still went against her better judgment and, following Hakuto's template, forced the words out of her mouth. Hakuto is the greatest. Most handsome. The last word, handsome, was practically squeezed out through gritted teeth. She looked like she was about to pounce on Hakuto and bite him to death. Huh? I can't hear you. Bakayuru. Even though Hakuto kept teasing her, he had promised to help Naao, so he had to follow through. Sitting down in front of the pachinko machine, he clicked his tongue. TSK, how can someone even lose money on something like this? You're asking for it. Naao aimed another punch at Hakuto's face, but once again, he dodged it effortlessly. You keep missing, yet you still keep trying. You remind me of a saying. Naao pulled back her fist. What saying? Knowing you can't win, but still fighting to the end. That is. Before Hakuto could finish, Naao threw another punch at his face, hoping to catch him off guard. But he blocked it again. The foolishness of hot-blooded determination. Hakuto let go of her hand, pulled out a 10,000 yen bill, and fed it into the pachinko machine. Watch closely, foolishly hot-blooded one. Witness how Hakuto conquers this pachinko machine. Yeah, Hakuto-sama is the greatest, Naao responded in an extremely sarcastic tone. About half an hour later, under Hakuto's precise control, their total pachinko earnings reached an impressive 1 million yen. Negative 1 million yen. I seriously don't get it. How does someone even manage to lose money on something like this? And not just a little. 1 whole million? Naao, ever the natural-born cynic, couldn't pass up the chance to stomp on Hakuto while he was down. Hakuto, did you lose money? His winning negative 1 million could technically be considered a form of financial management. Hakuto stared at his bank balance, noticing the missing million yen with a hint of disbelief. Even without using his ability, his calculation skills were top tier. By all logic, he shouldn't have had any trouble with a mere pachinko machine. But he underestimated the nature of gambling. As expected, gambling is a game where 9 out of 10 people lose, especially when it comes to machine-based gambling. To be honest, Hakuto wasn't particularly bothered by losing 1 million yen. It wasn't a significant amount to him. What really annoyed him was how his money had just vanished into thin air. My money. Now, Hakuto finally understood why so many people went bankrupt playing these games. Even he had lost 1 million in under 20 minutes. It was basically a money-eating monster. MMPFH. Don't force me to use my power. Oh ho, the Chibi-kun is about to unleash his ability. Shut up. I'm going to make this arcade go bankrupt today. Then I'll donate all the winnings. Hakuto had no issue with gambling as a concept. But when the odds were rigged artificially, that was a different story. It was just like those shady online gambling sites, where 10 out of 10 are controlled by algorithms deciding what cards you get. Luck and skill don't matter at all. If they won't play fair, then I'll just break their rules. With the intent of making this pachinko machine go bankrupt, Hakuto activated his ability. Though, he didn't even use his full power. A mere pachinko machine wasn't worth it. Under the influence of his supercomputer-like calculations, countless metal balls flowed out of the machine like a cascading waterfall. Oh Hakuto, you're amazing. Kids shouldn't watch this. Hakuto didn't want Ori to develop an interest in gambling. After all, people gamble not just for fun but mostly because they want to win money. With his ability in full effect, it took less than half an hour for Hakuto to recover his losses. And then make an additional 500,000 yen on top. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Yosh. Today, I'm treating the kids at the orphanage to a feast. Oh, feast time. Nao was getting hyped too. After all, this pachinko machine had made her suffer, so she had no reason to oppose Hakuto's actions. In the end, Hakuto won nearly 10 million yen from the machine. If the arcade staff hadn't cut the power, he could have kept going indefinitely. Hakuto, we won so much money. Won't the Yakuza come after us? Hearing Ori's concern, Nao casually waved her hand. Huh? The Yakuza? He basically is the Yakuza. TSK, I just don't like delinquents, that's all. I'm actually a strong advocate for peace. Chapter 107, Tamari Nao's emotional breakdown after leaving the arcade. Hakuto kept his promise. After taking out the money he and Nao had spent, he sent almost all the remaining money to the director of the orphanage where he had stayed as a child. On a park bench by the river, Hakuto and Nao sat together, with Ori sitting between them. The crimson sunset cast its glow on the three of them, creating a peaceful atmosphere. When did little Ori awaken this mind-reading ability? A few days ago, I think. My childhood best friend started distancing herself from me and playing with others. This must be my fault. Even when I asked her, she wouldn't tell me anything. At that time, I wished I could hear her inner thoughts. And then I got this ability. As Ori recounted her experience, her face was full of sadness and pain. If your ability manifested because of a wish, then you should be able to control it. To at least reach a state where you can turn it on and off at will. Your Naone is right. Abilities are a part of oneself. Everyone can control them, just like controlling their own arms. Hearing Hakuto's words, Ori looked slightly surprised. Shretorina seems to know a lot about these things. Because I have a special ability too. But now's not the time to show it. Look behind you. Huh? What's behind me? Ori instinctively turned her head upon hearing Hakuto's words, only to find that, at some point, Nao, who had been sitting behind her, had suddenly disappeared. Huh? Where did Naone go? I'm right here. As soon as the words fell, Nao's figure reappeared in front of Ori. Huh? She disappeared? And then reappeared? Is this invisibility? Something like that. So, little Ori, you can definitely control your ability. But for now, just stay at my place. Just as Nao finished speaking, Hakuto pulled a stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to Ori. Here, little Ori, take this 50,000 yen. Huh? Why is Shretorina giving me money? You're still running away from home, aren't you? Hakuto smiled, then patted Ori's head and continued. Your ability has been troubling you all this time. I don't know how much longer you'll be away from home, and I won't force you to go back. But at the very least, we need to solve the issue of food. You can't go 2 days without eating like today. Before Ori could refuse, Hakuto placed the 50,000 yen directly on her lap. This. Shretorina. This is too much. For a 12-year-old girl, pocket money usually ranged from a few hundred to a few thousand yen. Receiving 50,000 yen all at once was something she had never experienced before. Consider it a loan. When you're able to earn money in the future, you can pay me back. But this isn't from the winnings at the pachinko machine just now. This is straight from my own pocket. Even though I won a lot earlier, that was only because of my ability. You should never get involved in gambling. Okay, I understand, Ori nodded. I already said little Ori should stay at my place. Giving money like this isn't really your style, none of your business. I'm not asking you to reimburse me. Oh, speaking of reimbursements, you need to cover the money spent on a claw machine today. Since you did so many good deeds today, I guess I'll reluctantly cover it for you, thanks, President. That'll be a total of 100,000 yen. Cash or transfer? Hearing the number, Nao nearly spat out the soda she was drinking, almost spraying it all over Hakuto's face. Without even thinking, she blurted out, how much? 100,000? You're telling me you spent 100,000 yen on a claw machine? Yeah. If you don't believe me, ask little Ori. Ask my ass. You're asking for a beating. Beat me if you can. That night, Hakuto and Nao arrived at the entrance of an apartment. Is little Ori settled in? Yeah. She seems to be a fan of Nishimori and got really excited when she saw him. Hakuto glanced at the apartment in front of him and scratched his head. I thought you'd go talk to little Ori's parents first, but you came here instead? This is the home of the friend little Ori mentioned. If we want her to control her ability, we need to understand the trigger first. With that, Nao stepped forward and rang the doorbell. After a moment, a girl with purple hair slowly opened the door. Coming. You must be Ongoka. I am. Who are you? We're Ori's friends. Upon hearing Ori's name, Ongoka's expression visibly changed. She immediately opened the door wider and anxiously asked, You're Ori's friends? Have you found her? She's fine now. That's a relief. Seeing Ongoka let out a sigh of relief, Naao frowned slightly and asked, you were worried about little Ori? Then why did you deliberately distance yourself from her? Ongoka clearly hadn't expected this question. She hesitated for a moment before putting on a resolute expression and responding, because I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. Why? Under Nao's persistent questioning, Ongoka stammered, unable to come up with an answer for a long time. Seeing this, Nao instinctively glanced at Hakuto behind her and signaled him with her eyes. I told you getting this was pointless. I had to put in a lot of effort to get it from Professor Shizuka. Sighing, Hakuto unlocked his phone and handed it to Nao. What I'm about to show you needs to be kept secret. What do you mean? Nao pulled up a video stored on Hakuto's phone. In the video, Hakuto held a crowbar, surrounded by a group of people. But within moments, the people around him were writhing in pain on the ground, groaning in agony. The scene looked like a battlefield of the fallen. Why are you showing me this? Ongoka instinctively stepped back, recognizing the man in the video as the one standing just a few feet away. To be honest, the guy behind me is a mafia boss. He took a liking to Ori and wanted to recruit her into the underworld. Hakuto clicked his tongue in annoyance but didn't refute it. After all, this was necessary. If they didn't do this, they would have to explain the supernatural abilities instead. And it wouldn't be good for a normal girl to learn about such things, so Hakuto had to play the role of a mafia boss. But his annoyed expression only made Ongoka even more terrified. Her body instinctively curled up slightly. Why would they target Ori? No idea. Our boss just took a liking to her and wanted to ask her closest friend if she had anything to say to her. After all, even the mafia has some sense of humanity. Oh no. Not only was he solidifying his image as a mafia boss, but now he was also confirming himself as a chibikan. That's impossible. Ori's body. There's no way she could join the mafia. Seeing Ongoka waver, Nao seized the opportunity. Her body? What's wrong with Ori's body? After hesitating for a moment, Ongoka finally confessed. Ori. She won't be able to move in the future. She'll be bedridden. Hearing this, Hakuto furrowed his brows. ALS? That explains it. Huh? What do you mean? When I activated my ability at the pachinko machine earlier, I could sense something wrong with Ori's body. But I didn't expect it to be ALS. Can you cure it? If I don't mind the consequences, maybe. ALS. An incurable disease. Patients could only watch themselves become paralyzed, helpless and hopeless. If Hakuto ignored the risks of his ability and focused on researching the disease, he might be able to develop a cure. But it was uncertain whether the cure would come first, or if he would die from the side effects of his ability. I found out from my mom and Ori's mom talking. So I deliberately distanced myself from Ori. Rather than watching my best friend end up bedridden and paralyzed, it's better to cut ties from the start. That way, it's easier for everyone. Isn't it? Hearing this, Hakuto found it utterly absurd. If this were in the past, I swear I would have beaten some sense into you for that ridiculous mindset. You don't have to. I'll do it myself. Nao's face twisted in rage as she glared at Ongoka in front of her. She casually tossed her phone behind her to Hakuto, then grabbed Ongoka by the collar. You call yourself a good friend? You little brat. Saying you cut ties because you didn't want to see your friend turn into someone who can't move. Did you ever think about this? While you were off avoiding little Ori and playing with other people, she was being eaten away by her illness. A double attack on both her body and mind. Can you even imagine the pain she went through? You bastard. And now, after all this time, you tell me she's more important to you than anyone else? Don't you think that's hypocritical? With that, Nao exerted force, and Ongoka, still in her grasp, was thrown straight to the ground. Nao roared in fury, as if she were venting all of Ori's suppressed pain on her behalf. You talk big, but in the end, you just ran away. If you were really her best friend, there were things you should have done instead. You're going to regret this for the rest of your life. Mark my words. Chapter 108, A Heart-to-Heart Under the Moonlight. What are you doing? At that moment, Ongoka's parents rushed out, pushing Nao off Ongoka and checking on her condition. But Ongoka paid no attention to her mother. She simply wiped her tears over and over, murmuring to herself. I didn't. Watching from the sidelines, Hakuto stepped forward and helped Nao up from the ground. He didn't say anything, because he knew this wasn't the place for words. If you still consider Ori your friend, go find her and make up with her. Otherwise, you'll truly regret it. After saying this, Hakuto didn't care whether Ongoka heard him or not. He simply supported Nao and quickly left the scene. Before long, the two of them returned to the park they had been in that afternoon. Same park, same scene. Only now, someone's heart was restless. I've never seen you like that before. What's wrong? Did something suddenly come to mind? Naao looked at Hakuto and, for some reason, smiled. Strange. I thought you'd take this opportunity to mock me mercilessly. I do have some sense, you know. Saying that, Hakuto handed Naao a drink he had just bought from a vending machine. Naao looked at the drink in his hand, slowly reached out to take it, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Hakuto, you probably know that I have an older brother, right? You've mentioned him before. As someone who had been subjected to experiments because of his supernatural abilities, Hakuto felt sympathy for Nao's brother, but there was nothing he could do. I never really said this before. Actually, my brother and I were sold to those scientists by our mother. You can tell me more if you want. I might be a good listener. Yeah, I suppose that is one of your specialties. This isn't the time to tease me, is it? Nao glanced at Hakuto beside her, then started her story. My family was poor, not much better off than at Osaka-Yulu. My mom raised me and my brother alone. Life was tough, but we were happy. It all started when I got accepted into a national university-affiliated high school. I was so excited to share the news with my brother and mom. Don't be fooled by how I bicker with you all the time now. Back then, I might have even managed to get that 50,000 yen out of you. She smiled as she spoke, but it wasn't a smile of joy. It was more like an attempt to dispel the heavy atmosphere. Hakuto didn't say anything. He simply listened quietly. It's a pity I didn't meet you back then. My brother was a great guitarist. A record label had taken an interest in his band, and he was about to start earning money. Our financial situation was improving, and everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. I thought things would keep getting better. But, in the end, I never went to that university-affiliated school. Instead, I was sent to a fully residential academy. It was my mother's decision. She wanted both my brother and me to attend that school. My brother didn't understand why. He had no academic talent at all. His only skill was playing the guitar. He was completely against it. To him, studying was pointless when he could just start earning money right away. But in the end, he still went. Because that was the first time I saw our mother kneel before us. The mother who had raised us alone knelt in front of me like that. So, I went to that school. It really looked like a normal school, and I made new friends quickly. But even though we were at the same school, I almost never saw my brother. And every day after class, I had to undergo medical checkups, like some kind of experiment. My brother, on the other hand, was subjected to horrific experiments every day. His ability allowed him to manipulate air vibrations at will. With that ability, he could make his guitar produce all kinds of sounds during concerts. Maybe it wasn't as powerful as your computational abilities, but for someone who loved music, it was the perfect ability. And that's exactly why the scientists targeted him. They believed his ability could disrupt communications and even hijack radio signals. They had all sorts of ideas and performed countless experiments on him. Nao let out a sigh. Though she had only spoken a few sentences, it seemed to have drained all her energy. But after a brief pause, she continued. The next time I saw my brother was about a year later. He was no longer the brother I remembered. He didn't even recognize me. That was when I realized. The friends I had made at that school were all fake, planted by the scientists. The daily checkups I received were just because I had a higher chance of developing supernatural abilities. I was lucky enough to escape from that school. I joined Hashinoumi and met someone I could trust. A memory jumping ability user. Hakuto couldn't even remember his name anymore. Even though his computational power could infinitely enhance his brain, he hadn't had that ability in his previous life. My brother is now in a psychiatric hospital far away. If you have time, I'll take you to see him. Okay. Hakuto didn't say much. He simply responded softly and stayed quietly by Nao's side. Oh, right. Nao reached into her pocket and pulled out a Walkman, handing it to Hakuto. Zen's music. My brother's favorite band. Give it a listen. Alright. Hakuto took the Walkman, inserted the earphones, and let the music wash over him. The moment the sound played, a melody that resonated deep in his soul made him pause. He felt as if he were standing in an open grassland, the breeze brushing against him, filling him with serenity. It's really good. It feels like it pierces straight through me. You get it? Want to go to Zen's concert with me? I heard they'll be performing in Tokyo soon. Hakuto looked at Nao's smiling face. It was hard to believe that the girl who had just been recalling such painful memories could cast them aside the next moment. Maybe that's why she was able to become the student council president. Hey. I'm asking you a question. Are you coming or not? Hearing her question, Hakuto smiled. Are you asking me out on a date? Huh? Are you joking? Isn't it? I got excited for nothing. Huh? If you don't want to go, Just say so. No need to make excuses. I never said I wasn't going. I'll just think of it as overtime. You never work overtime. The student council president is a special case. Huh? Are you saying you like me? For real? For real. Nice. Naao gave him a thumbs up. Hakuto didn't say anything. He just handed the Walkman back to her. But she didn't take it. Instead, she stood up and dusted off her clothes. Keep it. I have a few more. What's this? A token of love? You're acting really weird today. Is this a side effect of your computational power? Hakuto looked at the Walkman in his hand and chuckled. Then, he casually said, taking this won't make me save the world, right? Still holding on to that Chunabyo habit? No. Just saying. He stood up and walked beside Naao. Side by side, the two of them strolled off into the distance. By the way, were you serious about what you said earlier? Yeah, I was. Chapter 102, as long as I get there. Wait, Ginkgo, you passed out in the bath yesterday. Did you forget? Seeing Ginkgo looking as if she had just been humiliated by Hakuto quickly spoke up to explain. Then. My clothes. I swear I put them on you with my eyes closed. Do you believe me? As soon as Hakuto finished speaking, Ginkgo grabbed the clothes beside her and started throwing them at him like a rain of arrows, leaving him no chance to dodge. Pervert. Die. Hakuto actually had no need to dodge. Getting hit by a few pieces of clothing wouldn't hurt him in the slightest. In fact, letting it happen might help Ginkgo calm down. No one knew how long it lasted, but soon enough, a pile of clothes had accumulated at Hakuto's feet, and Ginkgo had nothing left within reach to throw at him. Of course, unless she was willing to take off the one she was currently wearing. Then she would still have ammunition. Silently, Hakuto picked up the clothes at his feet, folded them neatly, and placed them into the suitcase. Ginkgo just watched from the side, staring intently at Hakuto. Ginkgo, are you hungry? So you did that to me, and now you're just trying to change the subject? Hakuto had already expected this, but he couldn't just leave Ginkgo soaking in a metal tub all night. At this point, he felt like anything he said would be a death sentence. He really had been trying to change the subject, but it seemed she wasn't going to let him. So it's not something that can be brushed off that easily. Hakuto shook his head and put on a bright, carefree smile as he looked at Ginkgo. What does Ginkgo want to hear from me? As a professional, Hakuto knew exactly how to handle situations like this. It was tricky, but not unsolvable. Following the principle of the more you say, the more mistakes you make, he decided to let Ginkgo take the lead in the conversation. My clothes. And what exactly did you see? I saw everything. Should I let you look back at me in return? Since he had dressed her, it would be obviously suspicious to claim he hadn't seen anything. So he might as well be honest. As for the part about letting her look back at him, it was just a joke to lighten the mood. Everything? Hearing his words, Ginkgo was stunned. The blush that had just faded from her face now returned, spreading all the way down to her neck. Her originally fair skin now carried a soft pink hue, like a lotus blooming in spring. You mean? You saw everything. If this were something proper, I'd be seeing a beam of holy light right now. Die. Before Hakuto could finish, Ginkgo threw the blanket covering her at him. But because of her lack of physical strength, the blanket didn't even reach his feet. Watching the awkward scene unfold, Hakuto wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. He could only silently pick up the blanket and gently place it back over her legs. Why? Why is even my underwear on properly? Huh? Could he tell her that he had activated his super calculation mode, cleared his mind completely, and just happened to put everything on in the process? Ginkgo, we've been childhood friends for so long. We've even shared a bed countless times. What does this even count as? Even as Hakuto spoke, he felt like his own words were ridiculous, but this was the best he could come up with. Hearing him, Ginkgo took a deep breath, shook her head, and calmed herself down. Once I reach 4th dan in my professional ranking, I'll talk to you about this again. Becoming a professional shogi player had always been an obsession for Ginkgo. Until she achieved that goal, she wouldn't allow herself to break through that last barrier between her and Hakuto. This was her goal and the promise she and Hakuto had made long ago. She didn't think what had happened was particularly wrong. She was just embarrassed, which was why her reaction had been so strong. So Ginkgo still doesn't plan to let me off the hook, huh? Shouldn't it be after reaching 9th dan instead? Seeing her relent a little, Hakuto took the opportunity to joke. Don't be ridiculous. 9th dan. There are barely enough to count on 2 hands in the entire shogi world. She wasn't wrong. There were only about 10 9th dan professionals in the entire shogi world, and without exception, all of them were men. There weren't even any female professionals above 4th dan, let alone 9th dan. The absolute peak. There was simply too big a difference in talent. Just like in sports, men had an inherent advantage in this field. Then do you think I could become a 9th dan professional if I joined the prize tournaments? Ginkgo didn't answer. Instead, she unfolded her folding fan and showed him the side with the word certain victory written on it. If you need money, joining the prize tournaments wouldn't be a bad choice. She had never given up on persuading Hakuto to enter those tournaments. In fact, she was quite persistent about it. But Hakuto shook his head again. He did have an obsession with money, but it also depended on how he earned it. If he really just wanted money, then professional shogi was far from the best option. He could go to Macau, Las Vegas, or even manipulate the stock market. He had no experience in those areas, but with his super calculation ability, he didn't need any. So yes, he liked money. But only if he earned it in the right way. Seeing his response, Ginkgo sighed. She had already expected this. After all, she had brought this up at least 100 times before. If Ginkgo really becomes a professional shogi player, then maybe, to be worthy of you, I'll go and for the title myself. Huh? Ginkgo was stunned, and the fan slipped from her fingers. This was the first time she had heard him consider it seriously. Especially based on her becoming a professional first. Really? Really? But Ginkgo, you should focus on becoming a professional first. With that, Hakuto walked out of the tent, leaving Ginkgo sitting there in a daze. As she watched his back disappear, her heart refused to settle. Professional shogi player. Professional shogi player. Her desire for that title had never burned as fiercely as it did at this moment. As long as I get there, then I will have everything. Her wish, her goal, her obsession, her promise. Everything would be there. Nothing would be missing. Chapter 103, Sayuri's request. Just like that, Ginkgo, who had originally planned to take a break, immediately started an intense training regimen after hearing Hakuto's words, all in preparation for next week's promotion match. However, the coach for this devilish training was not Hakuto. Although Hakuto was incredibly skilled at shogi, his strength came purely from his own calculating ability. Playing against him might offer some experience at first, but after a while, there wouldn't be much left to learn. For geniuses like Ginkgo, studying different strategies was the best way to improve, so everything had to be left to her master to handle. It's worth mentioning that even though Hakuto had only worked for a single day, Ginkgo still paid him for 2. In other words, Hakuto had taken Friday off, yet he still received his full salary from Hashino-umi while also getting paid by Ginkgo, effectively giving him an extra day off. Holy crap. This was an absolute steal. Ginkgo. I love you. On his way home, Hakuto instinctively wiped at the non-existent tears in the corners of his eyes. How long has it been since I last enjoyed a proper Saturday? It was around 10 in the morning, meaning Hakuto had plenty of time to fully enjoy his weekend. However, after a brief moment of joy, he suddenly sank into a deep sense of melancholy, as if a dark cloud had settled over his head. Can I tell Miss Shizuka that I don't want to be a tutor anymore? No, wait. Why am I even thinking this? I'm here to make money. Hakuto felt like he was getting a little too complacent. This was a sign of impending poverty. In a panic, he slapped himself twice, snapping back to his senses. Just as he was about to send a message to the Nikano quintuplets while walking down the street, his phone suddenly rang. Big boss. Who's that? Looking at the contact name, Hakuto frowned, unable to recall who it was for a moment. Oh. Sayuri. How could I forget? Hakuto instinctively scratched his head, realizing his memory had been slipping lately. After patting his face and adjusting his mindset, he answered the call. After all, Sawamura Sayuri was one of his biggest clients. Even if that was in the past. So he still treated her with basic respect. Hello, Sayuri-san, good morning. Good morning, Hakuto. Is there something you need, Sayuri-san? Hakuto knew that Sayuri wouldn't call just to say good morning. A little small talk was fine, but he preferred to get straight to the point. On the other end of the call, Sayuri glanced up at Ayuri's room, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Hakuto, do you have time today? I need your help with something. Sayuri-san, you should know I'm busy on Saturdays. Although Ginkgo had gone back to her intense training, Hakuto still had other obligations, so he couldn't just agree to whatever Sayuri wanted. What about tomorrow? Sorry, Sayuri-san. I'd love to help, but if it's something urgent, you can tell me over the phone. I'll see if I can free up some time. Sigh. It's a bit hard to explain over the phone. I'll just get straight to the point. It's about Ayuri. Did something happen to Ayuri? Hakuto had already guessed that Sayuri was calling about her daughter. After all, she had no other reason to contact him. However, he couldn't figure out what had happened to Ayuri that required his help. This isn't something I can explain in a few words. It won't take long, Hakuto. Just stop by after school one day. Consider it as doing me a favor, okay? Please. To be honest, Hakuto was a little surprised to hear such a pleading tone from Sayuri. In his impression, Sayuri wasn't exactly a cold and domineering businesswoman, but she was definitely the one in charge at home. That nonchalant attitude, the ever-present smile, the sense that everything was within her control. That was why Hakuto had always maintained a certain level of respect for her. Beyond gratitude, this was the main reason. And now, this same woman was actually humbling herself to ask him for a favor. Hakuto couldn't wrap his head around it. Sayuri-san, you don't have to be so formal. You probably know I'm an exchange student now, so my schedule isn't very flexible. But I'll do my best to make time, okay? There was no way Hakuto could refuse Sayuri's request, especially after how far she'd gone to ask him. Turning her down now would be heartless. Then I'll thank you in advance, Hakuto. Sayuri quickly hung up and looked up at Ariri's tightly shut door, sighing deeply. At least I still have some sway with Hakuto. Truthfully, Sayuri hadn't wanted to ask Hakuto for help. She had been waiting for her daughter to sort things out on her own. However, just moments ago, when she went to bring Ariri a meal, she found her daughter in a terrible state. Ariri was sitting at her desk, hugging the teddy bear Hakuto had given her, staring blankly at her drawing. It was unclear what she was thinking. Dark circles had formed under her eyes, and she looked like a refugee who had just escaped from a disaster. Even her once radiant golden hair had lost its luster. Ariri? Ariri? What's wrong? Hearing Sayuri's voice, Ariri simply glanced at her blankly before returning her gaze to the drawing. Sayuri had no idea what was going on with her daughter, but she knew she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Honestly. Where did she inherit this stubbornness from? She muttered to herself, frustrated. Even now, her daughter refused to acknowledge her own feelings, even if it meant suffering alone in her room. Meanwhile, Hakuto, staring at his phone after the call ended, made a mental note of Sayuri's request and decided to visit when he could. But for now, he had a tutoring session to attend. Hopefully, everything works out. Chapter 104, Let's play an exciting game of Three Kingdoms Kill. Hakuto took out his phone and sent messages to the 5 Nakano sisters one by one. I'm at home. Why are you taking up my precious weekend? Sorry, Shiratori, I might be back a little late. Oh. Shiratori, where are you now? Do you need me to come down and get you? What are we studying today? Do I need to prepare anything? After receiving their responses, although the replies were all over the place, at least no one rejected Hakuto's visit. Hakuto shrugged, put away his phone, and was about to continue heading toward the sisters' house when a product in a nearby store suddenly caught his attention. I didn't expect them to sell this here. Huh? Are you just here to freeload a meal? No, it's just that your cooking is too delicious, Nino. No matter how much you flatter me, I won't obediently cooperate with your studies. Hakuto arrived just in time for dinner at the Nakano household. With no other choice, he had to shamelessly accept their hospitality. That being said, if the 5 Nakano sisters could merge into one person, they would definitely be someone just as outstanding as Hakuto. Shiratori-sensei, Shiratori-sensei. Can I ask you something? Yes. Go ahead, Yotsuba. What's that box you just put on the coffee table? Oh, that? It's today's lesson. Hearing this, Itsuki instinctively put down her chopsticks. Do I need to prepare anything in advance? Like study materials or something? Hakuto waved his hand nonchalantly. Who says studying always requires textbooks? It's the first day of class, so let's take it easy. A gentle and warm smile appeared on Hakuto's face. Speaking of which, I thought Akiko wouldn't make it back in time. I still have a part-time job this afternoon, but since it's your first time visiting our home, Shiratori, I decided to cancel it. I'm touched. Quit the act and eat your food. About 10 minutes later, everyone finished their meal and sat cross-legged around the coffee table. Nino and Miku sat on either side of Hakuto, while Yotsuba was beside Nino, followed by Itsuki and Akika. In the center of the group was the box that Hakuto had just bought from the store. Looking at him, Itsuki raised her question once again. Shiratori-sensei, are you sure we don't need books? To Itsuki, studying was inseparable from textbooks. No need. Hakuto waved his hand. But before we start, I want to ask. Do you all know about Romance of the Three Kingdoms? It's one of the 4 great classical novels of China. Of course we do. Seeing everyone nod, Hakuto felt relieved, as this saved him quite a bit of trouble. As you all probably know, due to the sheer size of the land, ancient Chinese warfare and warfare in Japan are like night and day. The ambitions, strategies, and loyalty of the people in Romance of the Three Kingdoms are on a whole different level. Hakuto could clearly feel Miku's intense gaze fixed on him as he said this. But, that's not what we're here to discuss today. This is. With that, Hakuto opened the box in the center. This is. Cards. Inside the box was a set of colorful playing cards, divided into 4 stacks. One stack was predominantly black with 3 to 4 multicolored jade-like symbols in the center. Another stack featured beautifully illustrated characters with the word general on the back. The third stack had words like Lord, Rebel, and Traitor on them. The fourth and largest stack contained various symbols on the front, while the back displayed 3 large Chinese characters, 3 Kingdoms Kill. 3 Kingdoms Kill? What's this? Nino picked up a card, glanced at the logo on the back, and asked. Zhu Liang? Prime Minister? This is the Prime Minister? Seeing their confused expressions, Hakuto clapped his hands and explained. Since you all know Romance of the Three Kingdoms, then 3 Kingdoms Kill will be easy to understand. Simply put, 3 Kingdoms Kill is a strategy card game based on Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's a tabletop game, and in China, it's consistently ranked in the top 2 most popular games. After hearing Hakuto's explanation, the 5 sisters became intrigued. After all, Romance of the Three Kingdoms was a highly regarded classic in their eyes. Especially Miku. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the Xiaoyun character card in her hand. Rather than saying Miku liked the Warring States period, it would be more accurate to say she was fascinated by the ambitions, battles, and strategies of historical figures. And when comparing China's Three Kingdoms era with Japan's Warring States period, the difference was vast. It wasn't that Hakuto had any bias against Japan. There was just no comparison. If the Three Kingdoms era was a clash between great nations, then the Warring States period was like a skirmish between villages. Miku had learned about the Warring States period through video games. Although she had heard of Romance of the Three Kingdoms before, she had never delved into it. But now, after hearing Hakuto's words, her curiosity was piqued. How do we play this? Miku asked. Hakuto smiled and picked up a general card to explain. This is a general card. In simple terms, it's your character in the game. Each general has different abilities. He pointed to the description at the bottom of the card. I bought a complete set, so there are nearly 100 general cards here. Aside from a few exceptions, most of them are real historical figures. After saying this, Hakuto could feel the 5 sisters' growing curiosity. After all, when someone gets their hands on a new game, it's only natural to want to explore it. As for the Lord, Rebel, and Traitor role cards, their names speak for themselves. The Lord is the central figure in the game, and their goal is to eliminate all rebels and the traitor. The Loyalist assists the Lord in defeating the rebels and the traitor. The rebels aim to assassinate the Lord. The traitor must eliminate everyone except the Lord and then engage in a one-on-one duel with them to win. This is the hardest role to play. Hakuto continued explaining the rules to the Nakano sisters, as understanding them was necessary before they could start the game. Kill. Dodge. Beach. These are the most basic cards, and their effects are explained on them. Hakuto then gave a detailed explanation of attack range, and the +1 horse and -1 horse mechanics, since those were common pitfalls for beginners. Chapter 105, Oh no! You win. You win. This looks pretty interesting. Can I choose the Prime Minister? The Prime Minister comes with built-in gossip. Miku looked at the skill description of the SP Xiaoyun card in her hand. Dragon Soul, treat kill as dodge and vice versa. Charge, when activating Dragon Soul, you can take a designated opponent's card. Although Miku was still a bit unclear about the rules of Sangosha, for some reason, she was immediately drawn to the Xiaoyun General card at first glance. Holding the Xiaoyun General card, Miku turned to Hakuto beside her. Shiratori. I want to pick this one. Sure, pick whatever you like. Just take a moment to understand the general skills, then we'll start the game. Saying this, Hakuto shuffled the identity cards and then distributed them. The ruler has to reveal their identity. For a 6-player game, I remember it's 3 rebels, 1 spy, 1 loyalist. Check your identity cards, then choose your general. This is an important step. In the first round, the ruler's role fell on Hakuto. Since they were playing with beginners, he was lenient with the rules and let them choose their generals freely. After what felt like ages. So long that Hakuto was nearly falling asleep. The other 5 players had finally picked their generals. I'm ready. Nino, did you pick Sima Yi just because his artwork looks cool? What? No way. At least he's better than your brute Zhongf. But Zhongf can use kill infinitely. What about Itsuki? Let me see. Something called Zhu Sheng. From Wu Kingdom. Huh? What the hell? Hearing the name Zhu Sheng, Hakuto's drowsiness vanished instantly, and he perked up. He looked at Itsuki across from him, gave her a thumbs up, and applauded in his mind. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. Since everyone has picked, let's get started. Hakuto casually picked Majou from the general pile. Since it was a beginner-friendly match, there was no need to overthink. Because the turn order followed a clockwise direction, the 6 players' turn sequence was Hakuto, Miku, Akika, Itsuki, Yotsuba, Nino. Huh? Why am I last? You're so eager to play. Are you a rebel, Nino? I'm not. Don't try to trick me. Hakuto chuckled and distributed the cards. Since it was a casual game, they kept things simple. The ruler got 5 cards, while everyone else got 4. Dodge, negate, beach, lightning, King-Gang sword, -1 horse, vine armor, damn. 7 cards and not a single kill? Majou having no kill felt like a cosmic joke. Even Hakuto wasn't spared. And since it was a face-up game with no card exchanges, he had no choice but to accept it. With that, Hakuto equipped the -1 horse, King-Gang sword, and vine armor before ending his turn. As for why he dared to equip vine armor despite Yotsuba playing Zhuge Liang, well, he was just going easy on beginners. Miku, it's your turn. Wait. Let me check first. Take your time. Before Hakuto could finish his sentence, a Zhuge crossbow appeared on Miku's general card. Ah. Zhuge crossbow. I know this one. It lets you use kill infinitely. My Zhongf comes with a built-in Zhuge crossbow, but my hand is trash. Ignoring the murmurs around her, Miku played a dodge card against Hakuto. Miku, I have vine armor. That doesn't work on me. You should choose someone else. Hakuto remained patient with beginners. After all, even he used to overlook armor effects sometimes. But to his surprise, Miku nodded. I know, but I still want to attack you. With that, she extended her hand toward Hakuto. A clear demand, hand over your cards. Left with no choice, Hakuto reluctantly held out his hand. I'm doomed. Miku drew a dodge from his hand. The one card he least wanted to lose, as it meant he'd have to discard another card. Sure enough, the next second, another dodge landed in front of him. Alright, take them. Thus, Hakuto lost another card. This time lightning, the least useful one. Forget it, this is too much trouble. What do you mean? The next moment, Miku casually tossed 3 more dodges onto the table? Hakuto was utterly stunned. So Miku, after getting the Zhuge crossbow, also had 4 dodges in her hand? Damn. How is this any different from a home invasion robbery? Wait. Hold on. Miss Miku, I only have 2 cards left. 3 is a bit much. Miku picked up 1 dodge but still took Hakuto's beach and negate. Since Hakuto was now unarmed, Miku turned her attention to Akika. Miku, we're on the same side. Give me healing. Akika quickly surrendered, knowing her hand was absolute trash. Without vine armor, if she got targeted, it would be both a robbery and a complete violation. Really? Really? Seeing her sister's plea, Miku believed her and didn't attack. She ended her turn, holding just 1 beach, 1 negate, and 1 dodge. At this point, Hakuto finally realized. Miku had discarded 2 dodges earlier. Which meant her original hand was 1 Zhuge crossbow and 5 dodges. If this had happened in a serious game, Hakuto would have flipped the table already. Hakuto, oh no, you win. You win. The turn moved to Akika, but since her hand was bad and she lacked range, she simply attacked Itsuki and ended her turn. Why are you attacking me, Akika? You're the only one in range. Itsuki shot a disgruntled look at Akika and silently noted this grudge. Itsuki, you're not a rebel too, are you? Hakuto was cardless, so he wasn't worried about Yotsuba setting him on fire. He was more concerned about Itsuki cutting him down if she got the right distance. Me? Itsuki pointed at herself, then shook her head. I'm not. As she spoke, she equipped an ancient saber. Not? Then why? A Zhuge crossbow and 5 dodges were already absurd. Now Itsuki had an ancient saber? Phew. At least she doesn't have range. Hakuto decided to stop overthinking. He was just relieved that Itsuki was the farthest away. But the next second, Itsuki played a whine. Hakuto's eyelid twitches, but he still felt safe since the distance issue remained. Chain attack. Activate. What? Hakuto was truly dumbfounded. So in a face-up game with no card swaps, Itsuki had managed to draw chain attack, whine, and ancient saber all at once? Is this a joke? The chain attack linked Hakuto and Nino. Why not Akika or Miku? Because Itsuki was a rebel. And since Yotsuba was playing Zhuge Liang, who had 8 trigrams armor, Nino was the best choice. Shiratori. I have a bad feeling about this. Nino looked at the chain attack beside her. Even though she didn't know what Zushing's skills were, she had a very bad premonition. Nino, I don't know your identity, but right now, you're my loyalist. Farewell, ruler. Fire kill. Itsuki raised her hand high and slammed the fire kill card onto the table, targeting Nino, who was now chained. I'm doomed. And it was fire kill. Doomed. Absolutely doomed. Chapter 106, The struggle for the air has always been this way. Mars spicy. Mars spicy. Across the table, Yotsuba mimicked Hakuto and shouted. I haven't even played a card yet. I need healing. Jizusheng, wine, fire slash. Even without the full effect of the ancient ding blade, it was enough to send Hakuto, clad in rattan armor, straight to the grave. Since Hakuto had simplified the rules to accommodate beginners, there was no rule allowing the monarch to gain extra health. So his Majou only had 4 health points, just enough for Yotsuba to cut him down with a single strike. Unmatched. Taking the head of thousands. One break. The sleeping dragon emerges. Double strike. Fame in a single battle. Hakuto, who had been cut down in one blow, leaned lifelessly against Nino, looking utterly defeated. I had 3 peaches. Why were they all buried? Ha ha. Ha ha. Hee hee. Sangakushi kill is so fun. Ha ha ha. Unmatched. Itsuki was about to let out a triumphant howl but decided against it. Finally, the roles were revealed. Miku, Itsuki, and Akiko were rebels, Yotsuba was a loyalist, and Nino was the spy. So why did all 3 rebels have to be seated right after me? Ugh. Fine, take it. Take it. Itsuki. Why did you cut down the monarch in one slash? I hadn't even played a card yet. It wasn't just the monarch. I got wiped out too. Sangakushi kill is so fun. As she spoke, Itsuki eagerly shuffled the deck, clearly addicted to the thrill of eliminating someone in one blow. Hakuto looked at the smug Itsuki and couldn't help but laugh in frustration. The rebel boss had the ancient ding blade, the little rebel had his huge crossbow, and 5 dodges. Ha ha ha. What was I even playing? Was this some kind of beginner's protection phase? How were the cards this good? Meanwhile, my Majou was stuck without a single slash. Shiratori-sensei, hurry up and draw your identity card. Hakuto sighed, then drew an identity card from Itsuki's hand. Shiratori is the monarch again? Ah. I don't want to play Chancellor anymore. Itsuki, let me use your Jizusheng. I swear I just saw God Xiaoyan a moment ago. Where did he go? Listening to the chatter around him, Hakuto chuckled, finally coming to terms with it. You're right. But the struggle for the air has always been this way. Play? Do you like to play? I'll let you play. Play, play, play. God Xiaoyan? Jizusheng? Play? Shiratori. What's with this general? Why is there such a massive wall of text? Mkaopai's skill description was practically an essay, enough to make anyone's head spin just from looking at it. You don't need to understand it. You just need to know how to write the words nightmare mode correctly. Hakuto retrieved the Mkaopai general card from Nino's hand and placed it in front of him, urging everyone to start quickly. Found it, God Xiaoyan. Miku, look at this Jizukai. Pair him with your God Xiaoyan. It's absolutely unstoppable. God Xiaoyan and Jizukai. People called them the Universe Brothers, and rightfully so. God Xiaoyan, a 2-health general, had a hand limit increase of 2 and could draw a card both when entering and leaving critical condition. Hearts acted as peaches, spades as negates, diamonds as fire slashes, and clubs as dodges. Jizukai could acquire his own judgment cards and first assist another player. If that player lost health, he lost health. If they gained health, he gained health. After losing health, he could conduct a judgment. If it was black, he discarded a card on the field. If red, he designated a player to draw a card, 2 cards for the assisted player. Even beginners could see how terrifying their synergy was. However, after overhearing the conversation between Miku and Akiko, Hakuto simply smiled. Jizukai? God Xiaoyan? Alright. I don't care if you're loyalist or not. First, let's send you to exile. Hakuto didn't bother with excuses. As the monarch, he revealed his general cards one by one. However, upon seeing the extensive skill descriptions, the others immediately felt a headache coming on. Miku and Akiko were busy strategizing their Jizukai and God Xiaoyan combo, completely ignoring Hakuto. Yotsuba was fighting Itsuki over Dabao's general card. I don't understand. But I only know this one. Kill me, Itsuki. I want to play Jizusheng. Then I'll keep Jisima Yi. Wait, hold on, this Godxanyu artwork. Huh? What's this? Liu Yan? Let's give him a try. Liu Yan, God Xiaoyan, Jizukai, Jizusheng, Mkaopai, Godxanyu. If this lineup appeared in an online game, even the most dedicated players would never be able to afford it. Hakuto sighed as he observed their choices. It seemed that even beginners could recognize powerful cards. But it didn't matter. Because the empire is vast, and none are unwelcome. And yet you dare to resist? With their generals chosen, the game officially began. Beginners generally didn't pick their cards based on what the monarch chose. They just played whatever they felt like. Aside from Nino, no one else even glanced at Hakuto's general card. Meanwhile, god generals could choose their own faction, so Miku naturally picked Shu for god Xiaoyan. But Nino was different. After looking at Hakuto's general card, she hesitated for only a moment before picking Wei. Akika also unhesitatingly assigned her assist to Miku. Dragon battles in the wild. Swearing to the heavens. To prove my resolve. The Yuan army is nothing but a scattered force. The monarch can break them with strategy. Those who invade Wu's borders, I, Sheng, will shatter them. In the afterlife, you will surely feel my emperor's grace. How could I have any treacherous intent? Hakuto watched as each general was placed on the table and grinned. Now, he didn't care how good everyone else's cards were. Even if Yotsuba got Zhongba, he wasn't worried. Because the struggle for the heir has always been this way. My decree is already merciful. Ha ha ha. Without hesitation, Hakuto activated his ability on Akika, then exiled Miku, stripping her generals of all skills. Huh? Shiratori, does that mean my god Xiaoyan lost all his abilities? Wait, why does Miku only lose abilities for one turn, but I'm stuck as a blank slate for the whole game? I don't know. I only know this. Hakuto didn't bother strategizing anymore. The only thing in his mind now was, the struggle for the heir has always been this way. My decree is already merciful. With his refined skills, it took just 2 turns to cut down all 3 rebels. No way. Shiratori-sensei, you can't blame Kalpai anymore. Yotsuba leaped onto Hakuto in frustration. That last game had been pure suffering for her. She had even researched Liu Yan online to play him properly and miraculously drew Zhongba. Nanman. She was set to be the governor of Yi province. But then she looked up. And saw herself instantly exiled. Hey. Yotsuba, don't grab at me. Get off first. Nino panicked, seeing Yotsuba clinging to Hakuto, nearly kicking her away. Yotsuba. What do you think you're doing, clinging on to him like that? Yotsuba. I don't care. Shiratori-sensei can't blame Kalpai anymore. Fine, I won't. But just 10 minutes later. You can't play Peizayu either. Chapter 107, Hakuto's plan. Absolutely perfect? Just like that, the Nakano quintuplets spent a pleasant afternoon playing their new game. However, Hakuto's purpose for coming here tomorrow wasn't just to find people to play Three Kingdoms Kill with. His main goal was still tutoring. Shiratori, you're not playing anymore? Miku, sitting beside him, looked at Hakuto as he stood up and asked. Hearing this, Hakuto waved his hand nonchalantly and said, Nah, you guys are still beginners. I'll join again once you're more familiar with it. Then, he turned to Nino and smiled. Nino. Where's the thing I asked you to prepare? I know, it's in the drawer of the coffee table. Now stop bothering me, I'm playing as the Divine Xanyu. Hearing this, Itsuki also put down her card and looked at Hakuto, who was walking toward the coffee table. She then asked Nino curiously, Nino, what did Shiratori-sensei ask you to prepare? Our entrance exam papers. Itsuki had already expected something like this to end up in Hakuto's hands sooner or later. But thinking about her own entrance exam scores, she still felt a little embarrassed. Oh. I'm definitely taking the role of governor of Yaizu? Yotsuba, did you draw Zhongba again? Meanwhile, Hakuto sighed helplessly as he looked at the test papers on the coffee table. Although he already knew the quintuplets' grades weren't great, seeing them firsthand was another matter entirely. That said, it wasn't all bad. For example, Nino was decent at English, and Miku wasn't too bad at history. So, does that mean they really need to combine their strengths to achieve greatness? The last time I graded someone's homework was probably in my past life. Despite his complaints, Hakuto's hands didn't stop moving. The red pen in his hand danced across the papers, writing and marking without pause. There were only 2 reasons he bought Three Kingdoms Kill to play with the quintuplets. First, to spark their enthusiasm for learning. Just now, he had used the general's abilities to tell them various stories from the romance of the Three Kingdoms. He could tell that through this method, the quintuplets listened with curiosity rather than impatience. Of course, the exams in Japan didn't test romance of the Three Kingdoms, and even if they did, the score weight would be minimal. So his real goal wasn't to teach them about the three kingdoms. It was to make future tutoring sessions go more smoothly. Besides, if he could build a bond with the quintuplets, then even if they failed their exams, Nakano Maruo probably wouldn't fire him. And with that bond, the quintuplets would likely be more motivated to study. Even though Hakuto was confident in his abilities, it was always good to have a backup plan. The second reason was Miku. After today's events, she would probably beg Hakuto for tutoring. Now, 4 of the quintuplets were on board. Only one remained. Akika, who had dreams of becoming an actress. Because of this dream, she spent her free time working part-time, auditioning for roles, and honing her acting skills. In Hakuto's eyes, studying wasn't the only path in life, and pursuing acting wasn't a bad choice. But the contract was crystal clear. He had to ensure all 5 sisters passed their exams. He had no choice. Even though he supported Akika's dream, he still had a contract to fulfill. What Hakuto didn't realize was that he was yawning more and more frequently, and his once elegant handwriting was starting to look shaky. It wasn't really his fault. Last night, he had stayed up late because of that flying ability user, and the after effects of overclocking his mind were kicking in. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tired. But still. Sleep. It was the lowest cost desire. Hakuto refused to be defeated by such a trivial urge. And then, the next second, the red pen in his hand slipped to the floor, and he collapsed onto the sofa, fast asleep. Hakuto didn't know that shortly after he dozed off, the quintuplets all put down their game and gathered around him, whispering. Miku poked his face, but he didn't react. Shiratori. Is he asleep? Yotsuba said, did he pass out from seeing our test scores? Itsuki added, my scores might be bad, but they're not that bad. Akika gently brushed a strand of Hakuto's hair and looked at Nino. Hey, Nino. Shiratori is really handsome, isn't he? Huh? Isn't that obvious? The people I approve of must pass the looks test first. Were there ever tutors who taught like this? Maybe it's just because it's our first day, so he wanted to make things more relaxed? Whoa. Shiratori-sensei's handwriting is so pretty. He even drew me a little bunny. Yotsuba was excited, but before she could finish, Itsuki quickly covered her mouth. Yotsuba turned her head and found the other 4 staring at her with dangerous eyes. SHHHX4. Oh, my bad. Yotsuba's rabbit ear headband twitched as she gave an embarrassed smile. But their concerns were unnecessary. At Hakuto's current level of exhaustion, not even an earthquake could wake him up, let alone their chatter. Maybe things won't be so boring from now on. I thought with his grades, Shiratori-sensei's teaching methods would be super strict. Huh. You guys don't know. This guy Shiratori? Spacing out in class was the least of his problems. Aside from Hiratsuka-sensei's class, he was practically non-existent in every other lesson. Nino couldn't understand how someone with such a lax attitude toward studying managed to score so well. She could only pout in frustration. At that moment, Itsuki seemed to remember something and turned to Yotsuba. Speaking of which, Yotsuba, don't people at school always use you for free labor? Huh? No, they don't. Yotsuba scratched her head awkwardly. She wasn't good at refusing people, and since she was athletic, the basketball team often roped her in for extra practice. Miku played with her Xiaoyun card and said flatly, if Yotsuba doesn't want to go, she can just use Shiratori's name. Wouldn't that cause trouble for Shiratori-sensei? They wouldn't dare. Even someone as indifferent to outside matters as Miku knew. Those guys on the basketball team wouldn't dare mess with Hakuto. Chapter 108, Nino, Doomed. At night, the 5 sisters gathered around the sofa, looking at Hakuto, who was sound asleep. Wow. Shiratori-sensei has been in the same position for 5 or 6 hours straight. He looks way too comfortable sleeping like that. Maybe I should tell Dad and have them dock a day's pay from him. The moment Nino said this, Hakuto on the sofa twitched slightly, as if trying to open his eyes, but they wouldn't budge. Looks like Shiratori is reacting. Miku poked his cheek with her finger. She thought she had seen his eyelids move just now. No way. I called him earlier when we were eating, and he didn't even flinch. Since we don't know when he'll wake up, I'll head to bed first. You guys can keep watch. Huh? Akika, you're going to sleep this early again? You slept for so long in the morning. Beauty sleep, you know. Alright, Shiratori is in your hands now. The 4 remaining sisters watched Akika's back as she went upstairs. No one said a word, but they instinctively glanced at each other, as if trying to find some hidden meaning in one another's faces. Yotsuba suddenly suggested, should we shake Shiratori-sensei awake? Hearing this, Itsuki shook her head. It's best not to disturb deep sleep, or he'll wake up with a headache. Besides, Yotsuba, are you really sure Shiratori-sensei doesn't have a bad temper when woken up? You've seen what he's capable of. It's terrifying. Yikes! At Itsuki's words, Yotsuba flinched like a frightened rabbit and quickly waved her hands in denial. Shiratori-sensei. I wasn't actually planning to wake you up, I was just joking. You idiot, Yotsuba. If he heard you, that'd be the real mystery. Sometimes, Nino couldn't help but admire her sister's way of thinking. Was this what they called all brawn and no brain? Should we carry Shiratori upstairs? Can you even lift him, Miku? Nino waved her hand dismissively, pretending to be uninterested, then turned to the others. You guys figure it out. I'm heading to my room. With that, Nino leisurely walked toward the stairs, though her unintentional glance back betrayed her. Her eyes met the three sisters downstairs. Even Nino felt a bit awkward under their gaze. What are you looking at? Go to bed already. With that, she tossed her long hair over her shoulder with a dramatic flourish and returned to her room. Yotsuba's bunny ear hairband twitched as she muttered, Nino's face was so red just now. Was it too hot? Is the AC broken? She grabbed the remote control and instinctively pressed the power button. Seeing the AC turn off, Yotsuba frowned. It's not broken. Just as she was about to turn it back on, Miku suddenly spoke up. I have an extra blanket in my room. We can use it to cover Shiratori. Great. Miku, I'll help you carry it. And just like that, Yotsuba completely forgot about the air conditioner. Well, I'm off to bed too. Perhaps because Akiko had set the trend, the five of them left Hakuto sleeping on the sofa and returned to their rooms. About an hour later, the door of the second-to-last room on the upper floor quietly opened. A slender, fair foot stepped out. Its owner was none other than Nino. She cautiously looked around, checking Akiko and Miku's rooms beside her. Should be fine. I didn't wake them, right? Confirming that everything was clear, Nino let out a sly smile. She clutched a blanket in her arms and tiptoed downstairs toward the sleeping Hakuto. Her movements were practically those of a thief. It's so hot. Who turned off the AC? The moment she descended, Nino felt an overwhelming wave of heat. The temperature difference stung her delicate skin. By memory, she fumbled around the coffee table for the AC remote and turned it back on. As the cool air gently flowed through the room, she finally felt some relief. Shiratori is still in the living room. Whoever turned off the AC better pray I don't find out. She muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, in her room, Yotsuba suddenly shivered. With the AC back on, Nino finally had the time to take out her phone and use its dim screen light to check on Hakuto. Just as she suspected, Hakuto's face was covered in sweat. His hair was drenched, and his collar was soaked through. This is Miku's blanket? So nosy. Does that mean the blanket I brought is useless now? She glanced at the one already covering him and muttered softly. But the moment she lifted the blanket, she froze on the spot. Did Shiratori wet the bed? From her angle, his clothes were completely soaked, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. The damp fabric clung tightly to his body, highlighting his well-defined muscles in an unintended display. He's still not waking up. Is he a half-pig? Nino grumbled, grabbing some tissues to gently wipe the sweat from his forehead. But as she wiped, her usual habit kicked in. He's so handsome. How can someone be this good-looking? Staring at Hakuto's impossibly perfect face, Nino felt utterly defenseless. And now, with beads of sweat glistening on his skin, he looked ridiculously alluring. Her heart was practically racing out of control. Just as she was about to take out her phone and capture this rare moment, a door suddenly opened upstairs. Ah! Nino nearly dropped her phone in shock. Is someone just going to the bathroom? She crouched low, trying to hide her presence. If someone saw her like this, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. She couldn't exactly say she was sleepwalking. At this point, she could only pray that whoever was upstairs had simply gotten up to use the bathroom. But her hopes were dashed the next second when she heard footsteps heading down the stairs. Chapter 109, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, unaware of the aureole behind hiss. Hearing footsteps coming from the stairs, Nino didn't care who it was or why they were coming down. She quickly lay down on the floor and crawled away from the sofa like a little cat. Better not let me find out who it is. She muttered softly but kept moving without slowing down. In no time, she reached the window and hid behind the curtain. Once behind the curtain, Nino let out a sigh of relief. She peeked out just enough to observe the situation outside. From her perspective, someone about the same size as her was crouching in front of the sofa, seemingly watching over Hakuto. I can't see clearly. It was dusk, and there was no nearby light source. The moonlight was blocked by the curtain, making it impossible for Nino to see the person's face. All five sisters had similar figures, and at this moment, none of them had distinctive hairstyles or accessories, so it was natural that she couldn't recognize them. But the next second, the person took out a phone, using the faint light from the screen to illuminate the scene. At this moment, Nino finally saw who was standing next to the sofa. Miku. And she was still in her pajamas, looking drowsy. Huh? Nino's eyes widened in disbelief. She had no idea why Miku had come downstairs. Surely she wasn't sleepwalking? Meanwhile, on Hakuto's side, now that the air conditioning was on, his previously furrowed brows had relaxed. His sweat had lessened considerably, but his clothes were still soaked, revealing his well-defined muscle lines. Is the blanket too thick? Miku gently brushed aside Hakuto's bangs, completely unconcerned about the sweat on them. Then she picked up the blanket from the floor, folded it neatly, and placed it at the foot of the sofa. She didn't think too much of it. After all, it was easy to understand how someone could unconsciously kick off their blanket if they were feeling too hot. Speaking of which, Hakuto's shoes had actually been taken off earlier by Yotsuba, that airheaded girl. At this moment, Miku noticed something. A blanket under the sofa. Nino was here. She instinctively glanced upstairs, unaware that the person she was talking about was hiding right behind the curtain. As sisters, Miku naturally recognized that the extra blanket under the sofa belonged to Nino. Judging by its condition, it was clearly the one Nino always used, not a spare or a new one. Miku picked up Nino's blanket, folded it just as neatly, and placed it next to Hakuto's feet. After finishing that, she crouched beside Hakuto again, propping her chin on her hand and staring at his face under the dim glow of her phone. Oda Nobunaga. Miku murmured. Then she opened the Three Kingdoms kill card game on a coffee table, took out the God Zhaoyun character card, and placed it in front of Hakuto. Zhaoyun. Zhao Zilong. Actually, Miku had also seen the scene Yotsuba had described. Hakuto fighting. She just never mentioned it. In the past, Miku wouldn't have given such things much thought. But that time was different. It wasn't just a fight for the sake of fighting. It was a fight to intimidate those delinquents. That kind of action, that kind of intent. The overwhelming dominance he displayed was something Miku couldn't forget. And this afternoon, his gentle demeanor had made her feel as if she were basking in a warm breeze. These two contrasting sides of Hakuto lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. What was supposed to be a routine awakening had instead led her to think of Hakuto the moment she opened her eyes. By the time she realized it, she was already standing in front of the sofa. He really is handsome. No wonder Nino was so upset after getting rejected that she couldn't even eat. Hiding behind the curtain, Nino heard Miku's words and immediately exploded with anger. What do you mean I was too upset to eat? Who could possibly eat after going through something like that? Why did she sound like some kind of rejected loser in Miku's eyes? It was just a refusal to exchange contact information. Nino clenched her fists. Damn it. Just wait. Once I win over Hakuto, I'll make him change his contact method every single day and send it to me in a different way each time. Wait. What is Miku still doing here? If she had only come to check on Hakuto, why was she staying so long? It was too dark for Nino to see Miku's exact actions. She only knew that her sister was crouched in front of Hakuto, doing something. Could it be? Miku is interested in Hakuto too? What the hell? I thought she said personality was more important. Nino had no idea that Miku was drawn to something else about Hakuto. She simply assumed that, like herself, Miku had fallen for his looks. As the runaway train of romance, there was no way Nino would just sit by and watch Miku act recklessly. Yet. Just as Nino was about to yank open the curtain and rush out, another door upstairs suddenly creaked open. Huh? Both Nino and Miku turned their gazes upstairs at the same time, their bodies freezing in place. They even forgot to breathe. As the person upstairs stepped onto the staircase, just like Miku had earlier, both Nino and Miku sprang into action. Nino immediately retracted the words she was about to shout and hid behind the curtain again. Miku, on the other hand, hastily turned off her phone screen and frantically scanned her surroundings. In the end, she chose to hide in the same spot as Nino, except one was on the left and the other on the right. Nino, who is it this time? Miku, who's coming down? Both of them gripped their phones tightly, hoping that whoever was on the stairs hadn't noticed them. Otherwise, they'd have no choice but to pretend they were sleepwalking to cover it up. Chapter 110, Stay away, go to Miku. 3 people now. Is this place a marketplace? Nino glanced subtly at Miku, who was hiding behind another curtain not far away. Perhaps due to the darkness of the room, Miku hadn't noticed Nino beside her. Her full attention was on the person who had just come downstairs. That person walked up to the sofa, looking at the running air conditioner and feeling the cool breeze blowing from it. Instantly, they let out a relieved sigh. That scared me. I thought I had turned off the AC. Their tone carried a sense of relief, as if they had just escaped a disaster. Both Miku and Nino, hiding behind the curtains, were momentarily stunned upon hearing this voice. Yotsuba? Yes, the one standing next to Hakuto was none other than Yotsuba. With her extraordinary dullness, she had finally realized, an hour later, that she had turned off the air conditioner. The realization had jolted her awake from her sleep, prompting her to rush downstairs to check on Hakuto. The AC was turned off by Yotsuba? Nino sometimes really felt the urge to call the police. Meanwhile, Yotsuba, still in the aftershock of realizing her mistake, quickly snapped back to reality. After all, she didn't want to wake up in the morning just to get pinned down by Hakuto in retaliation. Not that Hakuto would actually do that. Huh? Why is Shiratori-sensei sweating so much? Now fully aware, Yotsuba, like the other two, used her phone's dim screen light to check on Hakuto's condition. But she didn't understand why he was sweating so much. Huh? Why are there two blankets? Seeing the two neatly folded blankets at Hakuto's feet, Yotsuba was momentarily puzzled. After all, she distinctly remembered giving him only one, yet now there were two. Geez, in this summer heat, someone gave Shiratori-sensei two blankets. Hearing Yotsuba's words, Nino, hiding behind the curtain, nearly lost it. What? How was she playing the victim here? And with such confidence, too? Nino's whole body trembled. She wanted nothing more than to rush out and teach her sister a lesson. Miku felt the same way, immediately blaming Nino for Hakuto sweating so much. If Nino knew about this, she'd probably break down and shout, "I was here first." Just then, Yotsuba, completely unaware, suddenly realized something. Why were the two blankets folded so neatly at his feet? Shiratori-sensei? Shiratori-sensei? Yotsuba leaned in and called out softly near his ear, then poked his face with her finger. He's not waking up. She had assumed Hakuto had woken up from the heat and folded the blankets himself. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. After thinking it over, Yotsuba came to a conclusion. Wow! As expected of Shiratori-sensei. Even while sleepwalking, he can still neatly fold his blankets. Miku and Nino behind the curtain. Huh? Nino sometimes seriously wondered what kind of spell Hakuto had cast on her sister to make her admire him so much. Since bright light might wake a sleeping person, none of them had turned on the room lights or their phone flashlights, using only the faint glow from their screens. Sweet dreams, Shiratori-sensei. I'm going back to sleep now. Yotsuba whispered in his ear, since she had only come downstairs to check whether the air conditioner was on. Now that her mission was complete, it was time to go back to bed. But just as she was about to leave, she noticed something. The temperature of the air conditioner seemed a bit too low. Even standing here in her pajamas, she was shivering. 16 degrees? Did I really set it to 16 degrees? Looking at the AC display, Yotsuba hugged herself and started searching for the remote on the coffee table. Huh? I swear I left it here. She rummaged around, even nearly flipping Hakuto over in her search, but still couldn't find it. Did I lose the AC remote? Nino, hiding behind the curtain, froze as she watched Yotsuba searching and muttering to herself. Because she suddenly realized. She was holding something in both hands. If one hand was holding her phone, then the other. Acting as naturally as possible, Nino reached out and felt the object in her other hand. Just as she suspected. It was the very air conditioner remote Yotsuba was desperately looking for. Nino raised an eyebrow in disbelief. She couldn't believe such a cliché scenario was happening to her. Now, she could only pray that Yotsuba would give up searching or go bother Miku instead. Meanwhile, Miku still hadn't realized that Nino was hiding right next to her. All she wanted was for Yotsuba to leave as soon as possible. Huh? Where's the remote? Yotsuba turned up her phone's brightness and began crawling on the floor, slowly searching for the missing remote. At that moment, both Nino and Miku tensed up. Because Yotsuba was crawling straight toward them. Practically pressing her face against the floor, Yotsuba was determined not to miss a single inch of space. She reached the window, preparing to lift the curtain slightly and check if the remote was behind it. Seeing Yotsuba getting closer, Nino frowned. Just as Yotsuba was about to lift the curtain and have a fateful nighttime encounter with her, Nino shook her head, tightened her grip on the remote, and, without thinking twice, flung it away. What was that noise? Still crawling on the floor, Yotsuba didn't notice Nino's action. She only heard a dull thud. But Miku saw it clearly. She couldn't make out exactly what Nino had done, but she definitely saw someone behind the curtain. What was that sound just now? Chapter 111, Who the hell turned off the air conditioning? Nino's plan successfully stopped Yotsuba in her tracks, but something about that voice felt off to her. Yotsuba turned around upon hearing the sound, then slowly stood up. And what she saw nearly scared the soul out of her. Because she realized that Hakuto had woken up at some point and was sitting on the sofa, facing in her direction. Hakuto didn't expect that sleep deprivation combined with the after effects of his supercomputer-like calculations would hit him this hard. During those past few hours, he had tried multiple times to force himself awake through sheer willpower, but each attempt failed. Even opening his eyes was impossible. He wanted to wake up, but his body simply wouldn't allow it. It was like being drugged with a powerful sedative. Your body succumbs to the effects, sinking into deep sleep, but external stimuli make you want to wake up. Yet, you just can't. That was exactly what Hakuto had been experiencing. But the worst part wasn't even that. Fine, if he couldn't wake up, then he couldn't wake up. A deep sleep wasn't the worst thing in the world. But who the hell turned off the air conditioning? He was practically melting. Fortunately, someone later turned it back on and even removed the blanket covering him. Hakuto, still sound asleep, had no idea who had done all this, but he was immensely grateful to them. Just as he thought he could finally sleep in peace, someone beside him seemed to lean in and whisper something in his ear. Hakuto couldn't process the words, but it didn't matter. As long as they didn't disturb his sleep. However, at that moment, in his dream, he was happily swimming through a sea of gold coins. Until a blunt object suddenly smacked him on the head with a loud thud. That impact shocked Hakuto awake in an instant. He sat up straight, scanning his surroundings. Where's my sea of gold coins? Awoken so abruptly, Hakuto was gasping for breath, one hand covering his eye, still in a dazed state. Shiratori-sensei. You're awake. Hearing Yotsuba's voice by the window, Hakuto finally snapped back to reality and focused on her. Shiratori-sensei? Seeing that Hakuto wasn't responding for a long time, Yotsuba took a step closer and waved her hand in front of his face. I'm fine. Hakuto grabbed Yotsuba's hand. Right now, his head was pounding, and even his reaction speed felt sluggish. What time is it? It was the classic question asked by someone who had just woken up. It's 3 in the morning. Sunday? Yeah. Why? Yotsuba found Hakuto's behavior a little odd. He had only slept for a few hours, yet he was asking if today was Sunday. And judging by his expression, he didn't seem to be in a groggy, half-asleep state. If anything, he was incredibly alert. Hearing Yotsuba's response, Hakuto sighed in relief. He had worried that he might have slept through all of Sunday again. Then, letting go of Yotsuba's hand, he looked down at the object that had just hit his head. Huh? Isn't his the air conditioning remote I've been looking for? The air conditioning remote? Who threw it? Hakuto and Yotsuba exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their eyes toward the ceiling. Meanwhile, the true culprit was hiding behind the curtains, avoiding Hakuto's gaze. Nino hadn't expected her casual toss to land so precisely on Hakuto's head, waking him up in the process. Miku, too, was hiding. She was afraid Hakuto would notice her. Staring at the remote in his hand, an unexplainable fury began to rise within Hakuto. He had suffered enough because of this damn thing today. First, some idiot turned off the air conditioning, practically cooking him alive. Then, another idiot, or maybe the same one, decided to chuck the remote at his head. By the way, Yotsuba, why are you here? I thought I had turned off the air conditioning but wasn't sure, so I came down to check. But looking at things now, I guess my worries were unnecessary. Yotsuba scratched her head, smiling innocently. But Hakuto had a very different reaction to what she just said. Wait. So you were the one who turned off my air conditioning? Clenching the remote tightly in his hand, Hakuto's grip tightened even more, veins appearing on his forehead. His expression was like someone experiencing severe constipation. At first, he had assumed that Yotsuba was the one who turned the AC back on and removed his blanket. But now, it was clear that wasn't the case. Shiratori-sensei, you're about to break the remote. Oh, you noticed? Well, if I don't squeeze the remote, the one getting squeezed might just be you, Yotsuba. Huh? What do you mean? Remote, is nobody going to stand up for me? After a while, Hakuto let out a deep sigh and tossed the remote to Yotsuba. I caught it. I caught it. Seeing Yotsuba's bright and cheerful expression, Hakuto couldn't even muster the energy to blame her. He was just frustrated. Yotsuba. I need a shower. After sweating so much, Hakuto felt utterly gross. A shower was non-negotiable. Okay. I'll go run the hot water for you, Shiratori-sensei. With that, Yotsuba hopped happily toward the bathroom. Watching her enthusiasm, Hakuto felt a sudden wave of emotion. If only his clients could be this obedient. Sob. Wait. Yotsuba. Stop right there. Yotsuba. Huh? What's happening? Still caught up in Yotsuba's unexpectedly considerate behavior, Hakuto hadn't fully processed what was happening when two pink blurs shot out from behind the curtains, racing straight toward the bathroom. What the hell? A pink-haired girl gang? What? Nino? Miku? Where did you two come from? Nino and Miku each grabbed one of Yotsuba's arms, lifting her out of the bathroom before she could even react. Hakuto stared at the utterly nonsensical scene before him, beginning to wonder if he was actually still dreaming. Nino, Miku, why are you dragging me? Yotsuba, still confused, was carried right in front of Hakuto. Ow, that hurt. So I'm not dreaming, huh? Hakuto gave himself a slap and confirmed the pain was real. Meaning he was, in fact, awake. But I still need to run the hot water for Shiratori-sensei. Forget the hot water for now. Hakuto stepped forward, separating the three of them, then smiled slightly. Now then. Would someone care to explain? Chapter 112, Hakuto, still half asleep. Hakuto sat on the couch, looking at the three girls kneeling in front of him. He then shook the remote control in his hand and spoke. Yotsuba, I know. You came to check if my air conditioner was on, right? Speaking of this, Hakuto couldn't help but get irritated. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the air conditioner remote. Shiratori-sensei. Shiratori-sensei. It's really going to break. Remote, I'm done for. I'm done for. But despite his annoyance, Hakuto shifted his focus to Nino and Miku. Nino, Miku, why were you girls hiding behind the curtains? Sleepwalking? Hearing this, Nino and Miku simultaneously turned their heads to the side, avoiding eye contact with Hakuto. However, a second later, Nino realized. Wait, this was her house. And why was she acting like some guilty child who did something wrong? Realizing this, Nino immediately stood up and met Hakuto's gaze. Huh? This is my house. What's wrong with me hiding behind my own curtains? Beside her, Yotsuba was surprised by Nino's boldness. After all, in her experience, Hakuto was someone who actually hit people. So, Yotsuba tugged at Nino's sleeve, signaling her to calm down. At the same time, Miku also tugged at Nino. She had noticed that Hakuto's face had darkened, and unlike Nino, she knew exactly why they were here, so she didn't have the same level of confidence. Even though Miku felt she hadn't done anything wrong, whispering in someone's ear while they were sleeping wasn't exactly an honorable act. As Shiratori-sensei, don't be mad. Yotsuba was genuinely afraid that Hakuto would beat all three of them up. Even though, after spending a day or two together, she had realized that Hakuto wasn't as cold and irritable as the rumors claimed. On the contrary, he was quite gentle. But that scene of him taking on all three of them at once? Yotsuba could never forget that. However, to her surprise, Hakuto responded with a puzzled expression. Mad? Why would I be mad? His darkened face just now was simply because he was thinking. After listening to Nino, he really couldn't find anything wrong with her logic. After all, this was the Nakano house. Forget hiding behind the curtains. If she wanted to hide inside the toilet tank, he wouldn't have a problem with that either. Makes perfect sense. Hakuto figured he must still be half asleep to even be discussing this with the three of them. Right now, his priority was taking a shower. Then, if he had some free time, he needed to grade the quintuplets assignments and create a study plan. With that in mind, Hakuto decided to drop the topic. He got up from the couch and waved at the three girls. I'm going to take a shower. You guys should go to bed soon. Yotsuba. Yes, sir. You don't need to be that formal, but could you grab me a couple of outfits that I can actually wear? Hearing this, Yotsuba, who was still kneeling on the floor, froze for a moment. She looked at Hakuto's 6-foot frame and hesitated. Even though they had some gender-neutral clothes, the size difference was a real issue. But despite the challenge, Yotsuba still responded energetically. Clothes that Shiratori-sensei can wear. It's tough, but I promise to complete the mission. Hakuto chuckled at her enthusiasm. Then, he subconsciously glanced at Nino and Miku before turning around and heading to the bathroom. As the bathroom door slowly closed, Yotsuba didn't rush to find clothes. Instead, she turned to Nino. Shiratori-sensei must be mad. Right? Hearing this, Nino, who had been acting all confident earlier, instantly deflated and dropped back to her knees. The remote. You were the one who threw it, weren't you? Miku looked at Nino and asked cautiously. Nino didn't respond. She just nodded. Huh? So, you're the one who woke him up by hitting him with the remote? Seeing Yotsuba's shocked expression, Nino quickly covered her mouth. Keep it down. Do you want that guy to come out mid-shower and beat me up? In reality, Hakuto was currently enjoying a bath and humming a tune, completely unaware of what was happening in the living room. Even Nino herself didn't fully understand what had just happened. Maybe it was just her personality. Her instincts made her clash with Hakuto without thinking. Even though Hakuto had brushed it off, his expression clearly showed he was a little annoyed and disappointed. Actually, he wasn't annoyed or disappointed at all. He just felt like he had wasted his time on something meaningless. So, what do you want to do, Nino? Apologize to Shiratori-sensei? Apologize? Hearing that word, Nino almost reverted to her usual stubbornness, but she forced herself to hold back. She thought back to her actions just now. After a moment, she irritably waved her hand. Fine, fine. I'll apologize to him. Seeing that Nino was willing to apologize, Yotsuba immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At least now, she wouldn't get dragged into a fight. But then, she suddenly remembered the question that Hakuto hadn't gotten an answer to earlier. So, Nino, what were you two doing down here? Were you really sleepwalking? Hearing this, Nino and Miku instantly shrank back. Checking out a game. Bringing a blanket for Hakuto. Both of them chose to lie and, at the same time, decided not to expose each other. Oh, come on, Yotsuba. You still need to find clothes for Shiratori-sensei, right? If you waste too much time, you might get punished. Nino, why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing Nino's words, Yotsuba jumped up like a startled rabbit and rushed upstairs to find clothes. Soon, voices could be heard from upstairs as she talked with Itsuki. Yotsuba? What are you doing up so late? Shiratori-sensei asked me to find him some clothes. Find him clothes? Then why are you in my room? Because your clothes are one size bigger than mine. Itsuki. Chapter 113, Want to see my tattoo? In the end, Yotsuba couldn't find any suitable clothes for Hakuto. She could only get a thin jacket for him, barely covering his upper body. Sorry, Shiratori-sensei, I couldn't find any clothes that fit you. It's fine, better than nothing. Hakuto didn't really mind. After all, as a grown man, he didn't have a strong opinion about these things. Besides, he wasn't completely shirtless. At least he had a jacket on. Though, this jacket was a bit on the girly side. But it was pure white, which actually fit Hakuto's aesthetic quite well. But Yotsuba, you really didn't have to go into Itsuki's room just to find me some clothes. Yotsuba didn't say anything in response, just gave an awkward laugh. Hee hee. When Hakuto stepped out of the bathroom, he saw that Miku had already gone back to her room to sleep, but Nino was still sitting on the sofa in her pajamas, seemingly waiting for something. Just as Hakuto was about to ask why Nino wasn't asleep yet, Yotsuba suddenly spoke up. I'm so sleepy. I'm going back to my room now. Hakuto was a little surprised. Just a moment ago, Yotsuba had been full of energy. Why was she suddenly sleepy? But he didn't dwell on it. It was late anyway, so wanting to sleep wasn't unusual. Good night. Good night, Shiratori-sensei. Watching Yotsuba go upstairs, Hakuto found it a bit strange but didn't think too much about it. He sat down on the sofa and took out the test papers he hadn't finished reviewing. At this moment, Hakuto was wearing only a pair of shorts and a thin jacket. His messy hair draped over his shoulders, yet he didn't look disheveled. The red pen in his hand spun like a windmill between his fingers. He slowly removed the cap of the red pen and glanced at Nino beside him. Nino, you're still not going to sleep? I'm not tired yet. Are you suddenly in the mood to study? Want to go over the test papers with me? Hakuto teased her with a deliberately puzzled look. After all, sitting here, there wasn't much else for Nino to do. PFFT. Even if I had to jump off the balcony, I wouldn't study. There's no need to make such a dramatic declaration. Looking at Hakuto's gentle smile, Nino's face suddenly turned red. She instinctively turned her head to the side. Although she hesitated for a moment, she didn't forget her main reason for staying up. About earlier. What about it? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken so harshly to you. Hearing Nino's words, Hakuto momentarily stopped spinning his pen, nearly dropping it to the floor. Because he wasn't quite sure what Nino was apologizing for. Speaking too harshly? Huh? That was considered harsh? Hakuto actually thought his own attitude had been a bit condescending just now. His first thought was that Nino was messing with him, but judging by her expression and tone, she was clearly serious. And thinking back to how Yotsuba had asked if he was mad earlier. Do girls really think people would get angry over something like this? Even though Hakuto had no idea why Nino would think he was mad over such a trivial thing, he usually just went along with the conversation. No need to apologize, Nino. So you really are mad, huh? Well, I guess it makes sense. I did throw the remote at your head, after all. That was pretty rude. Hearing this, Hakuto immediately fell into deep thought. Wait. You're saying you were the one who threw something at me to wake me up? Hakuto didn't really think it was a big deal, since he had wanted to wake up anyway. Seeing that he didn't respond, Nino continued. But I only came downstairs because I was worried about you. I was the one who brought down the blanket and turned on the air conditioner for you, you know. Wait. Hold on a second. Hearing the words turned on the air conditioner, Hakuto immediately interrupted Nino. Nino, are you saying that you were the one who turned on the air conditioning in the living room? Why yeah. Hearing her confirm it, Hakuto fell into contemplation once more. So Nino not only brought him a blanket but also turned on the air conditioning, saving him from the heat. And in the process, inadvertently woke him up. And the only thing she felt guilty about was speaking a little harshly. And she even came to apologize for it. After sorting out his thoughts, Hakuto felt that he shouldn't be the one receiving an apology. He should be the one apologizing to Nino. Looking at Nino sitting beside him, he suddenly felt like her familiar face had never looked this beautiful before. What? Why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? It's nothing. I just wanted to say thank you, Nino. Huh? Thank me? Nino was momentarily confused as to why Hakuto was thanking her, but in the next second, he continued speaking. Nino, what do you think about tattoos? Though the conversation shift was sudden, Nino still answered seriously. I think they're fine. Although tattoos were somewhat stigmatized in Japan. People with tattoos couldn't even enter most public baths because of gang associations. It couldn't be helped. If you chose to stand out, you had to be prepared to lose something in return. But Nino didn't think tattoos were a big deal. She naturally liked things that stood out. Hearing that Nino had no prejudice against tattoos, Hakuto continued. Then, do you want to see mine? Since Nino had helped him so much and even apologized to him, Hakuto wasn't sure what he could do in return. So he figured he'd just show her something she might like. Hearing his words, Nino's eyes widened in surprise, her face full of disbelief. You have a tattoo? Since when? After being at the same school for so long, Nino had never heard anyone mention Hakuto having a tattoo before. Given how much people gossiped about him, they would probably even know which class period he preferred to use the restroom. I've had it for a long time. People just don't know about it. I've never heard anything about it. Do I seem like the kind of person who would go around showing off his tattoo? Nino shook her head. In her impression, Hakuto wasn't that type of person. Sure, sometimes he liked to act cool and could be a bit of a tease, but deep down, he was actually a pretty mellow guy. She really had no idea why Yotsuba was always so afraid that Hakuto would beat her up over nothing. Chapter 114, Here's 50,000. Take it off. So. Nino, do you want to take a look? Hakuto put down the test paper in his hand, pointed at his own back, and spoke in a calm tone. However, when this calm tone reached Nino's ears, it felt like an irresistibly seductive invitation. Looking at the dripping wet Hakuto in front of her, feeling the warmth of his gentle smile, Nino subconsciously swallowed, though she herself wasn't even aware of it. That kind of thing. Who would want to look? Blushing, Nino turned her head to the side, refusing to look at Hakuto sitting next to her. Seeing her flushed face, Hakuto, who was just about to take off his shirt, paused, smiled, and pretended to be regretful as he picked up the test paper on the coffee table again. Not interested? My mistake then. Huh? Hearing Hakuto's words, Nino, who had just turned away, was instantly dumbfounded. She was just being polite. Really, just being polite. It wasn't the truth at all. As she turned back to look at him, Hakuto waved the test paper in his hand and flashed her a bright smile. Then, Nino, you should go to bed early. I still have to make a study plan for you all. You. Nino stared at the serious look on Hakuto's face, wanting to say something but unable to get the words out. She hesitated for a long time but still couldn't bring herself to speak. Even though she really wanted to just leave and go back to her room to sleep, she couldn't accept it. She wanted to see it. She wanted to see it. It wasn't just curiosity about Hakuto's tattoo. Her curiosity had been completely ignited. Taking a deep breath, Nino puffed up her cheeks and glared at Hakuto in frustration. After struggling for a long time, she finally forced out 2 words. I want. What? I said I want to see. Hakuto hadn't expected Nino to have the courage to say it outright. After all, in his impression, she wasn't the type to do something like this. But just because you say you want to see, doesn't mean I'll let you. Too late. You should have said so earlier. Hearing Hakuto agree, Nino let out a sigh of relief. After going so far as to set aside her pride and say something so embarrassing, if she got rejected, she might as well jump off a building. Just as Nino thought Hakuto was about to take off his shirt, he instead pulled out his phone and started scrolling through his photo album in front of her. Let me find it. Nino's eyes widened as she watched Hakuto search through his album. She had just seen him about to take off his shirt. Why was he looking for a picture now? But she couldn't exactly tell him to just take his clothes off, so she decided to wait. However, after a while, when she saw that Hakuto had practically scrolled through his entire phone without finding a picture, she started getting impatient. Without hesitation, she snatched the phone from his hand. "What are you doing?" "I was about to find it." "Did you erase the tattoo?" "No." "Then why are you looking for a picture?" "Just take off your shirt." "That's a different price." Hakuto blurted it out instinctively. But the moment he said it, he realized that Nino's expression seemed a little off. "Huh? Money? Do you have a side job like this?" Normally, when Hakuto made a joke like this, most people would just laugh it off. For example, if he said it to Nao or Shizuka-sensei, the next second, he'd probably get punched in the head. But now, he realized there were people who didn't take it as a joke. Though, in some sense, it wasn't entirely a joke either. Looking at Nino, Hakuto figured she wouldn't take it seriously, so he decided to keep messing around. "Yeah, what about it? Are you going to pay me, Nino?" Nino gave Hakuto a strange look. The next second, she pulled open the drawer of the coffee table beside her, took out a stack of cash, and slammed it onto Hakuto's head. "Here's 50,000. Take it off." Hakuto was momentarily stunned, either because he had just been smacked in the head with 50,000 yen in cash or because of what Nino had just said. 50,000? What kind of concept was that? Even when Utaha paid him to go ghost hunting, she only offered 30,000. And after that, seeing the tattoo was a free service. No, an additional service. But now Nino was willing to pay 50,000 just to see the tattoo? Just to look at it? He was even going to let her see for free, considering she had brought a blanket, turned off the AC, and woken him up. But now, things are getting interesting. "Wait, Nino, you're serious?" "What do you mean serious? What, 50,000 isn't enough?" Saying that, Nino pulled out another 30,000 yen from somewhere and slammed it onto Hakuto's face again. With another 30,000 now piled onto him, Hakuto's mind went completely blank. He swore to never joke around like this again. But first, he had to deal with the situation at hand. If it were the old him, he would have just pocketed the 80,000 yen. But now, he still took the money. He just had to maintain his dignity a little. "Ah, come on. No need for this formality. I just hope your hands are as honest as your words," Nino muttered as she watched him pick up the cash from the floor. "It's just a tattoo, right? Look, look." Without hesitation, Hakuto took off his shirt, turned his back to her, and lifted his hair from his shoulders, revealing the tattoo on his back. His tattoo wasn't particularly complicated. At first glance, it was just a simple string of characters, but on closer inspection, no one could understand what they meant. Nino gently placed her hand on the tattoo, and the moment she touched it, she felt his body heat flow from her fingertips through her entire body. "What does this tattoo mean?" "Let the mind arise without dwelling upon anything," Hakuto explained while allowing Nino to continue touching it. After all, she was the big spender here. He never expected that joking around could have such perks. Maybe this really was humanity's greatest productivity tool. "Can I take a picture?" "Of course. Do you need me to pose or something?" "Who wants you to do that? Just stay still." Saying that, Nino took out her phone and snapped a few pictures of the tattoo. Then, after glancing at Hakuto and seeing that he wasn't reacting much, she subtly pulled the camera back and took a full-body shot. Hey, in the photo, Hakuto had taken off his shirt, lifted his hair, and struck a pose that practically exuded male allure. Nino was quite satisfied with her photography skills. And very satisfied with how cooperative Hakuto was. She didn't even think about the fact that she had just spent 80,000 yen. Chapter 115, Unlocking a Big Business Deal. "Alright, you can put your clothes back on now." "That's it? But you spent 80,000 yen on this, you know." Unlike others who would take their money and leave immediately after the job was done, Hakuto truly cared about his clients. From his perspective, spending 80,000 yen on such a trivial matter was simply not worth it. Of course, there was no way he was going to return the money he'd already received, so the best he could do was let Nino make some additional requests. Hearing Hakuto's words, Nino fell into deep thought. Although 80,000 yen wasn't a big deal for her, and she had already achieved her goal, since Hakuto insisted, she had no reason to refuse. After considering for a moment, Nino looked at Hakuto with a mischievous smile and said, "What kind of services do you offer here?" Of course, Nino knew that Hakuto was just messing around earlier, but she was still willing to spend the extra 80,000 yen. First, it was for her pride. Second, she wanted to create a psychological misperception in Hakuto. And what kind of misperception was that? It was to get him accustomed to this sort of transaction. If it cost 80,000 yen just to take a look at a tattoo this time, what about next time? And the time after that? And then time after that? Over time, Hakuto would inevitably develop a psychological bias, believing that these transactions were normal. And when that time came, Nino would claim her victory without hesitation. As for the money, oh, please. It's just a material possession. Besides, Hakuto himself belonged to her, so wasn't his money technically hers too? With this mindset, Nino casually tossed 80,000 yen in cash onto Hakuto's face, relieved that the coffee table happened to have some spare cash. Sure, she could have transferred the money digitally, but no digital transaction could match the visual impact of cold, hard cash. Nino felt like a genius. No, a master of romance. This battle of love was already set in stone, and victory belonged to her. And asking Hakuto about his available services? Naturally, it was just a way to further immerse him in the role she had set up. However, to her surprise, Hakuto simply chuckled and calmly replied, massage, lullabies, bedtime stories, cooking, house cleaning, assassination, dealing with enemies. As long as it's for you, Nino, I can do anything. Why are you so experienced with this? Hearing Hakuto rattle off his list of services as if he were reading a menu, Nino was completely stunned, her face full of disbelief. Am I? Hakuto had no intention of bringing up his former side jobs, so he could only play dumb and put on an innocent expression. Isn't it obvious? Wait. And what's up with that assassination part? I was just trying to say I can do anything. At those words, Nino fell into thought again. She couldn't think of any extra services she needed at the moment. Wait a second. Wasn't the whole point to get Hakuto accustomed to this? Why did she feel like she was actually ordering a male host? Shaking her head, Nino stared at Hakuto for a moment, hesitated, then finally spoke. Alright, let me ask you a few questions. Do I have to answer truthfully? Of course. Why would I want to hear lies? Nino nodded, crossing her arms as she asked her first question. Have you ever worked as a host or something similar? No. A host? Hakuto wouldn't mind, but it wasn't like anyone would hire him for that kind of job. Good. Hearing his firm response, Nino let out a sigh of relief. After seeing how natural he had been earlier, she had seriously feared that he used to be a host. Alright, then what was your first impression of us five sisters? Seeing Nino's slightly flushed face, Hakuto smiled. Even though she was beating around the bush, he could tell what she wanted to hear. But since she had specifically asked for the truth, he could only slightly adjust his words while keeping them honest. Akika. Mature, intelligent, big sister type. But honestly, her name sounds kind of old-fashioned. Miku. Reserved, doesn't talk much, but very observant. Yatsuba. Carefree, always brimming with energy, and looks like the kind of person who's easy to trick. Itsuki. Looks like the type of girl who would get scammed by a guy just because he knows how to cook. Listening to Hakuto's impressions of her sisters, Nino had to admit they were quite accurate, with no bias whatsoever. And what about me? You, Nino? Hakuto paused for a moment, met her gaze, then smiled before continuing. If we're talking about first impressions, mine is still from the day you asked for my contact information. Ah. Who told you to bring that up? Fine, then tell me your second impression. Second, huh? Nino, you always act tough, but after I rejected you, you still accepted my invitation. Are you actually the type who just goes along with things? Go along with things, my ass. Nino almost kicked Hakuto into the wall. If it weren't for his good-looking face, she wouldn't even be talking to him. Alright, let's move on to the next question. Nino waved her hand, not wanting to dwell on this any longer. If she listened any further, she might actually get mad. Or worse, embarrassed. She looked at Hakuto, resting her chin on her hand. You really know everything? Of course. I'm all-knowing, all-seeing, and will answer anything. Then. Nino's lips curled into a devious smile. Shiratori. You just said you'd answer anything truthfully, right? Of course. Then. Chapter 116, Love Runaway Locomotive. Alright. Now for the final question. Nino glanced at Hakuto before the corners of her lips curved into a slight smile. Hakuto smiled indifferently. He never had any secrets to begin with. Unless Nino decided to ask why he was so devoted to Ariri. What exactly do you like about Sawamura? Not the sisters. You're really asking that? Hakuto, who had been yawning just moments ago, instantly perked up, his eyes suddenly clear. What do I like about her? Does money count? Wait. Does having a rich mom count? But due to the contract, there was no way Hakuto could say that. Plus, he couldn't afford to let Nino see through him. He had to be honest. I should have left right after seeing the tattoo. Hakuto complained silently. But complaints aside, he still had to answer Nino's question. Seeing the constipated look on Hakuto's face, Nino waved her hand dismissively and added, of course, if you don't want to answer, You could just calculate 36,954 into 14,411 for me instead. Nino felt like a saint, giving Hakuto multiple choices so he wouldn't feel embarrassed. And honestly, she really was a saint, at least in Hakuto's eyes. Forget 5-digit multiplication. Hakuto could solve a 100-digit equation in a second. Hakuto looked at Nino, who had her arms crossed and was watching him with a teasing smile. He didn't understand why she always seemed to jump headfirst into a trap. After hesitating for a while, Hakuto sighed. 532,544,094. Huh? What are you doing? Saying your bank card PIN? Nothing, just talking to myself. Originally, Hakuto planned to answer the second question to dodge the first one. But on second thought, he gave up on that idea. He couldn't let his boss down. Well, if I had to say, Sawamura is good-looking? Huh? That's it? Just because she's good-looking? Nino's reaction was understandable. Who in their right mind would devote themselves for 2 years just because of someone's looks? There had to be some deeper reason, right? What? That doesn't count? Hakuto asked cautiously. Ariri was indeed pretty, and he genuinely couldn't think of a better reason. Based on everything she had shown him, her appearance seemed like the only factor. What else could it be? Her drawing skills? Or the fact that she's good at drawing? Certain types of content? But she never showed that side to him, so it didn't count. Is that really the only reason? If you insist. Then I guess I'll add her ability to draw? Huh. You sound like you're just making stuff up. Didn't you say you'd be honest? Haha. Honesty. That depended on the topic. This wasn't just about him, so Hakuto had to keep it a secret. Unless Sayuri agreed to let him talk about it, he would take this to his grave. One promise clashing against another. What a contradiction. Believe it or not, those are the only 2 reasons. Hearing this, Nino feigned a look of realization. Oh, so you do talk bad about people behind their backs. Hakuto sighed and shook his head. I'm not bad-mouthing her. From Nino's perspective, for Ariri to captivate Hakuto for 2 years, she must have some outstanding qualities. There was no way it was just her looks and her drawing skills. But Hakuto insisted. Those were the only 2 reasons. What else could it be? Personality? Habits? Personality? You mean that almost numbing level of tsundere? Or the way she had ignored Hakuto like he was invisible for the past 2 years? Habits? Not even worth mentioning. So, in the end, Hakuto had no real reason to like Ariri. It wasn't like she ever saved his life. And even so, he still had to come up with a decent reason. What a hassle. What a waste of effort. Yeah, those are really the only 2 reasons. Hakuto genuinely couldn't think of anything else. Was he supposed to say, feelings grow over time? That would probably make Nico cry in the bathroom. Really? I swear. And I have no reason to lie to you. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Nino waved her hand, dropping the topic. Since you half-assed that answer, it doesn't count. Ask me another one. Fine. I'd even tell you the color of my underwear if you asked. TCH. Who would want to know that? Nino crossed her arms and looked at Hakuto. For some reason, her cheeks turned a little red, and she tried to act casual. You said you like Sawamura just because she's good-looking? Hakuto nodded. Ariri's appearance was one of the few things he actually admired about her. Then, who's prettier, me or her? Nino's voice was calm, but Hakuto could hear the expectation in her tone. Girls. They really love asking these kinds of questions. Are you asking about the past, the present, or the future? Huh. Isn't it obvious? Of course, I mean right now. This very moment? Ugh, you're so annoying. Yes, this very moment. Seeing that Nino had walked straight into his verbal trap, Hakuto no longer hesitated. Then there's no problem. At this very moment, if I were to rank all the girls I've ever met, you would definitely be number 1. Hakuto spoke with absolute seriousness, his eyes unwavering, showing no hesitation or any other emotion. The moment she heard those words, Nino's ears turned bright red. After all, who wouldn't blush if the person they liked called them the most beautiful girl in their eyes? But Nino didn't show any excitement on the surface. Still, her flushed face betrayed her inner turmoil. Then, who's second place? She asked, trying to hide her emotions. You from a minute ago. Chapter 117, Morning is the best time for solving problems. Critical hit. Absolute critical hit. If there were live commentary, it would definitely announce that Nino had been defeated. Nino never expected Hakuto to say that the second place ranking belonged to her from 1 minute ago. If he had said Miko or someone else, she might have accepted it, but this answer was completely beyond her expectations. What kind of answer is that? There's no difference between me from a minute ago and me now. That's just what you think, Nino. Hakuto's smile remained as gentle and sincere as ever. Come on. At this moment, after spending so much money, how could she not be at the top? Hearing Hakuto's words, Nino's brain went into standby mode. She looked at him, slightly opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. At this point, she had already started fantasizing about what name their future child would have. Hakuto, though unaware of what was going on in Nino's mind, didn't disturb her. Since he had completed his 80,000 yen job, it was time to move on to the next task. No one knew how much time had passed. The sky had begun to brighten, and Hakuto had finished his test papers, preparing a study plan for the 5 sisters. Meanwhile, Nino had somehow fallen asleep beside him, hugging the blanket she had just pulled down. Hakuto sometimes felt that Nino was truly something else. Choosing to sleep on the sofa instead of a perfectly fine bed. Wasn't a bed more comfortable? At least there was no risk of someone else turning off the heater. He gathered the papers from the coffee table and put them back in the drawer. Then, he looked at Nino beside him. She was lying on the sofa with a faint smile on her face, as if she were having a sweet dream. Alright. This time, the customer feedback is definitely going to be a 5-star rating. As he spoke, Hakuto pulled out his notebook from his 4th-dimensional pocket and jotted down Nino's name. An unexpected windfall. What was once just 1/5 of a customer had now turned into a full-fledged one. It's already 7 o'clock. Looking at his phone, Hakuto carefully got up from the sofa without disturbing Nino. Even so, he could still hear her giggling in her sleep. He could only assume that blowing 80,000 yen in one night had made her lose her mind. Of course, returning the money was out of the question. Hakuto picked up the keys on the coffee table and headed downstairs to buy 2 sets of test papers for the sisters. It wasn't that he didn't want to create his own questions. It was just too much hassle. Besides, he didn't believe his questions would be any better than those made by professional exam writers. Finding test papers suitable for the 5 sisters might be a bit tricky, but if he really couldn't find any, he could always write his own later. For students in Japan who just wanted to pass, it was fairly easy. At least, it wasn't hard. The same 100-point test in China had a strict 60-point passing mark. But in Japan, the passing grade was 60% of the average score, which usually meant around 30 points. For Hakuto, getting that score with his eyes closed would be no problem. But for the 5 sisters, it was a different story. History, history, history. Hakuto's hand moved across the bookshelf, but no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find the test paper he wanted. Sigh. I guess I'll have to make my own questions after all. Shaking his head, he randomly picked 2 sets of basic-level test papers from the shelf, checked out, and left. By the time he returned to the sisters' home, Itsuki and Yotsuba were already awake. They were crouched beside the sofa, staring at the sleeping Nino. Huh? I thought Shiratori-sensei was the one sleeping on the sofa. Did Nino give up her room? Since Itsuki hadn't woken up last night, she had no idea what had happened. All she knew was that Yotsuba had barged into her room looking for clothes, mumbling about how her clothes were a size bigger. Huh? But Shiratori-sensei just came back. Yotsuba pointed behind Itsuki, where Hakuto stood less than a meter away, holding 2 sets of test papers. Good morning, you two. What a beautiful morning. How about doing a test paper? Hakuto waved the papers in his hand, smiling at Itsuki and Yotsuba. Huh? A test paper? That's right, I just bought it. It's still warm. Had she known that waking up early would lead to this, Yotsuba would have stayed in bed. Hakuto was relieved that the first 2 to wake up were the most studious ones. It saved him a lot of trouble. Itsuki sat at the table, looking at the test paper in front of her, and instinctively asked, are there any requirements? Like, do we have to pass? Nope. Just do as much as you can. The score doesn't matter. The important thing is to see your true level. Since the study plan hadn't started yet, Hakuto didn't expect them to pass. Hearing that there were no requirements, Yotsuba, who had been slouching, immediately perked up. She had thought that failing would result in a severe beating or something. You two focus on the test. I'll make breakfast. With that, Hakuto headed into the kitchen. Cooking was an easy task for him. He had just never cooked for 6 people before. Yotsuba turned her head to glance at the kitchen, then subconsciously shifted her gaze to Itsuki's test paper. But the next second, Hakuto's voice came from the kitchen. Do your own work. Hearing that, Yotsuba's rabbit ear headband instantly stood up, and she reflexively stood on her chair. Understood. Itsuki sighed, watching her sister's foolish reaction. She quickly pulled Yotsuba down and whispered, Yotsuba. Sit down. Shiratori-sensei was just testing you. Huh? What? Testing me? Only then did Yotsuba realize what had happened, but it was already too late. The moment she heard Hakuto's voice, she instinctively jumped up like a conditioned reflex. Chapter 118, Ha ha ha. Being a teacher is so much fun. Although the kitchen in the Nakano household was an open concept design, the spot where Itsuki and the others were sitting was a complete blind spot. There was no way Hakuto could see what was happening there, let alone call them out on it. Just as Itsuki was lamenting her sister's intelligence, Hakuto's voice rang out from the kitchen once again. She didn't say it was you, right? Upon hearing this, Yotsuba and Itsuki's expressions were surprisingly identical. Yotsuba, Itsuki, Itsuki. Shiratori-sensei is talking about you. Right? Probably. If the first sentence was meant to warn Yotsuba, then this one was clearly directed at Itsuki. Didn't you say Shiratori-sensei was just trying to trick us? Technically, that should be the case. From a physics standpoint, without the aid of any technological means, two people's lines of sight must be reciprocal. In other words, if you can see me, then I should be able to see you. But at this very moment, Itsuki was sitting on a chair, and even if she lifted her head with her hands, she still wouldn't be able to see what Hakuto was doing. Yet. No matter how hard she thought, Itsuki couldn't figure out how Hakuto saw her. Did he actually have X-ray vision? Transparent world? No wonder he was so good in a fight. Turns out he had cheats all along. Little did she know, after saying those words, Hakuto chuckled to himself in the kitchen. He hadn't actually seen or noticed anything. He had simply used an old trick from China. Back in his school days, this trick had scared him plenty. Now that he was a teacher, he finally understood why teachers love to use it on students. Thanks to Hakuto's move, Yotsuba and Itsuki exchanged glances in the living room, no longer daring to make any small movements. Time passed, and eventually, Miku and Nino slowly woke up. As Nino groggily sat up from the couch, she noticed Yotsuba and Itsuki sitting at the table, working on their test papers. Her face instantly filled with confusion. Am I still dreaming? Where did my daughter go? Nino thought she was still in a dream, but she didn't like this one. She much preferred the one where she was a mother. At that moment, a completely emotionless voice suddenly came from beside her. What daughter? Miku's sudden outburst startled Nino. The issue wasn't the volume. It was the content. Nino had already thought that this dream of hers was something she couldn't let others know about. But now that her murmuring had been overheard by Miku, how could she not be scared? And nothing. Miku, you must have misheard. Nino tried to play it cool, waving her hand dismissively. Hearing this, Miku gave her a suspicious glance but didn't press the issue. Instead, she picked up a test paper from the table and walked over to Yotsuba. Huh? Miku, what are you doing? Shiratori prepared test papers for everyone. As she spoke, Miku pointed to two other test papers on the table, clearly meant for Nino and Akika. Huh? Test papers? Nino looked at the test papers on the table with great disdain and waved her hand dismissively. When it came to studying, she had zero interest. However, as she recalled what had happened a few hours ago, she hesitated for a moment, then sighed and picked up her test paper. Ugh. Guess I have no choice. I'll just do it half-heartedly. Nino thought to herself that if she wanted to win over Hakuto, being a good student wasn't such a bad idea. And so, the original test paper duo expanded into a quartet, with only Akika, the resident sleepyhead, still lying in her room. Yotsuba. Let me see your test paper. Since this was her first time showcasing her academic performance in front of Hakuto, Nino actually cared about it. However, looking at the test questions, she realized she could answer some of the English ones, but the rest were completely blank. Wanting to leave a good impression, Nino instinctively turned to Yotsuba, who was almost done with her test. No way. Shiratori-sensei will scold me. Huh? Nino was dumbfounded. She might never understand why Yotsuba held Hakuto in such high regard. But Nino wasn't interested in figuring that out. Yotsuba had her own reasons, and nothing Nino said would change that. Just don't let Shiratori find out. But just as Yotsuba was about to say something, a sudden clattering sound came from the kitchen. See? Shiratori-sensei is warning me. Nino, just do your own work. Huh? The bowl fell? Well, at least it didn't break. Hakuto, in the kitchen, had no idea he had just unintentionally terrified Yotsuba again. Meanwhile, in the living room, Nino stared at Yotsuba, completely at a loss for words. Shiratori is in the kitchen? After hearing Yotsuba's words, Nino instinctively turned to glance at the kitchen. From this angle, no way in hell could Hakuto see them cheating. And yet, Yotsuba was still scared by the smallest disturbance. That sound earlier was clearly just two porcelain dishes clanking together. How did Yotsuba interpret that as a warning? Sometimes, Nino really felt like calling the police. But in the next second, something happened that made her even more inclined to do so. Because Hakuto's voice rang out from the kitchen once again. Do your own work. Nino, ? He's not talking about me, right? Or is he trying to bait me? Nino instinctively glanced around, clearly spooked by Hakuto's sudden shout. Stop looking. I'm talking about you. Nino, ? Now, she was absolutely certain. Hakuto was talking about her. She had no idea how he saw her, but it was undeniably directed at her. See? I told you Shiratori-sensei knows exactly what we're doing. Who was Shiratori talking about just now? Nino. Did he install surveillance on me? Ha ha ha. Being a teacher is so much fun. Chapter 119, Reward Motivation Method. And so, Hakuto thoroughly enjoyed the fun of being a teacher. But according to the law of conservation of happiness, the greater the joy at the beginning, the greater the sorrow in the end. Hakuto stood in the middle of the living room, while the 5 sisters sat neatly on the sofa, exchanging glances with each other in silence. Looking at the 5 test papers in his hand, Hakuto shook his head helplessly. All 5 of you. How did you manage to score only 15 points when the passing mark is right there? Hearing Hakuto's question, the 5 sisters all turned their heads away, avoiding his gaze. A poet's grip. As expected, Itsuki got the highest score. Hakuto had selected the most basic questions, so naturally, someone with a proper learning attitude like Itsuki ended up with the highest score. So, why is your score a single digit, Yotsuba? Saying that, Hakuto grabbed Yotsuba's bunny ear headband and pulled her to his side as if lifting a little rabbit. Shiratori-sensei. I really did try my best. Even if you copied, you shouldn't have ended up with a single-digit score. Wasn't Itsuki right next to you? But Shiratori-sensei told me to do it on my own. You. Hakuto didn't even know what expression to make in this situation. He never expected that someone as straightforward as Yotsuba would actually be intimidated by him. In fact, it wasn't just Yotsuba. Hakuto's words had put all 5 sisters under pressure, though he himself was unaware of it. Nino, who had been planning to look at Yotsuba's test paper, couldn't hold back and ended up laughing instead. Seeing Yotsuba in such a predicament, Akiko quickly tried to lighten the mood. Don't be so serious. How about a round of 3 kingdoms kill? Originally keeping a serious expression, Hakuto instantly lost his composure upon hearing those 3 words. So it's all the fault of 3 kingdoms kill. But Hakuto didn't accept Akiko's invitation. Instead, he pulled out the test paper he had just completed and placed it on the table. This is my version of the test. You can compare it to yours and correct your mistakes. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. Hakuto let go of Yotsuba and continued, honestly, I was somewhat prepared for your scores, but clearly, I underestimated things. Saying that, he took out a small white bun-shaped plush toy and handed it to Itsuki, who was sitting beside him. Looking at the plush toy Hakuto handed over, Itsuki showed a puzzled expression. This is a little toy that I made, as a reward for getting the highest score. Holding the plush toy, Itsuki realized this was the first time she had received a gift based on her academic performance. Though she was the highest scorer among the 5, her grades weren't exactly great. Just the best of the worst. But why a bun? Itsuki muttered to herself. She was pretty sure she hadn't revealed her love for meat buns in front of Hakuto. The other 4 sisters, seeing the plush toy in Itsuki's hands, were stunned. Shiratori-sensei. Shiratori-sensei. What about mine? Get your score into double digits first. Once again, Hakuto grabbed Yotsuba's weak spot, but in the next moment, he reached into his bag and pulled out 4 more small items. Unlike Itsuki's plush toy, these 4 items were in packaging, making it impossible to see what was inside. The boxes varied in size. The largest was bigger than Hakuto's face, while the smallest was only about half the size of a palm. Yotsuba, why don't you try guessing which one is yours? Yotsuba hadn't expected to receive a reward at all. Given her single-digit score, she had been grateful just to avoid punishment. Looking at the 4 packages hanging from Hakuto's fingers, the longing in her eyes was obvious. She wanted one. If I guess correctly, will Shiratori-sensei give me mine? You can come ask for it when you get the highest score. With that, Hakuto turned to the other 3, flashing a bright smile. The same goes for you all. TCH. Who wants your little trinkets anyway? Oh? Nino, are you not even a little curious about what I prepared for you? To be honest, Hakuto's words hit Nino right where it mattered. She was definitely curious, but she kept up her uninterested facade. That kind of thing. Whatever. At that moment, Miku, who had been silent the whole time, raised her hand and spoke. Hakuto, can I at least see what's inside mine? You'll know once you earn it yourself. Then when's the next test? In a few days, probably. Hakuto wasn't entirely sure. After all, he still needed to create the test and consider the sisters' preparation. Hearing this, Miku nodded, then picked up Hakuto's answer sheet and started correcting her own test. Itsuki, let me play with your bun plush. No way. If you want one, score higher next time. Hey, Miku, let me take a look at Hakuto's answers. Didn't Nino say she wasn't interested in the reward? Huh? Who said I wanted it for the reward? I just want to improve my score, that's all. Hakuto clapped his hands, clearly satisfied with the scene before him. The grade motivation method, the reward motivation method, and finally, a bit of psychological manipulation. He had maxed it out. Hakuto felt like he had pulled off a perfect play. Even though the little trinkets he had prepared weren't worth much, the chain reaction they caused was beyond any monetary value. At the very least, Hakuto didn't believe that simply spending money could motivate the five sisters to study like this. Just then, Itsuki turned to Hakuto and asked, if I get first place again next time, will there be another reward? Of course. Next time, you can choose your own reward. It can be an item, a request for me to do something, or even a question you want me to answer. As long as it's not too unreasonable. As soon as Hakuto said that, all five sisters froze and nearly stopped writing at the same time. Nino looked at Hakuto, realizing that she now had an absolute reason to win. Not just out of curiosity but necessity. Miku felt the same, while Akika was more focused on figuring out what Hakuto meant by not too unreasonable. Meanwhile, Yotsuba puffed up her cheeks in frustration at Itsuki. Ah. Itsuki, you just got your reward, and you're already thinking about the next one. Chapter 120, What does Toyasaki's event have to do with me? Just like that, Hakuto, who only left the home of the five sisters at noon, had finally completed his work. Faced with this half-day of free time, Hakuto felt a little lost without realizing it. He didn't know what to do. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he felt the sunlight on his face and let out a deep sigh. What should I do? Go home and sleep? Or find something to do? Although Hakuto had always looked forward to vacations, now that one had arrived, he felt like there was nothing to do. With no goal in mind, he simply walked toward his home. But without realizing it, he passed by Ariri Spencer Sawamura's house. Even though Hakuto's home and Ariri's were not close at all. In fact, they were quite far apart. The route he took today happened to lead him right past it. Standing on the street, Hakuto gazed at the apartment and unconsciously recalled the phone call he received from Sayuri yesterday. Should I go in? Since it was Sayuri's request, he had no reason to refuse. But at the same time, he had no reason to waste his precious weekend on it. Thinking this, Hakuto stopped looking at the apartment, shook his head, and continued walking toward his home. As far as he was concerned, whatever Sayuri had asked him for probably wasn't urgent. He could just go after school one afternoon when he had time. Little did he know, Sayuri was practically dying of anxiety at home. Back at home, Hakuto flopped onto his bed. He thought he could finally get some rest. Until he saw a rope hanging down from his bedroom balcony. Inside the bedroom, Hakuto grabbed Rika, who had climbed up the rope onto his balcony, with one hand while toying with her Oj with the other. Alright, what do you want this time? Brave hero. Can you let go of the wicked eye Lord's Oj first? Rika dangled in his grip like a little rabbit. Because of their height difference, she looked oddly comical. Talk. Or I'll pluck it off. No. That's my charm point. The moment Rika heard him threaten to pluck her Oj, she started struggling desperately to break free from his grip. Seeing this, Hakuto shook his head in exasperation before finally letting go and dropping her onto the bed. Ouch. That hurt. Rika rubbed her sore backside. Hero, why is your bed so hard? Seeing that she was still talking about irrelevant things, Hakuto's patience ran out. He stepped forward, transformed his hand into a chopping blade, and started flicking her forehead repeatedly. Get to the point. Get to the point. Get to the point. Hero. It hurts. Get to the point. Get to the point. Get to the point. Oh. Get to the point. It was the Iron Fist of Annihilation who sent me to find you. Hearing Rika finally explain why she was here, Hakuto stopped his assault. Meanwhile, Rika clutched her reddened forehead and lay on the bed pitifully. Miss Shizuka sent you? Still lying on the bed, Rika covered her forehead and replied. Yeah, because on Friday, the Iron Fist of Annihilation tried calling you, but she couldn't get through, so she sent me to find you. Hearing that, Hakuto instinctively took out his phone and checked his call history from Friday. Sure enough, just as Rika said, Shizuka had called him on Friday night. Actually, not just Friday. She also called several times on Saturday afternoon. It was just that she had an impeccable talent for calling him at the worst possible moments, so he never answered. What does Miss Shizuka want? Hearing his question, Rika got up from the bed, struck a pose, and cleared her throat. Ahem. The Iron Fist of Annihilation said the school is holding a stall event next week, and she wanted me to inform you? A stall event? Yes, a stall event. Upon hearing this, Hakuto's first reaction was confusion. What kind of event was this? But in the next moment, he realized something. He wasn't even a Toyosaki student anymore. He had been an exchange student for nearly a month already. What did this event have to do with him? Was he some kind of double agent now? The Iron Fist of Annihilation said the event will be conducted through clubs or small groups. And since the undefeated weakest hero has formed a contract with the Wicked Eye Lord. SHH. Huh? Hakuto cut Rika off because he had already taken out his phone and was dialing Shizuka's number. After a few rings, the call connected, and her voice came through. Yo. Our big shot finally has time to call me back? Miss Shizuka, I've been busy the past 2 days. Not picking up your calls was purely unintentional. Fine, fine. Rika should have already told you about the school event, right? Yeah. Hakuto glanced at Rika beside him. A stall event. If I were the principal, I'd fire the teacher who came up with such a name. It's not that bad. To put it simply, it's basically a charity sale. The school provides the venue, and students can use it to sell things. It's a pretty decent social practice activity. And what does that have to do with me? Technically speaking, I'm not even a Toyosaki student anymore, right? Shiratori. Who was the one clinging to my leg half a month ago, saying he didn't want to leave school. That was then. This is now. Stop bringing up the past. Hakuto had always disliked events like these. Well, maybe not disliked, but he definitely wasn't interested. After all, there was no benefit to it. Only trouble. He'd rather stay at Hashinomi and catch ability users. The venue is free, and all the proceeds from sales go to the students themselves. Oh, and? Wait. Normally, you'd never pass up a chance to take advantage of something like this. Chapter 121? Hearing Shizuka's words, Hakuto sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Miss Shizuka. If I don't participate, the school wouldn't suffer any loss, right? They'd even save on renting one stall space. Hakuto never really understood why Shizuka was so intent on getting him to join this event. First of all, she knew he wasn't interested in things like this. Secondly, he technically wasn't even a Toyosaki student anymore. So there was no reason for him to take part in an event hosted by Toyosaki Academy. As expected, after hearing his words, Shizuka fell silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Shiratori. Do you know what's been happening at school since you left half a month ago? Don't tell me that as soon as I left, those people started acting up? Well, pretty much. The school is putting a lot of importance on this event, so they want you to come back and keep things under control. PFFT. Hakuto couldn't hold back his laughter after hearing Shizuka's words. Ha ha ha. Sometimes I really feel like a mafia boss. Besides, weren't those big shots in the school leadership not too fond of me? Why are they thinking of me now? You know how it is. The school cares a lot about its reputation. I've known that since the day I enrolled. Hakuto found this situation amusing. His previously bored mood was instantly lifted. It was just like how parents always say a fan is good enough in the summer, but the moment the air conditioner breaks, they're the first to complain. So, what do you say? If you can come, the stall itself doesn't matter as much. What's important is your presence. Shizuka continued to ask for his opinion. Although she was just acting as a messenger, deep down, she was hoping he would come. You'll have to ask Hashinomi Academy. If they agree, I have no objections. Technically speaking, Hashinomi Academy had already bought his time from Monday to Friday for 3 months with a fixed salary and over 1 million yen. So when it came to their arrangements, Hakuto usually had no major objections. Even if that troublemaker Nao told him to be a male model, he'd grumble while doing it. Hearing his response, Shizuka nodded and said she would contact Hashinomi Academy before hanging up. Listening to the beeping tone from the phone, Hakuto highly doubted that Hashinomi Academy would agree to something like this. After all, the reason he was here as an exchange student was because of the ability user situation, not because he was a true exchange student. Unless Nao suddenly went insane and decided that Hakuto needed the experience of running a stall. Putting down his phone, Hakuto looked at Rika beside him, only to see her sitting on the bed, staring at him intently. Hero, are you going to join the school event? The Wicked Eye Lord cannot be without the hero. Oh, Wicked Eye Lord, you will have to learn to live alone. Hakuto really didn't think he would attend Toyosaki Academy's event. Like he said before. Unless Nao lost her mind. Then can you help me prepare something for my stall tomorrow? What is the Wicked Eye Lord planning to sell? Humphrey, Humphrey. As soon as Hakuto finished speaking, Rika crossed her arms and struck a proud pose. Then, she pulled out a thick, dust-covered book from under Hakuto's bed. Seeing the book in Rika's hands, Hakuto was shocked. He had no idea when this book had been placed under his bed, and judging from the dust, it had been there for quite some time. Wait a second. I thought I only kept notebooks under my bed. Hakuto muttered to himself. A long sealed tome of great power. Cough cough. I, the wicked Eye Lord. Cough cough. Shall now. Cough cough. Stop talking, you're going to choke on the dust. It's fine. It's just. Cough cough. Seeing Rika nearly cough out her lungs, Hakuto quickly snatched the dusty book from her hands, took it to the balcony, and shook off the dust. When he returned the book to Rika, she was still coughing uncontrollably. Cough cough. Cough cough. After a long while, Rika finally recovered and took the book back from him. Cough cough. The seal on this book is strong, but it is no match for the wicked Eye Lord. Yes, yes. Rika slowly opened the book and handed a page to Hakuto. This is a magic circle that can summon deities from another world. I will set up this summoning circle at my stall tomorrow. With the power of the wicked Eye Lord, it will definitely work. I should have expected this. Hakuto should have known that whatever Rika planned to sell wouldn't be anything normal. Does the rest of your club agree with this? He figured that Hakumen and Hataru wouldn't care either way, but Utaha would never approve of this nonsense. And sure enough, his guess was right. Utaha-senpai said she will sell something else. Hakuto nodded and then lifted Rika up in the same pose she had started with. Hero, what are you doing? Without answering, Hakuto slowly walked out of the room while speaking. Is Tuka at home? The holy disciplinarian? Yeah, she's home. Then go find her and ask her to make some sweets for you to sell at your stall tomorrow. But the magic circle. Use it as entertainment. With that, Hakuto walked to Rika's house, then executed a perfect overhead throw, sending her straight onto the sofa. Oh. That hurt. Remember what I said? Hakuto clapped the dust off his hands, shut the door, and went back home. Finally, he flopped onto his bed. This time, no one came to disturb him, and he could rest in peace. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, inside the Hashinomi Academy Student Council office. Hey, Bakamori, have you lost your mind? Are you seriously going to participate in this stall event? Huh. My surname is Tamari. And besides, the Toyosaki Academy leadership personally called me. Do you think I could refuse? Is there anything you would refuse? Hakuto truly didn't expect Naao to accept Toyosaki Academy's proposal, let alone take it a step further. Toyosaki Academy only wanted him, but Naao decided to bring the entire student council to set up a stall there. If you go run a stall at Toyosaki, what if something happens at school? It's fine, it's fine. The school can function without us for a day. Naao waved dismissively, looking completely unconcerned. Chapter 122, The stall event is in full swing. The school isn't going to stop functioning just because a few of us are missing, right? Hakuto's mind went blank when he heard Nao's words. Did Itosaki Shunsuke know that the student council he founded was now using public funds for fun? Besides, wasn't the purpose of creating the student council to ensure that Hashinoumi Academy could function properly? Seeing that Hakuto had been frozen in place for too long, Nao instinctively kicked his shin. What are you standing around for? Come help move things. Oh. Hakuto snapped out of his daze at Nao's voice, but the next second, he suddenly realized. It's only 6 in the morning. Wait. Are you saying you dragged me to school at 6 in the morning just to move things for today's stalls? Huh? No, also for tomorrow's stalls. I actually fell for it. I really thought it was something urgent. I didn't even wash my face before coming here. Isn't this important? Hearing this, Hakuto was at a loss for words. He wanted to find something to refute Nao, but he couldn't come up with anything. It was as if he had lost all his strength and means. There was no other way. Even though he kept complaining, he still had to help move things. What are you selling? And what about Takajo and the others? Takajo will be here later. Nishimori can't come because of her circumstances, but she did bring out a lot of her merchandise. As she spoke, Nao pulled out a signed album of Yusurin from the box Hakuto was carrying. Hakuto took a glance at the album in her hands, then looked her up and down before saying, with this stuff, Takajo might just keep everything for himself. Don't worry, I won't sell to him. Even if you don't, this kind of thing will probably be gone the moment it hits the stall. I know, that's why I also got some Zen merch. Zen merch? From what Hakuto understood, Yusurin was practically a national idol in Japan, or at least close to it. Her merchandise was always in short supply, let alone signed albums. If you dared to put one out, someone would snatch it up immediately. Price didn't matter. The power of devoted fans was unstoppable. Meanwhile, Xian was a post-rock band that had held concerts in Japan a few times, but their popularity wasn't high. Most of their fan base was overseas. So if both types of merch were put on sale, Nishimori's items would be gone in an instant, while Xian's might have some buyers, but not many. Honestly, I thought you'd put your portable music player up for sale. Nea waved her hand dismissively, ignoring his comment, and continued, by the way, what did you prepare? Huh? Me? Hearing her words, Hakuto was dumbfounded. His eyes widened in shock. Wasn't I just here to have fun? I had to prepare something too? Huh? Didn't Toyosaki say they set up a special stall just for you? What do you think I agreed to that for? Wasn't it because you had no choice? You said it yourself. Take this. Hey, hey, hey. Why are you hitting me again? You were the one who said it. Meanwhile, at the Nakano household. Why didn't anyone tell me there was a school event today? Yotsuba ran around the living room like a headless chicken, hurriedly gathering things. Though it wasn't clear what exactly she was looking for. On the couch, Miku and Itsuki followed her movements with their eyes, almost instinctively. Didn't your homeroom teacher tell you? I don't know. Yotsuba continued rummaging through the living room, leaving a mess behind. Ahem. Yotsuba, what are you looking for? Isn't this a stall event? I'm looking for something to sell. I already prepared that ages ago. At that moment, Nino walked out of the kitchen carrying a tray of freshly baked cookies. You're ready, but I'm not. Seeing Yotsuba's flustered state, Itsuki shook her head helplessly. Yotsuba. The school rules say each group must have at least 3 members, so what Nino prepared is also for us. Oh, I see. Itsuki picked up a cookie from the tray and popped it into her mouth. So good. Nino's cooking is as amazing as ever. Akika also praised. Of course. Do you even need to ask who made these? Hearing their compliments, Nino's nose practically lifted to the sky in pride. But this batch won't be enough, will it? Don't worry, I made plenty. Nino reassured them just as the oven timer dinged. Oh, another batch is ready. By the time Nino returned with the fresh cookies, the previous batch had mysteriously vanished from the table. Where are my cookies? According to the law of conservation of mass, if the cookies were gone, they must have ended up in someone's mouth. Just like Itsuki and Yotsuba's mouths right now. Yotsuba. Itsuki. I didn't eat them. Itsuki mumbled through a mouthful of cookies, refusing to admit guilt. Miku, watch the oven for me. Wait, Nino, I was wrong. I won't eat them again. Seeing Nino roll up her sleeves, Yotsuba and Itsuki immediately fled. But just then, Akika shook her phone and said to the others, everyone. I just asked Shiratori, and he said he's coming to this event too. As soon as she said that, Nino, who had just been about to chase down Yotsuba and Itsuki, froze in place. She turned around in an exaggerated manner and walked back to Akika. Wasn't Shiratori studying in another school? Miku asked. He said the school specifically allowed him to come back for the event. He even asked where our stall is. He said he'd come help us later. The stall? I think we were assigned stall number 16. Nino thought for a moment before answering. What? What? Shiratori-sensei is coming? Yotsuba's excitement skyrocketed. After all, she had a very high opinion of Hakuto. Yotsuba. You still dare to show your face in front of me? Chapter 123, Ayuri's Change of Heart Tokyo. Inside the Sawamura family's apartment, Sayuri walked up the stairs, carefully opening her daughter's room door to check on her. Still no change. Even though it was broad daylight, Ayuri's room remained completely dark. The air inside was damp and stifling, making it hard to breathe. Sayuri stepped inside, looking at Ayuri lying on the bed, and softly called out. Ayuri. Ayuri. I'm awake. With her mother's call, Ayuri immediately sat up from the bed. Ayuri. Are you going to school today? I heard your school is holding some kind of event. My friend already told me about it. Then do you want to go? Staying at home all day must be boring. Ayuri hadn't gone out for over a week. As her mother, Sayuri was both worried and anxious. She knew her daughter was a hardcore otaku, so staying indoors for a week or two wasn't unusual. But not like this. Ayuri looked lifeless, as if she were on the verge of death. Hearing her mother's words, Ayuri shook her head and lay back down on the bed. I don't want to go. Just call in sick. Sayuri had expected her daughter to refuse, but she still tried to persuade her. Not going? It's a school event, after all. What if Hakuto is going? At the mention of Hakuto's name, Ayuri's body trembled uncontrollably. She sat up again and looked at her mother. But the next second, she let out a helpless laugh and shook her head. He's studying in another school as an exchange student. He won't be there. Hearing her daughter's response, Sayuri almost wanted to slap her on the spot. How could someone be this much of a loser? Who said he's not going? I'll ask him for you. Sayuri pulled Ariri up and took out her phone, opening Hakuto's contact. Hakuto, are you going to today's school event? The moment she sent the message, she regretted it. Hakuto most likely wouldn't be attending. But she couldn't stand watching her daughter like this any longer. Then she realized. If Ariri saw Hakuto's response saying he wasn't going, wouldn't that just hurt her even more? Sayuri instinctively wanted to put her phone away, but Ariri stopped her. It was clear. Ariri wanted to know if Hakuto would be there, even if it was unlikely. The next second, Sayuri's phone vibrated. Hakuto had replied. Mom. What did Shiratori say? There was hesitation and worry in Ariri's voice. It was obvious she hoped he would go. Sayuri smiled at the message and handed the phone to her daughter. See for yourself. Of course I'm going. Why? Is Sayuri-san coming to check on my business? Ariri trembled as she read the message, nearly fainting on the spot. He's going. He's really going. Sayuri gently patted Ariri's head and spoke softly. Get ready. There's still time. Your art club should have a place at the event. Ariri didn't respond. She just stared blankly at her mother. Sayuri could tell her daughter was hesitating, so she continued. Still don't want to go? Shiratori. Ariri finally spoke, pausing for a long time before continuing. He probably doesn't want to see me. After how I treated him before. That short sentence seemed to drain all the strength from Ariri's body. If you don't try, how will you know? Remember, at the night market last time, Hakuto was the one who greeted you first. Sayuri knew Hakuto probably did that because of her, but she didn't say it out loud. Even if it was a lie, as long as it helped her daughter move forward, she didn't care how many lies she had to tell. Really? Even if you can't go back to how things were, at least apologize to him properly. Apologize. Right. Apologize. Hearing her mother words, Ariri seemed to find her resolve. Sayuri didn't care what Ariri was thinking anymore. As long as she got her to face Hakuto, she would understand her own feelings. Looking at Ariri now, Sayuri couldn't help but feel a little regret. Was it really the right decision to find Hakuto 2 years ago? She glanced at the contract still hidden in her drawer, then at her daughter in her arms. If Ariri ever found out that Hakuto had been doing everything purely as a business deal, Sayuri had no idea how much it would hurt her. That's why she planned to take this secret to the grave. There was no benefit in revealing it. Meanwhile, on Hakuto's side, he had just finished moving things when he heard a familiar voice nearby. Yo. Shiratori, you're here early. Oh, long time no see, Shizuka-sensei. Shizuka casually draped an arm over Hakuto's shoulder, completely ignoring the concept of personal space between men and women. I thought you'd show up right on time. What's this? Are Hoshino-umi Academy's rules too strict for you to slack off? Hakuto shook his head. Not really. I just got dragged here by a certain idiot. To be honest, when Nao called him at 6 in the morning, he thought it was something urgent. He even worried that Ito Sakayuu had figured out his power to steal abilities and was about to start saving the world. Idiot? Shizuka looked puzzled. After all, there were very few people who could boss Hakuto around. Hakuto pointed to Nao, who was setting up the event nearby. Oh, that one over there. The student council president of Hoshino-umi Academy. Shizuka glanced at Nao, already aware that Hakuto had joined the student council. What surprised her was that he actually listened to his president's orders. You've changed a lot. Now I'm really looking forward to when you return to Toyosaki. She ruffled Hakuto's hair, messing it up completely. Don't look forward to it. Just pray I don't get into too many fights. I hope you get into more fights. Hey, you're a teacher. That's not very professional of you. Class hasn't started yet. Chapter 124, Wait, did I just become the one who rips off acquaintances? Shizuka glanced at the busy Nao on the field, then at Hakuto beside her. She had only come by to take a look, happened to run into Hakuto, and just stopped for a quick greeting. Now that the greeting was done, she was about to head off to do her own thing. Alright, Shiratori, you do your thing. Call me if you need anything. Shizuka waved at Hakuto before turning to leave. However, just as she was about to go, Hakuto suddenly grabbed her. Since you're already here, sensei, why not make a purchase? Shizuka had just turned her head when she heard Hakuto's words, and her face instantly darkened. I see you as my student, and you see me as a customer? You haven't even finished setting up, and you're already pulling in customers? Well, you know, I'm a bit short on cash lately, sensei. Think of it as helping me out. Hakuto's smile was bright and reassuring as he pulled Shizuka along to where Nao was busy. Though surprised by the way Hakuto was roping in acquaintances, Shizuka didn't say much. After all, she figured a student wouldn't be selling anything too expensive. Since Hakuto brought it up, buying something wasn't a big deal. It could even serve as a little souvenir. Just as she was pondering how to neatly arrange the merchandise, Hakuto had already pulled Shizuka to Nao's side. "President, I brought a customer." Nao had been acting casual, but the moment she heard that Shizuka was here to buy something, her expression changed in an instant. Her speed at switching expressions wasn't any worse than Hakuto's, even leaving Shizuka a little surprised. "Welcome, welcome." Seeing her first customer, Nao was all about enthusiasm, quickly pulling out a collection of Yusurin and Zien merchandise. "You're the student council president of Hoshino-umi Academy, right? We've met before. Do you remember?" When dealing with strangers, Shizuka remained fairly friendly. Just like when she first met Hakuto. "Of course. Since Sensei is my first customer, I'll give you a 20% discount on this purchase." Watching Nao's little performance, Hakuto could barely hold back his laughter. No wonder she was a born performer. To better gather intel on ability users, Nao often had to blend into various environments, so acting was a fundamental skill for her. But Hakuto knew. The real Nao was the one who constantly bickered with him. Shizuka glanced at the merchandise in Nao's arms and asked, "What are these?" "Merchandise? These are Yusurin and Zien merch. And all the Yusurin ones come with her autograph. Completely unavailable on the market." Shizuka was familiar with Yusurin, as she was a national-level idol. As for Zien. "You mean that Zien? The rock band? Sensei, you know them." Hearing Shizuka mention Zien by name, Nao's eyes instantly lit up. Zien had almost zero popularity in Japan. At least, no one in Nao's circle knew about them. Kind of. Given Shizuka's background, it wasn't surprising that she had come across them. "In that case, since it's fate, I'll gift you this limited edition Zien album, Sensei." Nao generously handed an album to Shizuka, acting as if it was no big deal. But Hakuto, standing beside her, was very much concerned. "Wait, what? My dear president? You just gave that away for free? What about my commission?" "Then I'll take it, thanks. But one of my students just mentioned he's short on cash, so I'll pay the market price." Shizuka didn't want to take advantage of Nao, and she had come here specifically to spend money. The main reason, however, was that she only knew Zien by name and felt too embarrassed to accept the album as a gift. Hearing that Shizuka intended to buy the album at market price, Hakuto immediately panicked. "Sensei. Just take the president's gift. You can pick something else to buy instead." There was only one reason. Because that limited edition album was ridiculously expensive. Even Hakuto hadn't expected Nao to just give it away. He had only been complaining about her giving it away for free, out of respect for money. But he never imagined that Shizuka would actually insist on buying it at market price. He just wanted to make a bit of lunch money from her, not fleece her for a fortune. "Alright, I appreciate it, Tamari." After hearing Hakuto's words, Shizuka picked out another Yusurin album and handed it to Nao. "Sensei, you have great taste." Nao swiftly wrapped up both albums. Meanwhile, Hakuto could only shake his head in resignation upon seeing Shizuka's choice. Was this what they called the instincts of the wealthy? Always picking the most expensive item. The Yusurin album Shizuka just chose was the priciest one here. It had originally been part of Yusurin's personal collection, but after hearing that Nao was setting up a stall, she had given it to her. If it went to auction, crazed fans would bid it up to astronomical prices. And if someone hyped it up as the very first album Yusurin ever owned, the price would double. Nao wasn't trying to rip off customers, but she was definitely quoting fair market prices. Maybe even slightly lower. Hakuto regretted bringing Shizuka here. While those two albums were indeed worth a lot online, they were essentially useless to her. And given her personality, she definitely wouldn't resell them. She just wanted a keepsake. "Sensei. Forgive me." Just as Nao was about to announce the price and Shizuka was getting ready to pay, Hakuto had already braced himself for a financial disaster. But then, a savior arrived. A sudden gust of wind swept through. The two albums in Nao's hands vanished in an instant, and even the price she was about to call out got stuck in her throat. A total of 50. Even Nao's hairstyle got wrecked, her previously sharp bangs blown into a total mess, making her look hilariously ridiculous. "Takajojojiro." Nao growled through clenched teeth. Chapter 125, Takajojojiro willingly buys merch. A sudden gust of wind blew between Nao and Shizuka. By the time they reacted, the albums in their hands had already disappeared. "Shizuka, huh? Where's my merch?" "Hakuto, the savior has arrived." "Ha ha ha." "Nao, Takajojojiro." Shizuka might have been confused, but Hakuto and Nao knew exactly who had caused that gust of wind. Scratching her head, Shizuka asked, "Did a gust of wind just blow the albums away?" As soon as she finished speaking, they saw a boy in a Hoshino Umi Academy uniform approaching from a distance, his forehead streaked with fresh blood. "Shiratori. That guy's bleeding, isn't he?" Hakuto waved dismissively. "No worries, he's a member of our student council. That blood is just part of his cosplay." Under the varied gazes of the three, Jojiro slowly walked up to Shizuka with a serious expression. Just as Shizuka was about to say something, Jojiro suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle, nearly splattering his blood onto her clothes. "Sensei, please." Before he could finish, Nao kicked him hard in the back. "You musclehead, what are you doing again?" Even though he was knocked to the ground, Jojiro remained serious. "For Yusurin-chan's album, I had no choice but to do this." "Huh? Do you realize you just interrupted my business? I'll do anything for Yusurin-chan's merch." "That's disgusting." Nao waved him off. "Just return the album." "I was about to sell it." "I can't, President. You have to sell it to me." "I'll do anything." "Shiratori. Get over here and help. Beat him up and take the album back." As Nao kicked Jojiro repeatedly, she called Hakuto over. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Hakuto turned to explain the situation to Shizuka. "That guy over there is Jojiro. He's a huge fan of Yusurin and desperately wants that album, so he snatched it from you. But don't worry, Shizuka-sensei. Our president won't give preferential treatment, so the album is definitely still yours." Though that's what Hakuto said on the surface, deep down, he was thinking otherwise. "Go, Takajo. Get that Yusurin album." Meanwhile, looking at Jojiro with blood dripping from his forehead, Shizuka frowned slightly and turned to Hakuto. "Maybe I should just let him have it?" "Huh? You really want to give it up, Shizuka-sensei?" "I don't have a habit of taking things others love, and I can always choose something else." "Then on his behalf, I thank you." Seeing Shizuka nod, Hakuto stepped forward to separate Nao and Jojiro. All right, Shizuka-sensei said she's willing to give the album to Takajo." As soon as those words left his mouth, Jojiro immediately scrambled up from the ground and stood in front of Shizuka. "Thank you so much, Hirotsuka-sensei. You're my savior." Tears welled up in Jojiro's eyes as blood continued to ooze from his forehead. Seeing his state, Shizuka could only force a smile. If it had been Hakuto, she would have punched him already. Hakuto quickly pulled Jojiro away, fearing he might collapse right there. Like a victor, Jojiro raised the album high and started pulling out his wallet. "Ugh, I'm not giving you a discount." Though Nao was annoyed, since Shizuka had spoken, as the seller, she had nothing left to say. "I'm just grateful you're selling it to me at all, President." "That'll be 650,000 yen. Cash or card?" "Huh?" Jojiro was dumbfounded by the price. "That's not right. Yusurin-chan's album should be around 500,000 yen at market price. Though with auction speculation, it could go for more. In a direct sale, 500,000 yen was already the upper limit. Nishimori's album is an album, but Zien's isn't." Nao's words made Jojiro suddenly realize that he was also holding a Zien album. His main goal had always been Yusurin's album. Everything else was secondary. So there was no need for him to pay extra for the Zien album. "I'll leave this one with you, President." Just as he was about to hand back the Zien album, Hakuto patted his shoulder. "Takajo, that's what Shizuka-sensei wanted. She just gave you the only copy of Nishimori's album in the world. Don't you think you should show some gratitude?" Jojiro glanced at Shizuka in the distance and realized Hakuto had a point. If he had been the one who got that album, he wouldn't have wanted to give it up either. Since Shizuka had given it to him, it was a huge favor. Something that couldn't be measured in money. At least, not to him. Gritting his teeth, Jojiro pulled out his bank card. "Charge it." "All right. Thanks for your business." Nao swiped 650,000 yen from his card without hesitation, not even considering that the Zien album was originally meant to be given to Shizuka for free. Nao, Jojiro willingly purchased the limited edition Zien album. Hakuto, Jojiro. In the end, under Hakuto's subtle guidance, Shizuka chose a more reasonably priced piece of merch, much to his relief. "Hey, President, how much commission do I get from selling those 3 items?" "Commission? What commission?" "Huh? Even selling pet food comes with a commission. Are you telling me I don't get anything for selling something worth hundreds of thousands?" "Huh? How about I buy you 2 bags of dog food instead? You think I'm raising a dog?" In truth, Hakuto didn't really care about the commission. He just had to ask. Just in case. After all, Yusurin's album was never hard to sell, and the Zien album was supposed to be a freebie. Wait a second. Wasn't the Zien album supposed to be given away for free? I helped you make an extra 150,000 yen, and you're not sharing with me? Well, now that you mention it. At that moment, Jojiro, who had just finished getting his forehead bandaged, overheard their conversation and felt like his whole world was collapsing. Wait. What did you just say? What do you mean given away for free? Chapter 126, Encountering Utah Haternao completed her first transaction. The rest of the participants from Toyosaki gradually made their way to their designated areas. President, I'm going to take a walk. Whatever. Nao waved her hand dismissively. Hakuto wasn't here to participate in the event, he was more of a mascot, so wandering around aimlessly was practically part of his job. He also planned to check on the five sisters, and since Nao and Jojiro were handling things here, his presence or absence didn't really matter. However, as he strolled around, something felt off. Every time he passed a booth, he somehow ended up with more things in his hands. Long time no see, Shiratori-kun. Here, take this. Shiratori-kun, try this cake I made. Just a little something, please accept it. I heard you were coming back for this event. I can't believe I'm actually seeing you. Hakuto was dumbfounded. These people were way too enthusiastic, making him feel like some kind of celebrity. Before he even realized what was happening, his arms were overflowing with gifts, nearly obstructing his view. It was honestly a bit overwhelming. Wait a minute. This isn't right. This doesn't match my persona. Hakuto muttered to himself, staring at the pile of stuff he was holding. At Toyosaki Academy, his image was far from that of a popular figure. Aside from a select few, most people tended to avoid him. No one would normally rush up to give him gifts like this. Just then, someone silently approached him from behind and patted his shoulder. Hakuto turned his head, still struggling with the mountain of presents, and found himself face to face with a long-haired, black-haired beauty glaring at him. Long time no see, Kazekage-senpai. Hearing his voice, Utaha flashed a mischievous smile. Long time no see, Kuhai-kun. But there was something eerily sinister about her smile. I've been following you for a while now. I didn't expect that after just half a month, you become so popular. Utaha leaned in slightly, almost pressing against him. If it weren't for the crowd, Hakuto felt like she might have just jumped onto him. Senpai, if you have something to say, just say it. I still have work to do. I never thought that after you disappeared without a word, this would be the kind of attitude I'd be met with upon reunion. Utaha put on a deeply hurt expression, as if Hakuto had committed some heinous crime against her. Have you already forgotten about that night, Kuhai-kun? Hakuto nearly tripped and fell at those words. Staring at Utaha, he couldn't fathom how she managed to make their haunted house adventure sound so suggestive. Huh? What, senpai? Do you want to go ghost hunting again? Oh, I wouldn't mind. But the real question is, would you dare to come? Huh? Dare? Me? Hakuto felt like she was insulting him. There was nothing in this world he wouldn't dare to do. He could take on 5 people alone or sit back and reap the benefits. There was no situation he couldn't handle. He had seen it all. But in the next second, Utaha chuckled softly and said, my room. I wonder if Kuhai-kun would dare to come over tonight? Damn it. This was one situation he had never encountered before. Hakuto hesitated for a long time before finally uttering his signature line, that'll cost extra. There was no helping it. His pride, his dignity, even his hairstyle could take a hit, but he refused to work for free. Utaha blinked in surprise before letting out a soft laugh. Could it be that I've awakened some special switch in you, Kuhai-kun? You're not working as a male escort now, are you? Male escort? You have to be an adult for that. True. But Kuhai-kun, do you still remember that you owe me a favor? Hakuto froze on the spot, almost dropping everything in his arms. Sure, he did owe her a favor. But did she really have to make it sound like he needed to repay it with his body? What do you want? Hakuto eyed Utaha warily and took a small step back. He wasn't particularly concerned about this sort of thing, but that didn't mean he was willing to be taken advantage of for free. Relax, I just need help moving some stuff. Oh. That's fine. Hakuto sighed in relief. Given Utaha's personality, she might have actually asked for something outrageous. Then let me drop off this pile first, he said, turning toward Nao's booth. The whole way there, Utaha followed closely behind him, as if afraid he would run away. Senpai, there's really no need to follow me. Oh, but there is. What if you suddenly disappear on me again? Utaha was clearly still holding a grudge over the fact that Hakuto had left for the exchange program without a word. I had my reasons last time. It wasn't like I deliberately hid it from you. Could he really be blamed for that? 1,000,000 yen was on the line. He barely had time to think, let alone inform others. Or is Kuhai-kun afraid I'll get the wrong idea if he's going to see his girlfriend? Fine. Suit yourself. Hakuto was only worried that Nao would use this to tease him later. Something like, and don't even get me started on your senpai. Ugh, I don't even want to talk about it. But whatever. If Utaha wanted to follow, let her follow. It wasn't a big deal. With that, the two of them arrived at Nao's booth together. Nao, who was busy running the stall, looked up and was visibly confused when she saw Hakuto carrying a massive pile of stuff. Did you go on a shopping spree? No. Just collecting protection fees. I'm leaving this with you for now, President. Huh. You joined the Yakuza. It's not like I asked for this. They just handed it over. You threatened them, didn't you? Sometimes, Hakuto really felt like he and Nao were at odds. No matter what the situation, they always ended up arguing. If he didn't know that Nao meant no harm, he might have punched her already. It was only then that Nao noticed Utaha standing beside him. Chapter 127, I will auction this item. Utaha also looked at Nao, and their gazes met. So, you collect protection fees and pick up a girl along the way? I know nothing good ever comes out of your mouth, but haven't you met her before? Hearing Hakuto's words, Nao froze for a moment before realizing. The Utaha in front of her was the same girl who had been with Hakuto at the haunted house when she first met him. Though, calling it a haunted house wasn't exactly accurate. After all, she was the ghost herself. I thought you liked the chibi type. I like the rich type. At that moment, Nao pulled Hakuto down and whispered in his ear. Did you tell her I was following you that day? Hakuto shook his head. When it came to whispers, he never mentioned anything to ordinary people. No, why? Then why do I feel like she's about to roast me any second now? How do you know? Wait, actually, how can you even feel that? Huh. Don't worry about that. I just have a feeling. Hearing this, Hakuto turned to look at Utaha, who stood idly a short distance away, tapping her toe against the ground in boredom. There was nothing unusual about her behavior. You're not just jealous that she has a better figure than you, are you? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Nao waved him off, shooing him away since she had business to take care of. Having been dismissed, Hakuto walked over to Utaha, clapped his hands, and put on his signature smile. Let's go, senpai. We need to move your stuff. My things are at school. You still remember the way, don't you, Kuhai-kun? My memory isn't that bad. As Hakuto and Utaha headed toward the school, she asked about Nao. That girl just now. She's your classmate at Hoshino-umi Academy? She's the student council president of Hoshino-umi Academy. Very powerful. I even have to go through her when I request leave. I thought you might have already found a girlfriend after just over half a month at Hoshino-umi Academy. Girlfriend? Her? PFFT. Hakuto instinctively scoffed, but for some reason, he sensed a hint of relief in Utaha's tone. Although Hakuto knew she had feelings for him, he didn't think she was this sensitive. What he didn't realize was that his interactions with Nao just now had been quite misleading. But Hakuto didn't dwell on it, as he and Nao mostly just bickered. Besides, judging by her personality, he doubted she would ever get a boyfriend. She seemed more like the type to get a girlfriend instead. Not that it mattered to Hakuto. He had work to do. So, what are you selling at your stall today, senpai? Holding a large cardboard box, he asked Utaha. She looked him up and down and asked in a curious tone, that's strange. Kuhai-kun, are you always this strong? What do you mean? You're carrying that so easily? This stuff should be quite heavy. Hakuto weighed the box in his arms. It did have some weight, but it wasn't that heavy for him. It was like carrying a big water jug. So, what's inside? Utaha waved dismissively, deciding not to dwell on his strength. Various novels, all brand new and personally signed. Considering my profession, getting these is pretty easy. True, since you're a popular novelist, after all. Despite Hakuto's flattery, Utaha shook her head with a troubled expression. She looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then asked, Kuhai-kun, can I ask you a question? Sure. If it were you, who would you choose between a childhood friend and a fated encounter? Honestly, the moment Utaha asked this, Hakuto was dumbfounded. He had anticipated many questions, but not this one. Raising an eyebrow, he sighed. Can you be more specific, senpai? You know my novel is about a love triangle, and now it's time for the protagonist to choose. You don't know who to pick? Not exactly. I just don't know how to make the choice seem reasonable. As the author, she already had a decision in mind. Either choice was fine, and in the worst-case scenario, she could always write an alternate ending. But while an author could choose freely, she had to consider her readers' reactions. If you're unsure, why not hold a betting pool? Whichever heroine has the highest odds, You invest in that one and write accordingly. Kuhai-kun, you're quite the realist. I've never written a novel, so I don't know what kind of expectations you have for this work. I'm just offering a method to maximize profit. Hakuto gazed into the distance. In truth, Utaha's question had caught him off guard. For so long, he had followed a simple rule: take the money and do the job. He rarely had to make these kinds of choices. So, if you were the protagonist, who would you choose? Hakuto had read her novel. Not the latest chapters, but he remembered parts of the story. Me? If it were me, I'd auction them off. Whoever bids the highest wins. If the betting suggestion was him thinking as an author, this auction idea was him thinking as the protagonist. If I actually wrote it that way, I'd be trending on social media tomorrow for all the wrong reasons. Haha, just kidding. Hakuto adjusted his grip on the box and found a more comfortable way to carry it. Then, he continued, Senpai, do you really think someone makes a choice without already knowing what they want? What do you mean, Kuhai-kun? People are emotional beings. A 50-50 choice isn't really random. It's always 100%. There's no actual uncertainty. Readers may see it as random, but for the protagonist and the author, the answer has been clear from the start. Chapter 128, The Three Musketeers. Utaha's expression shifted the moment she heard Hakuto's words. Whatever had been troubling her vanished in an instant. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered, So, what are the odds of your choice, underclassman-kun? Huh? Didn't I already say that? If I were the protagonist, whoever bids the highest wins. After 2 years of chasing love to no avail, have you now given your heart and soul entirely to money? No. Actually, it's not really about that. To this day, Utaha still believed that it was the haunted house incident that had unlocked some hidden switch in Hakuto. Little did she know, what seemed like an untraveled path to her had long been paved by those before her. After helping Utaha move her things, Hakuto stretched his wrists. At the same time, he received a full set of love metronome. Personally signed, of course. As a gift from her. Just then, his gaze landed on Rika, who was arranging a magical formation at the neighboring booth. Oh, Master. This time, I brought highly concentrated spirit stones. Well done, Gikamori. Sani pulled out a large pile of colorful stones from her pockets and carefully placed them on the ground. Judging from her demeanor, she had meticulously selected each one. It was hard to believe that a wealthy young lady would go around collecting stones for fun. No, wait. Standing behind Rika, Hakuto suddenly had a revelation. If Sani was indeed a wealthy young lady, then these stones. Master. Behind you. What's behind me? Just as Rika was about to turn her head to check, a merciless hand reached out and grabbed her oj. Eek. Dark Flame Master, didn't I tell you to prepare some sweets? Rika shuddered all over. Now, she knew exactly who was behind her. Hero. I thought you weren't coming to this event. The sweets? Hakuto asked with a gentle smile, though his fingers slightly tightened around her oj. I brought them. Can you let me go first? Rika pleaded pitifully. Hearing her response, Hakuto released his grip. He set aside his love metronome set, crossed his arms, and looked at Rika expectantly. Under his gaze, she hurriedly dragged over a thermal bag that was comically large compared to her petite frame. Shichimiya made a bunch, and she wouldn't even let me sneak a bite. Hakuto opened the thermal bag to take a look. It was clear that Takanashi Tuka had put a lot of thought into her little sister's event. The assortment of sweets was impressive, and each piece was individually wrapped. They looked quite appetizing. Has Senpai already set up her booth? Just going with the flow. Utaha glanced at the sweets inside the bag with great interest. Did Tuka say how much each one costs? She told me to set the price myself. And how much are you planning to sell them for, Rika? At that, Rika suddenly put her hands on her hips, raised her chin slightly, and exuded an air of absolute confidence. Participate in the otherworld summoning ritual, and you'll receive one of Shichimiya's handmade sweets. Hearing her offer, Hakuto and Utaha exchanged glances before sighing in unison. In reality, Hakuto had already felt the urge to smack her with a karate chop before she even finished speaking. But he held back. Fools have their own kind of luck. Who knew? Maybe today's youth were into this sort of thing. Perhaps Takanashi Tuka's sweets would drive people crazy. But Hakuto certainly wasn't one of those people. He had been prepared to make a purchase, yet here he was, forcibly turned away. What do you think, hero? I think it'll be very popular. Right? I knew you'd agree. Humphrey. Master. You're a genius. Hakuto sighed, handed the thermal bag back to Rika, then scanned the area around him. There was no sign of Akuma nor Hataru. Those two slackers were probably waiting until the last minute to show up again. Senpai, I'll leave this to you. I have something to do. Utaha nodded. Why don't you try participating in the summoning ritual? Huh? Are you joking, senpai? That shouldn't be too difficult for you, should it? I don't want my reputation at school to crumble. If senpai wants the sweets that badly, you can wait for Hikage to show up and make him do it. He wouldn't care at all. And so, Hakuto delegated the responsibility to Hakuman before taking his leave. Despite his shameless attitude most of the time, he still had some dignity. Junabi'u stuff was fine in private, but flaunting it in public was just plain embarrassing. It was at that moment that Hakuto spotted two familiar figures. Oh. Speak of the devil. It was none other than Hakuman and Hataru. Both wore exhausted expressions, their trademark dead fish eyes brimming with lifelessness. Just looking at them made Hakuto feel nourished. He walked up and slung his arms around their shoulders. Hey, you two. Long time no see. Hakuman's dead fish eyes finally regained a glimmer of light. As if his energy had been slightly drained. I heard from Hiratsuka-sensei that you'd be back, but I didn't think it was true. We're the three musketeers of Toyosaki, aren't we? Inseparable. Hataru removed Hakuto's arm from his shoulder. It was summer, and this kind of close contact was way too hot. You took leave from Hashinoumi just to attend this event? Not exactly. Because of me, Hashinoumi Academy set up a separate venue for the event. Hakuman's expression darkened slightly upon hearing that. Meanwhile, Hataru remained indifferent. He couldn't comprehend why Hakuto was able to run between both schools with a smile. If it were him, he'd be utterly miserable. Enough about that. Come. As club members, I'll take you to experience the president's special event. Can I refuse? There's nothing today that requires you to exert effort. Fine. Hataru sighed in resignation, agreeing to Hakuto's suggestion. Little did he know, his club president's event would turn out to be a complete social disaster. At this moment, Hataru was already seated at the center of the magic formation arranged by Rika. Surrounded by colorful stones, he grumbled, isn't there supposed to be a private booth for things like this? The summoning ritual must be performed under the witness of onlookers. Hearing his club president's declaration, Hataru instinctively shut his eyes. He should never have napped during club activities the other day. If he had been paying attention, he wouldn't have fallen into Hakuto's trap. Chapter 129, The Conversation Between Hakuman and Hakuto. After enduring 2.5 minutes of sheer torment, Hataru finally escaped from the torturous magic circle and claimed his well-earned dessert. Hakuto then glanced at Hakuman and raised an eyebrow at him. Hakuman knew exactly what Hakuto meant. He wasn't particularly bothered by it. He had been through far more embarrassing situations before. Mimicking Hataru, he sat down at the center of the magic circle, thinking that as long as he endured 2 minutes, it would all be over. However, just as he was about to begin, Rika handed him a note. Looking at the densely packed text on the note, Hakuman was puzzled. What's this? Dead fish-eyed warrior. The reason why Energy Saver Khan failed to summon just now might be because he didn't recite the ritual chant properly. The moment Hakuto heard the nickname Dead Fish-Eyed Warrior, he nearly lost it. Even the usually indifferent Hataru almost broke character. What are you two laughing at, Energy Saver Khan and Brave Warrior? Hakuman didn't particularly mind his nickname. He didn't care if people laughed. But Hakuto and Oreki? No way. It's nothing. Dead Fish-Eyed Warrior, just focus on the chant. At this moment, Hakuman felt that this event held by Toyosaki Academy was absolute garbage. A massive pile of garbage. They should have just given him a couple of extra days off instead. But complaining was one thing. He still looked down at the note in his hand. At first glance, he was shocked. This wasn't some ritual chant. It was practically a long-winded, cringe-inducing passage straight out of a textbook. Still, just reading it out loud shouldn't be a problem. From the other world. Wait. Too dull. You need to put more emotion into it. Hakuman realized that joining this club was a huge mistake. No, it was all Hakuto's fault. With no choice, since the club president had spoken, Hakuman could only comply. Ah. Oh, Queen of the Elves from the other world. As soon as he spoke the first line, Hakuto nearly lost it. He was about to die laughing on the spot. He desperately pinched his own thigh to hold back the laughter. Hold on. Just endure for 2.5 minutes, and it'll be over. I hereby pay tribute to you. The indomitable soul. Watching Hakuman put on such an emotional performance, Hakuto was on the verge of suffocating from suppressed laughter. Who the hell came up with such a ridiculous chant? Hataru, watching Hakuman in the middle of the magic circle, commented, is this some kind of public humiliation ritual? Probably. This seems like school bullying. Shouldn't you step in, underclassman? Am I supposed to stop myself? Finally, after 2.5 minutes of utter humiliation, Hakuman left the magic circle and got his dessert. Except, That dessert was now in Utaha's hands. Hukaman glanced at the 500 yen bill that had somehow appeared in his hand. He didn't care much. He wasn't particularly fond of sweets anyway. Hakuto patted Hukaman on the shoulder and said, I don't admire many people in this lifetime, but dead fish-eyed warrior, you've earned my respect. Hukaman brushed off Hakuto's hand. I knew you wouldn't have anything good to say. And next time, be a little gentler, will you? Huh? Was I too rough? Hakuto looked down at his hand for a moment after hearing Hukaman's complaint. Could it be that you're just too weak? The force he used just now was barely enough to swat a mosquito. Hukaman waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in continuing the topic. By the way, where's Energy Saver-kun? He went to borrow a novel from Kazekage-senpai. For him, aside from sleeping, reading, basically anything that lets him sit still, is his favorite thing to do. Hukaman looked at Hakuto beside him, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Hakuto, there's something I want to tell you. I don't have money. It's not about that. Oh, then go ahead. Hukaman sighed but continued. When you first left as an exchange student, Sawamura came looking for you a lot. Her? Looking for me? What for? I don't know. She just stood at the doorway, looked at your seat from a distance, and left. Hukaman had no idea what Ariri was thinking. For 2 years, she had never actively sought out Hakuto, but in just these past few days, she had done it more times than in the previous 2 years combined. It made no sense. To Hukaman, relationships between guys and girls were nothing but trouble. That's why youth was just another form of suffering. A massive pile of garbage. Hukaman wasn't sure if he should even bring this up to Hakuto. Though Ariri hadn't come looking for him in the past few days, he still felt that Hakuto had the right to know. Alright, got it. Hakuto had no idea why Ariri was looking for him. The most likely reason he could think of was that she wanted to return all the things he had given her in the past. TCH. She could have just thrown them away. Though Hakuto was known for being petty. He would even take back a lunchbox. Gifts were a different story. Once given, they were given. There was no need to fuss over them. And he assumed that Sayuri was also involved in this. Hakuto found it hard to believe that Sayuri would personally ask him for a favor over something so trivial. Are you going to talk to Sawamura? No need. I'm busy. Hakuto waved his hand, deciding to give Sayuri a call later. If it really was about something this minor, then there was no reason to go out of his way. Even though he had to show Sayuri some respect, there were always ways to work things out. Keep an eye on things here. I have something to take care of. Hakuto patted Hukaman's shoulder with a look of trust. Got it. And seriously, can you go easier on me? I'm telling you, you're just too weak. Eat more fish eyes. It'll help. Chapter 130, Privileged Hakuto. In the end, Hakuto went to check on Rika's magic circle again. With a simple trade involving a dessert, he used his privilege to get her a string of colorful lights. Hero. Amazing. With this, we'll definitely succeed next time. Master. Let's get started. Ignoring the excited outbursts of Rika and Sani, Hakuto went off to take care of his own matters. Meanwhile, over at the Nikano quintuplets stall. Itsuki. Stop sneaking bites. We're running out. Nino looked in despair at the dwindling supply of cookies, feeling that participating in this stall event was a huge mistake. Sorry, Nino, I was just craving some. You're treating the cookies I made as a meal? Didn't you just have a few meat buns this morning? Akika tugged at the bit of pudge near Itsuki's stomach and teased, Itsuki's tummy is so soft and squishy. Ah. Akika, what are you doing? The cookies are gone. If you can't come up with a solution, Itsuki, I'll put you up for sale instead. Saying that, Nino grabbed Itsuki's hand and pretended to place her on the stall. Miku, who had been quietly listening with her headphones on, took them off, looked at the scene, then glanced at the ingredients on the stall. Nino, didn't you bring ingredients and an oven? Huh? An oven needs electricity too. Can't we use firewood? Nino stared at her sister in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. It was then that Akika finally noticed something was off. Someone was missing. She looked around and asked, speaking of which, where's Yotsuba? Don't tell me she got dragged off to be free labor again? Did she forget to write down Hakuto's name? The four of them exchanged glances. Not only was the cookie issue still unresolved, but now their 5-person team was short one member. It was a disaster. Meanwhile, on Hakuto's end, he was biting into the cream cake he had just traded for. With a hairband in his hand, he was about to tie up his long hair when he spotted a familiar figure at a nearby stall. Yotsuba? What's she doing here? He paused mid-motion, took the cake out of his mouth, and walked toward the stall with his hair still down, intending to check out the situation. The stall owner seemed busy with something and hadn't noticed Hakuto's approach. Looking at the stall number, Hakuto saw the bright and clear digits 43. He recalled that the quintuplets stall should have been number 16. Seeing Yotsuba moving items nearby, he shook his head helplessly. He could already guess what had happened. "Hey! Yotsuba!" Hearing his call, Yotsuba froze, then turned toward the voice. "Huh? Who's calling me?" The moment she saw Hakuto, a big smile spread across her face. "Shiratori-sensei. Long time no see." She put down what she was carrying and waved at him. Even though they had just seen each other yesterday, Hakuto didn't bother correcting her. He simply waved back, signaling her to come over. "What's up? What are you doing here? Where are the others?" "Oh, they're still at the stall. I'm just helping out at the sports club." "For free?" Yotsuba, clearly unfamiliar with such transactions, looked puzzled. "Huh? People charge for this kind of thing?" "TSK." Hakuto almost rolled his eyes. Still, there wasn't much he could say. It was a matter of personal choice, after all. If she couldn't say no to others, this was the inevitable result. Being used as free labor. Just then, a girl dressed in sportswear walked up behind Yotsuba and asked, "Yotsuba, what are you doing here? There's still a lot left to move." "Oh, coming." Yotsuba nodded, then turned back to Hakuto. "Shiratori-sensei, I need to get back to work." "All right." Hakuto nodded indifferently, uninterested in interfering. After all, he didn't see any reluctance on Yotsuba's face, and it wasn't part of his job to get involved. Ah, youth. So full of energy. Hakuto shook his head, then put the cream cake back into his mouth. However, just as he was about to leave, Yotsuba suddenly rushed back to him. She hesitated for a moment before looking at him. "Shiratori-sensei. What is it?" Yotsuba glanced at the sports club girl behind her, then turned back to Hakuto. "Can I take a day off this weekend?" Hearing this, Hakuto stopped mid-bite and pulled the cake back out of his mouth. "Yotsuba. Here. You're telling me that after I went out of my way to sacrifice my weekend for your tutoring, put effort into preparing prizes for you, and with an exam coming up in just a few weeks, you want to take a day off?" Hearing this, Yotsuba immediately lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. "I knew Shiratori-sensei wouldn't agree. Forget whether I agree or not." Hakuto leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "Do you really want to take this day off?" Yotsuba turned and glanced at the sportswear-clad girl behind her, then looked back at Hakuto, whose face was only a fist's distance away. Just as she was about to say something, the girl behind her suddenly stepped in. "Yotsuba, what are you doing? Who's this guy? Your boyfriend? You need to check with him before making weekend plans?" Because Hakuto hadn't tied his hair up and had been away as an exchange student for half a month, the girl didn't recognize him. Even with his good temper, being interrupted like this was frustrating. Especially since if Yotsuba failed her exams, he might get fired. Hakuto took a deep breath, ignoring the sports club girl. He only cared about Yotsuba's decision. "Yotsuba, if you... What's the holdup? There's still a ton to move." Interrupted again. Hakuto was so annoyed he almost laughed. Honestly, he didn't like losing his temper in front of his students, but some people really needed to be put in their place. As Shiratori-sensei. Yotsuba looked at the smile on his face and suddenly felt a bad premonition. "Catch." Hakuto tossed the cream cake to Yotsuba, then, with a small hop, leaped into the stall. Chapter 131, Hakuto, who hasn't fought in a long time. "You. What are you doing? Didn't your mother teach you the most basic manners? Is the sports club out of people? Do you really need an outsider to help? What does that have to do with you? Yotsuba is busy this weekend, and she will be in the future too. So stop looking for her, understand?" Seeing Hakuto's aggressive stance, the girl in sportswear instinctively took a step back. "And who are you to Yotsuba? Do you get to decide for her?" Hearing that, Hakuto sighed. "You should be glad that I've mellowed out recently. After all, back in the day, even if he saw a ghost, he'd charge in with 2 pipes and go berserk. Though, it wasn't really a ghost. But compared to his past self, who would throw hands at the slightest provocation, Hakuto really did feel like he had calmed down. Still, he wanted to hear Yotsuba's opinion, so he tilted his head slightly and asked, "Yotsuba, do I get to decide?" "Yes. I'll do whatever you say, Shiratori-sensei." Hearing her name called, Yotsuba nearly dropped the cream cake in her hands. Hearing Yotsuba's response, the girl furrowed her brows slightly. "What is this? Are you just bullying me because you can? How am I bullying you? You're a guy, and I'm a girl. Isn't that already an abuse of power? Oh, I see. You want a fair samurai duel with me." Hakuto had his own set of principles when dealing with people who spouted nonsense. At this moment, the other members of the sports club noticed the commotion and started gathering around. What's going on? Is someone here to cause trouble in our sports club? We haven't even finished moving the equipment yet. The sports club was a large organization with quite a few members. Right now, there were at least 6 people surrounding Hakuto, 4 of whom were guys. The girl in sportswear quietly explained the situation to the others. Hakuto wasn't sure if she exaggerated the story, but judging by the expressions around him, she probably did. Yotsuba, I think this is just a misunderstanding. We still need you for the competition this weekend. The guy leading the group showed no emotion after hearing the explanation. Instead, he tried to keep Yotsuba on their side. But Yotsuba simply stood behind Hakuto, glanced at the guy who spoke, and said nothing. Seeing this, Hakuto smiled. He already understood Yotsuba's stance, so there was no need to linger. Alright, everyone, I made myself clear. Stop bothering. Before he could finish, a guy interrupted him. And who do you think you are? If we don't get results this weekend, will you take responsibility? Hakuto, now interrupted again, didn't respond. He simply sighed helplessly. How had his hard-earned reputation disappeared in just half a month? Oh well, if it's gone, he'll just turn it back. Are all the members of the sports club dead? Do you really need an outsider to get results for you? What did you say? I said, screw you. The moment Hakuto finished speaking, the surrounding guys started cracking their knuckles, and the one who interrupted him earlier immediately threw a punch. But in the next second, that same guy was sent flying in a bizarre posture and crashed to the ground. That single hit seemed to signal the start of a fight, and the rest exchanged glances before charging at Hakuto together. Shiratori-sensei, Shiratori-sensei. There are so many of them. Ignoring Yotsuba's rambling, Hakuto simply waved his hand nonchalantly. Hold my cream cake. Before anyone could react, Hakuto swiftly kicked each person in the neck, and in no time, all 6 were on the ground, groaning in pain. Hakuto didn't go easy on the 2 girls among them. Since they had surrounded him and blocked his way, they had already made up their minds to fight. If you're this weak, don't bother picking fights. Even Hakuto himself hadn't expected to take them all down so easily. Of course, he had controlled his strength. Kicking someone's neck too hard could actually kill them. Then, he pulled the elastic band from his wrist, tied up his hair, and squatted in front of the guy who had spoken earlier. Don't bother Yotsuba again. Understand? The guy's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at Hakuto's face. You're Shiratori Hakuto? Is my face that hard to recognize? Hakuto sighed. No wonder you had the guts to talk like that. You didn't even know who I was from the start. The guy's face turned red with embarrassment. Next time. Please tie your hair up. And with that, the guy passed out cold. He fainted just like that? So weak? Hakuto checked his condition and confirmed it was just a normal fainting spell before relaxing. Ah. Shiratori-sensei, will they be okay? They're fine. I just haven't fought in a while, so I misjudged my strength. As expected, the environment at Hoshino Academy was making him soft. Hakuto looked at Yotsuba behind him, grabbed the rabbit-ear-shaped headband she wore, and dragged her away from the scene. From now on, if this happens again, just say my name, got it? Yes, I got it. Shiratori-sensei, can you let go now? Thinking about all the trouble, Hakuto got even more annoyed. Just returning to school for an event, and he was already caught in a fight. At such a critical moment too. He was definitely going to get scolded again. Not that he cared, but this kind of thing wasn't even in his job description. Thinking about that, Hakuto couldn't help but grab Yotsuba's cheeks and stretch them. Ugh. What a pain. Yotsuba. If you don't get first place next time, just you wait. Oh. It hurts. Go home and copy yesterday's wrong answers 100 times. No way, Shiratori-sensei. 100 times is too much. I'll die. Chapter 132, Yotsuba gets scolded by everyone just like that. Hakuto carried Yotsuba like a little rabbit all the way back to the quintuplets area. Shiratori, Yotsuba, what's going on? Keep an eye on her. Don't let someone take her away again. Hakuto released Yotsuba's hairband and was just stretching his wrist when his phone suddenly rang. Casually, he gave Yotsuba a light chop on the forehead with his hand before stepping aside to answer the call. As soon as Hakuto walked away, the others quickly gathered around Yotsuba. The 4 girls looked at Yotsuba, who was crouching on the ground, her face flushed red, looking pitiful. Yotsuba. What happened? Sensei. Yotsuba had wanted to explain everything properly to her sisters, but she just couldn't hold it in anymore. Sensei told me to copy yesterday's test 100 times. He also said if I don't get first place next time, he'll beat me up. Hearing Yotsuba's tearful complaint, the 4 sisters exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to do. Is Shiratori mad? Probably. Telling you to copy the test 100 times and saying he'll hit you if you don't get first place. Definitely sounds like something said in anger. Speaking of which, Yotsuba, where did you go just now? Why did Shiratori-sensei have to bring you back? Hearing Itsuki's question, Yotsuba guiltily turned her head away and fidgeted with her fingers. You went to the sports club, didn't you? Akika, of course, knew where Yotsuba had gone. Even though she was frustrated with Yotsuba's inability to say no, there wasn't much she could do about it. Yotsuba, realizing she couldn't hide it anymore, simply told her sisters everything that had just happened. However, after hearing her explanation, the other four had some truly priceless expressions on their faces. Wait. Yotsuba, are you saying you went to ask Hakuto for leave because of the sports club, and then he got into a conflict with the people there? Itsuki felt overwhelmed by the amount of information. She hadn't expected that Yotsuba would leave for just a short while and come back with so much drama. Well, not exactly. Hakuto was just asking for my opinion at the time, but one of the girls from the sports club kept interrupting him, which is why he got angry. Yotsuba explained, but the Nino was already fuming beside her. Idiot Yotsuba. Are you a complete airhead? I know I was wrong. You can't really blame Yotsuba, though. Besides, our tutor isn't the type to be impulsive. Hasn't he already caused enough trouble? But this time it's different. That phone call just now must have been from the school administration. Don't worry. Wait. So Yotsuba's face is so red because Hakuto pinched her? What do we do? What if Sensei gets expelled? Technically speaking, Hakuto isn't a student of Toyosaki Academy anymore. As the girls continued their discussion, Mika walked over to where Hakuto was standing, holding some cookies that Nino had baked. Hakuto was still explaining things to Shizuka over the phone. Listen to me, Hiratsuka-sensei. They really started it first. On the other end of the call, Shizuka was so furious she was practically burning up. She wished she could reach through the phone and punch Hakuto herself. Hakuto, there aren't many people I admire in this world, but you're one of them. The school brought you back to keep things in check, not to stir up trouble. But, sensei, weren't you the one who told me to get into more fights? That doesn't mean you should knock people out. That wasn't my fault. He passed out because he got too worked up and ran out of breath. Hakuto desperately tried to explain. In the past, he wouldn't have bothered, but the situation was different now. Back when he was a student at Toyosaki Academy, Hiratsuka-sensei, as his homeroom teacher, could protect him from any school punishments. But now, as an exchange student, things were different. The school's handling of the matter would be up to Hashinomi Academy, and considering that the fight happened during such a big event, the consequences could be serious. Just then, Miku gently poked Hakuto's shoulder. Hakuto instinctively turned his head and finally noticed Miku standing beside him. Since he was still on the phone, he couldn't say anything, so he simply waved his hand, signaling her to wait. Forget it, this isn't up to me anymore. The school will probably leave it to Hashinomi Academy to handle. I can't cover for you this time. So when you told me to wait until after my exchange program to start fights, this is what you meant, huh? You still have time to joke about this. Even as an exchange student, Hashinomi still has some authority over you. Don't worry, sensei. I have some connections over there. Hakuto was lying. He didn't just have some connections. He had major influence. After all, besides Ino Sakayu, Hakuto's abilities were the most important in the entire school. Meanwhile, Miku stood quietly beside Hakuto, absent-mindedly taking a bite of her cookie. Even though she couldn't hear what Hiratsuka was saying, from the way Hakuto looked, it seemed like the problem had been resolved. Watching Hakuto so focused and serious, Miku's face turned slightly red. Hakuto. Do you want one? Miku raised the cookie in her hand, speaking softly so as not to disturb Hakuto's call. Hakuto, still on the phone, just glanced at the cookie for a second before looking away. Seeing his reaction, Miku felt a bit disappointed. You don't want it. But just as she muttered those words, Hakuto, still focused on his phone, wordlessly stretched out his hand. What the heck? They seriously didn't recognize me just because I didn't tie my hair up? I thought they had just grown bolder while I was gone for half a month. Even though Hakuto was still on the call, his outstretched hand was waiting right in front of Miku. Miku froze for a moment before placing the cookie in his hand. But the moment she did, she regretted it. Because she had just realized that she gave him the one she had already bitten. Wait. Miku tried to stop him, but before she could, Hakuto had already taken a bite of the cookie, right where she had bitten. And at the same time, his phone call had just ended. Chapter 133, A Blushing Miku. When someone is on the phone, if you hand them food, they will instinctively put it in their mouth. No matter what it is. Hakuto was no exception. To be honest, he hadn't even seen what Miko was holding just now. He had simply reached out on reflex, taken it, and stuffed it into his mouth without thinking. Got it. Next time someone is on the phone, just shove a laxative into their hand. That way, you can. He. After hanging up, Hakuto turned to look at Miko beside him, only to find that, for some reason, her face was so red it looked like it might start dripping blood. Miko, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? And nothing. Hakuto asked with concern while finishing the cookie he had been nibbling on, chewing twice before swallowing it. Seeing him do this, Miku's already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red, as if she had transformed into a humanoid steam engine. Hakuto was even more confused now. Sure, he knew he was good-looking, but not to the extent that a simple action could make a girl blush like this. What a headache. Miku shook her head and quickly changed the subject. Shiratori, is everything settled on your end? It was nothing. It really was a trivial matter. Hakuto didn't believe that Hashinoumi would actually expel him over a small scuffle. Let's go back to the booth. When Hakuto and Miku returned, the other four were still huddled together, deep in discussion. Hakuto slowed his pace, walking up behind them and leaning in to listen. Shiratori-sensei must be mad, right? He's definitely mad. Well, Yotsuba, you did ask him for a leave just so you could help the sports club. It's fine, it's fine. If Shiratori tries to hit you, I'll stop him. No way, Akika. You won't be able to hold him back. When Shiratori-sensei fought the sports club members, he knocked them down one by one. Akika almost couldn't hold in her laughter. She figured Yotsuba really wasn't thinking this through. If Hakuto were truly mad, why would he bring Yotsuba back with him? Just to have more spectators? Nino. How did you apologize to Shiratori-sensei the other day? Nino, who had been put on the spot by Yotsuba's question, froze for a moment. Once she calmed down, she realized that the situation wasn't a big deal at all. Her earlier reaction was just out of concern for Hakuto. Me? I just apologized normally. Of course, she wasn't about to tell the truth. That day, even she wasn't sure what had happened. One moment she was apologizing, and the next, Hakuto asked her if she wanted to see his tattoo. At the time, Nino had thought he was trying to sweet-talk her before sending her on her way. Just like what Yotsuba was feeling now. In the end, she had spent 80,000 yen just to see the tattoo. But at least it wasn't a bad outcome. Still, she didn't think Hakuto was actually angry. It was just that Yotsuba was being overly sensitive. If I give my entire month's allowance to Shiratori-sensei, do you think he'll stop being mad? The moment Yotsuba said that, Hakuto's eyes instantly lit up. Hearing this, Itsuki thought for a moment before replying. Shiratori-sensei doesn't seem like the kind of person who cares about money. Nino and Hakuto, no. He is, I am, would 1 month's allowance be enough? What about 2? Yotsuba muttered to herself, unaware that the person she was talking about was already crouching beside her. Yotsuba. What are you doing squatting here? Hearing Hakuto's voice, Yotsuba's bunny ear headband stood straight up in shock, pointing up like antennas. Shiratori-sensei. Have you finished copying the test paper 100 times? The mention of the test papers nearly brought Yotsuba to tears. It was pure torture, even worse than being beaten up. Shiratori-sensei, I was wrong. Can I not copy the test? Aren't you always so eager to help others? Just think of it as helping me copy 100 test papers. No way. A tiny white flag seemed to rise above Yotsuba's head, signaling her complete surrender. Shiratori-sensei, I'll give you my allowance. I'm not interested in your allowance. Honestly, when Yotsuba offered her entire allowance, Hakuto was a little tempted. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. He didn't like gaining something for nothing, and besides, this fight wasn't entirely Yotsuba's fault. When Yotsuba realized that Hakuto wasn't taking the money, her bunny ears drooped again. However, he then added, if you don't want to copy the test, there's another way. What do I need to do? That depends on what your booth still needs. Hakuto didn't want Yotsuba to do anything for him. He just wanted her to focus her energy on her own group. What we need. At that moment, Itsuki slowly raised her hand. I think we're running low on cookies. But I don't know how to bake cookies. And aren't we running low because you ate too many, Itsuki? Hearing this, Hakuto instinctively glanced at Nino. Sensing his gaze, Nino pointed at the oven on the booth's counter. The oven's out of power. Otherwise, I could make them on the spot. That's easy. As the guy the school hired to keep things in order, I have a little bit of authority. Hakuto. Master of the universe at his fingertips. Yotsuba. Yes. I remember there's a small diesel generator in the school's management room. Go get it. Huh? Will the manager even let me take it? Just mention my name. If that doesn't work, say it's for Hirotsuka-sensei. Got it. Receiving her mission, Yotsuba swiftly ran toward the school. If Shizuka were here to witness Hakuto shamelessly using her name like this, she would have landed a punch straight to his face. How many cookies do you have left? A few, but not enough for the whole day. Then start packing them up now. It's getting late. You don't want customers showing up and having nothing to sell. Saying this, Hakuto glanced at Tsuki, who could only respond with an awkward smile. Chapter 134, Sayuri's request. Yotsuba retrieved a small diesel generator from the management room as per Hakuto's request. According to her, carrying the generator earned her the highest number of glances and pickup attempts in her entire life. Meanwhile, Nino used the generator to power an oven, baking a large batch of cookies. Thanks to the open-style preparation process, the business run by the five sisters was unexpectedly booming. Students from Toyosaki Academy nearby were left in tears, all demanding that their school provide them with generators as well. At this moment, Hakuto was carrying a bag of cookies as he continued walking around the event grounds reserved by Toyosaki Academy. He hadn't lingered long at the Five Sisters stall. There wasn't much for him to do there, and he also had to fulfill his role as a mascot. As for the cookies in his arms, they had been prepared for him by Nino. I just wanted to thank you for bringing the generator. Don't get any weird ideas. Yeah, sure. That was basically how things went. Hakuto didn't refuse Nino's cookies. After all, it could be considered a form of payment. Though he still preferred cold, hard cash, this wasn't bad either. As Hakuto patrolled the event area, a call suddenly came through on his phone. Who now? Holding the bag of cookies with one hand, he answered the call. Good morning, Hakuto. Oh, it's Sister Sayuri. What's the matter? Hakuto had no idea why Sayuri was calling him at this time. Could she actually be interested in supporting his business? If so, it would only end up benefiting that troublemaker, Tamari Nao. Are you at the event grounds right now? Of course. I'm the mascot. How could I just wander off? As he spoke, Hakuto glanced around because he felt like someone was watching him. But after a moment, he withdrew his gaze. In this kind of setting, with his identity, it was almost impossible not to be watched. What he didn't know was that not far away, at one of the stalls, a woman dressed in casual clothes and wearing sunglasses was gripping her phone tightly, staring intently at him. That woman was none other than Sayuri herself. She had followed Ariri to Toyosaki's event venue for the sake of her daughter. However, her attention wasn't on Ariri. She was more focused on searching for Hakuto. In fact, Sayuri had been present when Hakuto got into a fight. He simply hadn't noticed her in the heat of the moment. She had seen him fight on Yotsuba's behalf against the sports club. She had also observed his interactions with the Five Sisters. She even caught the moment when Hakuto ate a cookie that Miku had already bitten into. A hardcore stalker. Terrifying. But the more she watched, the more Sayuri felt that her daughter was doomed. She had initially assumed that, due to Ariri and that contract, Hakuto's romantic prospects at school would be extremely low. And for a while, that was true. But it had only been a little over half a month since the contract was lifted, and Hakuto was already radiating charm. Putting everything else aside, just the girls he had encountered recently. The ones at the night market, Tamari Nao, and now the Nakano sisters. Even without considering personality and habits, since she wasn't familiar with them, just in terms of appearance, they were completely on par with Ariri. Now that her daughter's greatest advantage was gone, how could Sayuri not be worried? Still, just because the situation was tough didn't mean it was unwinnable. As a mother, Sayuri was determined to fully support her daughter. Hakuto, can I ask you for a favor? Hakuto was a little surprised. Lately, Sayuri had been asking him for favors quite frequently. And that was even after their contract had ended. Although he was grateful to her, he couldn't just keep doing things for free. Huh? I mean, I guess. But I'm kind of boo. Bank transfer received. 100,000 yen, Sister Sayuri, please feel free to command me. If there's payment, it's not freeloading. Hearing Hakuto's now enthusiastic tone, Sayuri breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that this amount wouldn't be enough to move him. After all, over the past 2 years, Hakuto had taken more than 10 million yen from her. While it wasn't an exorbitant amount, it was definitely substantial. Sayuri had already been prepared to offer more if necessary, but it turned out she didn't need to. Hakuto was still willing to give her some face.